Okay, we're live.
Okay, just apologizing for the late start. We're having technical issues trying to get into YouTube and everything else. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm going to just start a little bit anyway, while we're still trying to get connected here. So, good morning. I'd like to declare, in accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto being called to order. My name is Stan Komorek. I will be your chair this morning. I would also like to introduce my fellow panel members. On my far left, Natalia Popovic. On my left, Dominic Golly. On my right, Donald Taylor. On my far right, Bill Dalton. I'd also like to introduce Barb Bertozik on the far left, who is our Deputy Secretary, Treasurer, and Manager for the Etobicoke Committee of Adjustment. And then Barb's staff in front of me, who I will not go into detail. Hopefully by the time I get through my intro, we'll have everybody connected. Okay, the Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consents to sever property to create new lots. I'd like to do our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Our procedure this morning, the Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants will participate while making their submissions in person, while others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform, which we're having some difficulty with today. The meetings are also streamed on Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. All other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentation materials submitted in accordance with the written submit deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or other personal controls or video during their video appearance. Receiving a copy of the decision of the committee, people attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision on an application must fill out the decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, as the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the OLT, the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act some time ago and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. And now only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and public bodies, as defined by the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal the decisions. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Each item will be called in order as listed in the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will let you know when you're reaching or have exceeded your 5-minute time. Any presentation or other material, as I mentioned earlier, should have been submitted to the committee in advance. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing today. That's to ensure that everyone has had a fair chance to see what is being presented. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will go first to make the presentation to the committee. The committee may decide to defer the application if it is substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the proposed changes. Secondly, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers here in the hearing room and then those participating online. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be given an opportunity to rebut, but only those issues that were raised by the previous speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into the committee for a decision. Okay, before we proceed with the agenda items, there's a couple of other items that we need to go through. First of all, are there any declarations of interest by panel members or staff for any of the morning items? Bill, I see your microphone.
Yeah, I have one for item 14, as I'm working with some of the consultants on that file on other matters, so I'll leave the room.
Okay, we'll get you out of here. Thank you. Anyone else? No, thank you. Next, I'd like to ask for confirmation of minutes from the previous hearing of June 25th, 2026.
Chair, I'm going to move that the minutes of the June 25th hearing held here at the Etobicoke Civic Center be approved as written.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chair. But also, I don't know, sir, if you asked staff if they had any declarations.
I think I did, but if I haven't.
Can we rewind the tape on that? Just got to interrupt for a second. I have a technical issue here.
Can we finish the motion on the minutes first?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Are you seconding the motion?
I did.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, minutes are approved.
I appear on my laptop, but not on the big screen.
Oh,
Yeah, his camera's
don't you love the technology?
All is well.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe we have no files to be closed, and I believe there's one file requesting a deferral. Just want to double check with our Secretary Treasurer.
Yes, Mr. Chair, item 12.
Thank you. So I'd like to deal with the deferred item first. And I'm about to lose my computer now. Why does this happen? Okay, so the item that we're looking for, that the applicant is asking for deferral on, I believe, is number 12. 76 Greenbrook Drive, an application to construct a second and third story addition above the existing dwelling to convert the existing dwelling into a triplex. And if we can get the applicant online while I get my computer back up.
The applicant is virtual, Mr. Salvatore.
Yes, I'm present. It's Fidencio Salvatore.
Welcome. You would like to defer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, I would like to, and the owner would like to defer at this time pending revisions to the proposed height and architecture. We've had some feedback from the neighbors, and the owner wishes to comply with the zoning regulations, which will require some significant revisions to the architecture.
Okay.
Redesign, yes.
Thank you, sir. We had a number of speakers, I believe, for that item. I don't know how many are in person or how many are
Is there
online.
anyone present in the room for 76 Greenbrook Drive? Okay.
Okay, so I've got quite a few speakers on my list. We typically ask all of the speakers if they have any issue with us deferring this file. I'm going to try to expedite this by saying if anyone is opposed to the deferral, please come and let us know. Otherwise, we'll assume that you're okay with it being deferred. No one here to oppose that? No. Okay, perfect. Anyone online?
Mr. Chair, we have one person on, actually, no, nobody online for, other than the agent for Greenbrook.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So the application will come back in a revised form, hopefully more suitable to the neighbors. I'd like to, we keep,
That's right.
okay,
Paul, we
so,
do- Sorry, Paul, we
Thank you.
have Stephen Kirschenblatt.
That's for item
Sorry,
13.
item, sorry.
okay, so
Now,
the applicant has requested a deferral. I'm looking for a motion from members to that effect.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. Seconder.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, that item is deferred.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Okay,
We're just going to pause while we get Dominic online.
the laptops keep timing out.
Oh, yeah, this is ridiculous.
Like it's, you know, we can't run the meeting and keep going back and forth to the laptops.
I gotta line up. I gotta totally sign anything.
It also kicked you out?
I'm just totally done.
Oh, like it just kicked you out
Just,
and closed it?
yeah.
Are you using a different, like, browser or something? Nothing different? No?
Google, or did you use Edge?
Google.
Yeah, you gotta use Edge.
That's why.
After 7 years, I gotta use that.
Trust.
My God.
On the link. Once that goes green. Like, do a right click.
It seems the more people we have, the more technical issues we seem to run into.
In new tab. So it's just automatically taking him in Chrome. Like, I don't know how to get it to go.
Unless you.
Open up the email in Edge.
Paul, thank you. When Dominic pops up, bump him up.
Yeah.
We need to get Donald to open up his stuff on Edge instead of Chrome.
Where's the link?
We're going to start at item 1 in 2 minutes.
I'm just gonna have Dawn join from the browser.
Did Dominic use Edge or Chrome? I'm on. Yeah.
Edge.
Did you use Edge?
Did you use Edge?
Sorry. Did you use Edge or Chrome?
For your browser,
Chrome.
you're going to have the same problem.
Should you be using
No,
Edge?
no. If you use, no.
Use okay?
I signed in with Edge. It'll take a second, but
And do I have to, how do I activate it next time?
you just have to copy the link. So what I'm doing now is like a,
This has never happened before.
like a brief workaround. So what I'm gonna do next time is try and figure out. Okay, so Don's in the meeting. Just bump him up. Yeah. And if we start video, there. So basically, what I did was I copied.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, are we good to go then? Okay, so item 1 is 317 Maple Leaf Drive. This is an application to legalize and maintain a 2-story front addition that includes an attached garage. There are 4 variances being requested. Planning is requesting a condition in the event of approval. Ravina Natural Forestry Protection has advisory comments. TRCA has advisory comments. We have 2 letters of objection on file, and that's all we have. Now, our speaker is in person or online? Because I'm not seeing.
According to my notes, as Enrico Luigi Zilli is in person.
Good morning. Yep, could we get the mic on? Sorry.
Enrico Zilli for the record.
Okay, I don't know if we need a full presentation, but we'd like you to give us an overview for sure.
I'm just building a garage with another floor on top.
Okay, the garage was originally started without a building permit?
No, I had a permit for the whole house to be built.
So
With the
what's order
garage,
to- so
with
why-
the garage.
So why do you have an order to comply?
That was because I added the room above, but I was told that I was allowed to do that from my architect. And then he told me, the permits are not gonna come in as quickly as you want. And then we decided to go for another foot higher. And that's when he said to me, we have to go to committee of adjustments for it.
Okay, and planning is requesting that we tie this to site plan. I'm assuming you have no issue with that?
Sorry?
Planning department is asking us to tie your approval, should you get it, to your site plan. So you
Correct.
can't change what you have now. You're okay with that?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just so that you are aware, there is an individual here who is interested as a neighbor who is not on your list, but who is in person.
Perfect. So, okay, given that there is someone here to speak to your item, do you want to give us any more information or any more details on your application?
No.
Okay,
That's it. Okay.
have a seat. Thanks. And do we have another speaker then?
I have Gennaro Bruno from 313 Maple Leaf Drive.
Okay.
Hello,
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Gennaro Bruno, and I live at 315. Actually, I believe I got that wrong. It's 315 Maple Leaf Drive.
So you're right next door.
Yeah, right next door, beside 317 Maple Leaf Drive. I'm here to oppose file A031/25EYK, and I'm asking this committee to refuse the requested variances and require the non-complaint portions of the structure to be brought into compliance with the zoning bylaw. As the property directly beside this one, I'm dealing with the real impacts from this construction. There's stormwater draining onto my property because of the grading and added building mass and increased shadowing on my yard because the structure is taller and extends further out than the zoning bylaw would otherwise permit. I'd like to walk this committee through the full timeline on this property because it shows not just an isolated issue. On July 28, 2011, this property received a notice of decision to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with an attached garage. On December 2nd, 2016, a revision was issued for structural work, basement stairs, mechanical room, and a foundation wall proposing a new 2-story detached dwelling with an integral garage. On November 21st, 2023, a further revision removed the garage entirely from that proposal. On April 17, 2025, another revision was accepted to reinstate it. 1 week later, on April 24, 2025, an order to comply was issued citing section BCA 8.1, stating that a new 2-story detached garage had been constructed without the benefit of a building permit. I want the committee to note that this discrepancy directly, the city's own order to comply describes the structure as a detached garage. It is not detached. It is now fully attached to the dwelling. That change was never brought before this committee for approval. It simply happened on a property that was already under active compliance order at the time. A survey by Guido Papa Surveying, certified true and accurate and dated September 18, 2025, confirms this, showing the garage still under active construction, labeled directly on the plan as garage under construction, roughly 5 months after the order to comply and 10 months before tonight's hearing. This application also includes an after-the-fact fee, which by the city's own definition only applies when an order to comply for unpermitted work has already been issued. This committee is now being asked to retroactively approve construction that had already progressed well beyond what any permit ever authorized. The requested variants themselves are substantial. The front yard setback is proposed at 12.24 meters, where 17.59 meters is required, short by 5.35 meters, or 30.4%. The side yard setback is 1.07 meters against 1.8 meters required, short by 0.73 meters, or 40.6%. The building depth is 20.58 meters, exceeding the permitted 19 meters by 1.5 meters, or 8.3%. Most significantly, the building length is 25.93 meters against a maximum of 17 meters, an increase of 8.93 meters, or 52.5% beyond what the bylaw allows. Against the 4 tests under Section 45 of the Planning Act, these variances do not satisfy the requirements. They are not minor. A building over 50% beyond is permitted length, combined with a two failed setbacks, is a substantial departure, not a minor one. This is not an appropriate development of the land. Granting relief of this scale after construction had already begun, after an order to comply was already issued, undermines the purpose of obtaining approval first. It does not maintain the general intent of the zoning bylaw. These standards exist to control building scale, placement, and compatibility, and relief from 4 of them at once effectively replaces the bylaw's intent rather than verifying it. And it does not maintain the general intent of the official plan, which calls for orderly, compatible development, not retroactive approval of a structure that already exceeded its limits under documented compliance order. Furthermore, the applicant has followed a construction drawing that inherently assumes and presumes general acceptance, prepared with the knowledge that it did not conform to the applicable zoning bylaw. Proceeding with construction on that basis rather than pausing for approval tests the integrity of this committee's process. I ask the committee to assess this application on the 4 tests required by the Planning Act, rather than on the fact that construction has already advanced. The stage of construction does not make these variances any more minor or any more consistent with the intent of the bylaw. For these reasons, I ask the committee to refuse this application and require the non-complaint portion of the structure, including the attached garage, to be brought into the compliance with the zoning bylaw. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Don't go away. Any questions from panel members?
Chair, I had a question, but also a commentary. First of all, Mr. Bruno, thank you so much for the very thorough explanation and presentation to us.
Yeah.
In my view, most of the things that you've said are accurate. as far as data is concerned. I just want to ask a question. Are you aware of the fact that you understand that they had an order to comply?
Yes.
The reason they're here
Yes,
is that they have to comply with the regulations of the city.
yes,
In view of the fact that they couldn't comply with the building standards, they've come to committee. This application that's before us today is for a new detached dwelling. So it's being reviewed in totality, holistically, the whole thing. We're not just looking at individual components.
No,
Are you aware of that the application before us is being reviewed as a new detached dwelling?
I understand that. And I just, so.
Do you understand that?
Yes, as you said, as a new detached dwelling. Can I just get a clarification on the detached meaning? Is that as an integral garage, or because from my point of view, it's a fully attached garage to the house?
I'm going to ask you the questions.
Yes.
Indeed, I'll answer your question.
Yes.
It's being looked at as a new dwelling in totality, including the garage, okay?
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yes,
Okay, so I just want to make that point,
yes,
that we're not looking at the garage, we're not looking at the second story.
Yeah.
We're looking at this application as a new application
Yeah.
of a new detached dwelling in totality. And that the variances before us address the whole structure, not just part of it.
yes.
You're aware of that?
Yeah, so you look at all the variances at once, correct?
If the garage were detached, there wouldn't be a variance for building length. The reason there's a variance for building length is because it's being considered as a integral garage with the house. So there's no longer a detached garage.
Yeah.
That's long gone. And that's why they have those variances, because of that resulting length.
May I respond to that? So regardless of how the form described this, the structure is now physically attached to the dwelling. So that change was never brought before this committee.
Yeah, it's before the committee right now.
Oh, it is? Okay.
It's considered a integral garage to the house. That's why we have the variances we do.
Okay. Just,
If it were not an attached garage, there wouldn't be a building length variance.
okay. That's everything. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And understanding. Thank you.
I'd like to ask Enrico to come back. Oh, there are no other speakers, I'm assuming.
Not according to my notes.
Okay. Is there anyone else here to speak to this item? No. Okay. You got a couple of minutes to respond to your neighbor if you wish.
No,
Otherwise,
I can hardly hear what he was saying, but it sounds like it came up from a ChatGPT story that he had. So,
so that's your rebuttal then, is it?
Sorry?
That's your rebuttal, is it?
No, I'm just, because I've been living with it beside me, and they haven't been great neighbors to me. But anyways, having said that, they're on the west side, and I'm building the garage on the east side.
Yep.
So I don't see any bearings of it having any issues.
Okay. And is your neighbor at 319 in support?
Yes.
Did he provide any documentation to that effect?
They haven't given me any because he's in Europe right now, but I could provide that.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying, I don't see any evidence that they are, but they're not here in opposition, so I can.
Right.
So it's not, to me, it's neutral. It's not here nor there.
Right.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions for you. On that side of 319, your property line isn't straight. It jogs out.
Right.
And that's why your variance is less than what it might be. I mean, if the property line were straight, you'd be right on the property line. You don't know the history or why that is like that, or?
You know what?
That's the way you bought it, obviously.
That's the way I bought the property.
Okay. Any other questions from panel members?
Sure, I have a couple of questions. I'm sorry, is your first name Enrico or
Enrico.
the last name?
First name's Enrico.
Enrico.
Yes.
And your last name?
Zilly.
Zilly?
Zilly.
Thank you. I can refer to you as Enrico.
Sorry?
I can refer to you as Enrico.
Enrico, correct.
You concede the fact that you continued building without a valid permit. Do you concede that? Do you understand that that's what you were doing? You were doing something illegal.
I had a permit to build the whole house with the garage. And then I realized that I was gonna put a second floor on. And then after the fact, I did realize that I was building without a permit.
So you
But
were
eventually I was gonna get the permit in my hands for my,
so you were aware that you started the second floor without a valid building permit. Is that correct? You're aware of that?
I'm aware of it, yes.
You weren't aware then?
I wasn't aware that the carpenter was gonna go up that quick.
Yeah.
I expected to receive a permit.
I just want you to understand you had an order to comply.
Yes.
That's a very serious thing.
Right.
It seems to me like, I don't want to comment on the way you're presenting to us, but it's a serious matter, and that's why you're here,
Okay,
right?
yes.
So you attempted to build a second story without a building permit. That's correct, right?
Right.
So
No, but
it was
it's
a
not that
wrong
I didn't,
thing.
it's not that I didn't want to, I paid for permits up to now for the whole house. Why wouldn't I get a permit to do the garage?
Okay. My point is that the reason you got an order to comply was because you didn't follow the rules. And I
Right.
think it's imperative that you're living in the city and that you're going to make changes to a structure to your house.
Right.
The neighbors need to know, not because they're curious, but because in order to ensure that you're building in accordance to the bylaw. So I think it's fair that some people may come up and take exception, regardless of the type of understanding you have with your neighbor. I want you to aware that this is a serious matter. I believe that the variances that you're requesting are not major, but I also don't want you to minimize the fact
Right.
that, and I'm not lecturing you, but you shouldn't be minimizing the fact that what you did was not under a building permit. That's correct, right? You didn't.
No. I knew I needed permits for everything. I was just in the process of getting the permits. And then the architect said to me, we'll have the permits in by, I don't know, a week or 2 weeks or whatever it was when he applied for it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Okay, if there's no other questions, thank you, sir. We'll take it into committee.
Pardon?
Have a seat.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, so we have our presentation. I just want to make one comment. Variance 2 for the setback looks minor, but in this case, because of the property line being the way it is, the appearance from the street won't make it look so minor. So that's my only comment on this. So otherwise, I don't really have any other issues with it. So if anyone else has any comments or if they're ready for a motion.
Sure, unless anyone has any further comments, I do want to make a motion.
Okay, Mr. Gully.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chairman, I have reviewed this application in full. I've reviewed all the documents within the file, and I understand the concern of the neighbor. And I think the neighbor made a really good presentation and made some excellent points. I also felt that, feel that this issue is not in any way minimal or minimized in the way it came across to me from the applicant. However, we're here to deal with 4 variances, and the 4 variances that are before us today, in my view, are justifiable. And we have reports from planning who have reviewed the application, and in order to ensure that the owner applicant proceeds to build in an orderly manner and in accordance to building permit, they're tying it to the site plan. And this was provided to us in a report dated December 9th of 2025. Chair, I'm going to move that the 4 variances be authorized, subject to the planning condition of July, planning conditions stipulated in the report from the city planning dated July the 7th to tie it to the site plan. TRCA have also commented on this application, and they have no problems with respect to the construction that needs to be completed, and there are no forestry conditions. I know that the length and the width was the issue that the gentleman, the neighbor, spoke about, but I believe in this case, although I understand his concern, they are appropriate, and in this case, do meet the 4 tests. Move approval with that one condition of planning of July the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Is there a seconder for Dominic's motion?
I'll second the motion, but I'd just like to add a little bit to make sure the applicant is aware that he has to enter into the TRCA's after-the-fact permitting process. Could you please respond to that? You're aware of that, thank you. Okay, so I've seconded the motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, that application is approved. Thank you to the applicant and to the other deputy, to the neighbor. Okay, item 2, 45 TORBARRIE Road. This is an application to construct a new front entrance with a canopy. There are 2 variances being requested. And our applicant is Carlo, and he is online.
He's online, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
I think this is a pretty straightforward application. I don't think we need a presentation if you're okay with us just asking you questions.
Absolutely.
Super, thank you. Panel members, any questions? No? Okay, and there are no other speakers? Just confirming?
No, Chair.
Okay. All right, so panel members, you're familiar with the application. Is anyone ready for a motion?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion on this one. I did have the opportunity to visit the site, and I believe that what is being requested here is in no way adverse in terms of planning or any of the neighbors. It's immediately across Highway 400. Adding this canopy will have no adverse impact and will impact no one. Move approval, no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Item 3, 4 KEMP Square. This is an application to construct a new 2-story addition in the rear yard and a new 2nd-story addition above the existing dwelling. There is 1 variance being requested, which is front yard setback. And our agent, I don't know, is online or on?
They are online.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, ma'am. Again, straightforward application. Don't think we need any presentation. If you're open to just questions, if any.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Any questions, panel members?
Yeah, I've got one, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Could you please, I guess, confirm that the front yard setback is an existing situation?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other speakers
No, Mr. Chairman.
and no other questions? So if we can take it into committee?
Sure. I'd like to move a motion for approval as this application is completely straightforward and there are no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Seconder.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Item 4. 9 DENSLEY Avenue. This is an application to permit a recreational use, i.e. paddle court, within the rear of an existing industrial building. There is one variance being requested. Planning is recommending refusal. We have a letter of support. Ravenna Natural Forestry Protection has advisory comments. We have a petition in support, and we have a counselor in support. And the applicant is Ida Evangelista. Oh, there you are.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's nice to be here. See everyone.
Okay. Given that we have a negative planning report, I think we would like to get a presentation.
Absolutely. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owners of 9 Densley. I'm at 53 Bentworth Avenue. I'm not here to argue the proposal ignores the intent of the core employment area policies, but rather to demonstrate that the proposal maintains the long-term function of the employment area. The fact that the site is only approximately 70 meters from Keel Street, which is a major street, is an important consideration because it substantially achieves the policy objective, even though it does not literally satisfy the zoning requirement. The proposed indoor paddle facility maintains the broader intent of these policies. This building has been vacant for 3 years, and various attempts have been made to rent it to no avail. The owners now have an opportunity to rent it to the paddle facility, and planning suggests the proposal would negatively affect surrounding industries. However, no evidence has been provided demonstrating this. It doesn't demonstrate that the neighboring businesses have objected, industrial operations would be restricted, environmental standards would be compromised, traffic operations would fail, or employment uses would cease functioning. In fact, we have received a letter from Councillor Nunziata supporting this, 6 letters of support from the immediate neighbors adjacent to and behind, and transportation does not have any concerns with this application. We are not proposing a use that would permanently remove employment land from the city's inventory. Rather, the proposal occupies an existing industrial building, generates permanent employment, contributes to the local economy, supports the surrounding businesses, and maintains productive use of the property. Patrons voluntarily will attend the facility, they understand its industrial setting, and occupy the premise for a limited period. Consequently, the proposal can coexist with surrounding employment uses without frustrating the long-term objectives of the official plan. Although the property does not technically front onto a major road, it is located directly behind the building at the corner of Keel and Densley, which is approximately 70 meters east of Keel Street, which is a designated major arterial road. The site therefore benefits from immediate proximity to a major transportation corridor, direct and convenient public access, minimal travel through the employment area, and efficient vehicular circulation. Visitors entering Keel travel a very short distance before reaching the site. Accordingly, the planning objectives of locating recreational uses adjacent to major transportation corridors is substantially achieved despite the technical absence of the frontage. As illustrated on the map on page 5 that I provided to you of my submission, you'll note that there are several existing recreational uses that are located substantially further from the major street than our subject site, including an indoor soccer facility, which is located approximately 245 meters from the nearest major street, a fitness center, which is 265 meters from the street, a trampoline recreation facility that is located 305 meters from the nearest major street. This demonstrates that recreational uses have been established at locations substantially further from a major street than the subject property. The existing context indicates that the recreational uses can function compatibly within the employment area without undermining its employment function. In comparison, the proposed facility, situated only, again, approximately 70 meters from Keel Street, more closely achieves the planning objective of locating visitor-oriented uses adjacent to major transportation corridors. The subject property is therefore significantly closer to a major street than the existing recreational facilities that I've pointed out. Accordingly, while the proposal does not strictly comply with the frontage requirement, it satisfies the functional intent of directing recreational uses toward major transportation corridors. The proposal represents appropriate adaptive reuse of an existing employment building. It contributes to continued investment in employment lands, increased economic activity, additional employment opportunities, enhanced utilization of an existing building, recreational opportunities for employees and the surrounding community. The requested variance should be considered minor because the use remains employment generating, the building remains unchanged, no redesignation is required, the site is the first building on the south side of Densley, the intent of directing visitor-oriented uses toward Major Street is substantially maintained, no unacceptable planning impacts have been identified. Therefore, the proposed indoor recreational use maintains the general intent and purpose of both the official plan and the employment industrial zoning framework. While the property does not technically front onto Kiel, its location is approximately 70 meters away.
Okay, thank you. Couple of questions. The only part of the building is being proposed to be converted, so would the remainder of the building remain potentially as industrial use?
Yes.
Okay, and it's the owners that are doing this. Is there going to be a lease to the recreational?
To the recreational facility, yes.
Okay, and can we know the term of that lease?
And the number of years? It's still under negotiation,
Okay,
but I would say about 10 years.
okay. And the entire building is vacant right now?
Correct.
Okay.
And has been for 3 years.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking about the lease term is I'm just wondering what you would feel about approval over a timeline as opposed to a blanket approval.
If that is something that would allow them to move forward, then yes. It's questionable. They'd prefer not. In the event that they do want to stay longer.
No, understood. I mean, basically, it would require them to come back if it's beyond the term that they want to,
Right.
lease to. But anyway, just looking at options.
I understand. I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so.
I hear you. Okay, there are no other speakers. I mean, there is someone else, but they're also in support, so I'm assuming that's
And the name is?
Abraham?
Yes, owners.
Well, owners, okay. So I'm just going to open it up to questions from panel members then.
Chair, I have a couple of questions. First of all, thank you so much for that very thorough presentation, Ms. Evangelista. Maybe I missed a point. My mind was wandering. What portion of the building would this take?
The rear.
A third?
The rear portion, about half.
About half the building? Okay.
Of the main floor.
Of the main floor, yes.
At the
I
rear
also
of the
had the
building.
opportunity to see this site, and indeed, that technicality of not being on a major arterial road, I think is a technicality, because it is the first lot, it's the second lot, or the first lot on Densley, but it's the second lot configured from Kiel, right, from major arterial.
Right, because Sierra Bakery, their depth is quite long, so it is the building right behind the bakery.
Yeah, and the chair did ask you questions relating to the possibility that this firm who will be running this paddle facility is negotiating terms, so they will be leasing part of that.
So the paddle facility, yes, correct, they will be leasing. pending approval of this, obviously.
Is
We need
there any
approval.
chance you might ask your clients how many courts? And I know there are different types of courts, but how many courts, paddle courts, will there be? Any idea?
Five, potentially 6.
Potentially 6, okay. I guess my train of thought is similar to the chair. I'm interested in perhaps, because it's employment, we have a report from planning. The report from planning obviously is to refuse because they're looking at employment. But indeed, these types of facilities do provide some employment, even though they may be recreational type employments, lower employments. In preparation for this hearing, I did visit the facility up at Laird and Eglinton, the old Mercedes-Benz facility.
Right.
And I understand what it is that your clients want to do. I think you've answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. All right, so I'm going to open it up for some deliberation, and we may ask you to come back if we get into a term as opposed to a blanket.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Like a minimum 5-year, are you thinking?
That was my thought, but what is, okay, well, let me ask that question, and what is your client?
Can I get, while you're deliberating, can I confer with?
Yeah.
For 2 minutes?
Sure.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think I've heard sufficient justification for this type of use, the appropriateness of this type of use at this location. I'm looking at it strictly as a use. I'm looking at it strictly as a temporary use too. Temporary not meaning 5 years or 6 years. I'm looking at it long term because a major investment is required to convert this facility to what is being planned for. As far as the use is concerned, I think it's a good use on the street in close proximity to Kale. There are other facilities, I know that we don't go on precedence, but looking at it individually just on that side, I think this is a good use for part of this building, an appropriate use for this kind of building. But also I'm thinking that a 7-year term may be a little limited in terms of the investment that has to be made to create this facility. For panel members, I'm thinking that 7 would be the minimum in my view. I'm prepared to look at 10 years given planning's report. Obviously, planning wants employment uses, proper employment uses. They also feel that this type of facility should be on an arterial road. It does not front on an arterial road, but certainly
It's pretty close.
very close. It's on Keel, as far as I'm concerned, and the first lot. So I'd like the panel to perhaps consider the issue of the investment and the possibility of 7 to 10 years. Definitely, I don't think that we can do full-fledged allowance. I think that has to go another route, but certainly a 5-year term would not be a term that would be fair in my view. We're looking at variances. We're looking at the impact of this facility. Are there any undue impacts on anyone? I don't believe there are any impacts on anyone. This is a very clean facility. It does provide employment. It may not provide full-fledged employment as we would expect on employment lands, but I think this is good use of land on a property that's very close to a major arterial road to Keel.
Okay, some fair comments. I just want to point out that we rarely do a 10-year as a temporary. 3 to 5 is a more common, but I also understand the investment issue. But then the flip side of that is if this were fronting on Keel Street, then we wouldn't even be here, I'm assuming, because it would be as of right. So it's one property away from as of right, yeah. So anyway.
Mr. Chair,
But it is what it is, right? So,
I'll just add my comments, and I agree with the comments that have been made so far, but in addition, I note that, if I heard properly, there is zero activity on the property right now, and therefore this kind of use would generate some employment. I'm leaning closer to the 5-year as a temporary. I'm not as comfortable with a longer period of time. So those are my thoughts right now.
okay.
Yeah, could I just, I think it's very telling this industrial building's been vacant for 3 years. I think it says a lot about appetite for investment in industrial enterprises, especially since April 2025. I think it was April 2nd to be exact. Don't take that as a political comment. Anyway, yeah, I think things have changed, and I believe we have to look at alternatives, and this provides recreational activity. We could all use that. I'm actually inclined to not put a time limit on it, but I would be agreeable to a time limit. I agree with Mr. Gully's comment that there's a significant investment in establishing this court facility, and I would be inclined to either no time limit or a 10-year. That's my thinking.
Okay. Just while we've got Ida up at the microphone, just your input from your clients with regards to investment and what the payback period would be?
It is a very large investment for them to, make the changes to the building. And a no time limit, through you, Mr. Chair, as Member Taylor mentioned, would be ideal. Because again, we aren't talking, it's the time, the money, and the appetite has changed for the neighborhood.
Yeah, but
right?
the time limit
So
doesn't
the
preclude you from going further than that.
Right.
It just means you'd have to come back if you want to continue that use.
Right, which they most likely would want to. They would prefer a time limit of 20 years. So anything, 5 years, it's a very large investment for 5 years, right? So I would say minimum 10 or no time limit at all.
Okay.
Would be preferable.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I had a follow-up question. Madam Agent, do you know how long the actual construction, renovation, and changes, how long that would take before the business could be up and running?
How long?
18 months for 12 to 18 months.
To redemise construction, okay, so 18 months.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're looking at already 2 years eating into our time frame, right? Thank you for your question.
Okay, I think we got the full picture now. Thank you. So, anyone ready for a motion?
Chairman, I prefer to make a motion. I've reviewed this application in terms of what our responsibility is to test this application.
Thanks, Ida. You can have a seat.
Relative to the 4 tests. And I've tried not to look at it in an emotional way, in the sense that the building's been vacant, no other uses have been appropriate, no one else has wanted to lease the building. I've looked at strictly as the type of use that there's a desire to put in, and are there any adverse impacts? Is it appropriate? Is it desirable? Is it close to major transit? Is it close to meeting the requirements of being on an arterial road? And in my view, it meets all those tests. And I think it is a good use of this existing building that needs to be remodeled and pretty well reconstructed internally. What I struggled with was, do we allow the use? We're not here to allow uses. We're here to look at variances. So I couldn't look at it as changing the use from employment use to something else. But I believe that what's being proposed is appropriate with no undue impact on anyone. I think it's desirable. It's desirable to have this property and building in use. What I struggled with was then the time element, the amount of money that's required to go into setting a facility like that, like this. And even though my terms on the committee have been few years, I've never come across a 10-year term. But I think in this case, the 10-year term is appropriate in my view. This is the first time I've ever thought about a term of 10 years as being a short term. Short term is 5 years, perhaps stretching it to 7, but I've never thought that I'd be speaking of short term as 10 years. But in this case, I believe that short term is 10 years. I'm going to move approval of this application with a condition for 10 years. This use may continue for 10 years, and if it's successful, they can come back in 10 years and reapply. Move approval with a 10-year term.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Seconder?
I'll second that motion, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, next item, or do we want to do a break after this item? Or do we want to do a break, or do we want to continue to the next item? Go ahead. Okay, let's go. So number 5, sorry. So this is 1736 and 1746 Western Road, an application to alter the development standards to an OLT bylaw to accommodate a 42-story mixed-use building. There are 6 variances being requested. There are 2 letters of concern, Metrolinx advisory comments. We have 1 letter of support. And Jason Park?
Yes.
Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Jason Park, I'm counsel for the applicant. If you need an address, 188 Avenue Road, Toronto, Ontario, M5R 2J1 with the firm Kagan Shaftesbury DeMello Weiner Park.
Okay, I would appreciate a presentation.
Sure.
Where you could explain in plain English rather than the way that's worded in the variances, what you're asking for.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, there are some presentation materials that were provided. In essence, there were a few changes made. The main one relates to a 4-story height increase for the upper story. So we're going from a 38-story building to a 42-story building. You'll notice the actual height measurement. The actual height measurement is less than 9 meters, 8.62. What you see there is the site plan. The site is actually located, I think you're familiar with it, at the southwest corner of Wilby Crescent and Weston Road. It's across the street from the Weston GO station, approximately 250 meters from the actual entrance. Next slide, please. This provides a bit of the background, OLT settlement. Second one talks about the changes. And then the last one, and I think this is important, we do have city staff support, and there's a strong letter of support from Councillor Nunziata. And part of the reason for it is this is approved for CMHC financing and also pre-approved for the City of Toronto rental housing supply program. In fact, it actually exceeds the minimum requirement of 20% affordable housing. Our client's committing to providing 25% affordable housing. The next 2 diagrams actually show some of the changes. You'll see the height increase up on top. It's actually at the upper stories, above 35 stories. It's making the building, it's bringing it out so that now the floor plate above that 35 stories is 805, which is consistent with what was approved for the lower stories. The step backs at the lower levels were changed partly. Some were increased, some were reduced. One of the areas that was increased was increasing the setback to 4.8 meters from Wilby Crescent. In terms of the overall gross floor area, that's not being changed. The actual overall gross floor, notwithstanding the changes, is actually going down, and the number of units is actually decreasing from what's approved from 423 units to 420 units. In terms of...
Sorry, can you come back to that? So are you increasing, are these changes providing additional units?
They're not providing additional units. It's actually the number of units is going down from what is permitted in the zoning bylaw from 423 units to 420 units.
Okay, so what are you changing? Are you essentially moving the underground parking to the above ground?
We are moving the underground parking to 4 levels above ground from levels 3.
How much money are you saving by doing that?
It would be I don't know the exact amount, but that's
the principal reason for this application, is it not?
And which would also allow for the additional affordable housing to be provided.
Okay, but you said you're not providing any additional units. So are you providing additional affordable units?
We are providing additional units as a result of this proposal.
How many?
Committing up to 25%. The original proposal didn't require any affordable units to be provided. And now through the rental housing program and CMHC financing, our client's committing to 25% affordable housing.
So you're asking for this change, for this increase in height?
Yes.
In order to, the result will be more affordable units?
Yes. A significant amount more of affordable units.
Well, it's going to be significantly less costly for you to build this if you're not putting parking underground.
Then that's the trade-off to making this project more efficient to allow the affordable units to be provided.
I understand that. I understand the benefit to the developer. I'm trying to determine what's the benefit to the community.
And that is the main benefit.
That's why I wanted to know.
Okay. And in my respectful submission, the 4 tests are being met. I know there were concerns raised by the residents with respect to shadowing. The shadowing on 10 Wilby Crescent, there's minimal shadow at 918. None of them relates to the changes. The existing 38-story building already provides, would have that same level of shadowing.
Okay, so my next question is, how do we codify this 25% affordable units in the event that we approve this?
This would be dealt with and secured through the City of Toronto's rental housing supply program. There'll be agreements.
But I want to condition that in the event that we approve this. Do you have a problem with that?
That it's made part of the City of Toronto rental housing program?
That you are undertaking to provide 25% of your units as affordable.
We can commit to that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just have a concern that we don't have recommended wording from planning, and there's no practical way of fulfilling that condition, because who's going to provide sign off on that?
And further, you're going through site plan, so is that not going to be a condition of site plan?
It could be a condition of site plan.
There you go.
Okay, so I just want it documented somewhere that in the event that we approve this, that is the reason we are approving it. So that it's not lost, in the process. Is that fair?
I mean, you can add a reason to your decision other than the 4 tests that
okay.
We can figure out the wording that it be related to the fact that 25%, or I don't know, do you have a suggestion?
Well, it could be. I mean,
it has to be the member's reason.
Yeah. And there's no restriction on the wording you can put in. So absolutely, if you can say, when you're meeting the four tests in terms of the purpose intent of the official plan or the zoning bylaw or desirable and appropriate use, you can specifically put that wording in, that there was a commitment from the applicant
yeah.
to provide for 25% affordable housing, which was secured through the City of Toronto rental housing supply program.
Okay, are we okay with that, Barb?
Sorry, commitment by the applicant to provide 25%.
Affordable housing, affordable rental housing.
Chair, are we at that point where we're making a decision? Because I have some concerns.
No,
regarding-
it
No,
was
no,
just,
No,
the chair was
sorry.
asking
Sorry.
about conditions, and I suggested it would be difficult to impose that as a condition.
I don't believe there are any other speakers, so I kind of jumped the process a little bit here. Paul, there are no other speakers, right? No, okay, so yes, please, questions.
So, thank you so much for the presentation, first of all. Indeed clarified things for me. I'm going to look at this application strictly as an application to Committee of Adjustment to meet the four tests. Indeed, the affordable housing component, the fact that you're increasing it is very important. But that's not what I'm considering. I'm considering the four tests. You had a justification report from Goldberg Group. You also had a parking justification report from WSP.
Yeah.
I've reviewed those reports, and I'm sure that planning has reviewed them as well. You've seen the city planning report. Would you like to tell us what the city planning report tells us?
The city planning report actually supports the variances and provides a justification of why they support all of the 6 variances.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Are there other questions?
Just a comment, and apologies to my colleague, because I've said this before. I don't like the way variance 3 is worded, because it requires us, reviewing agencies and the public, to look into drawings and revised drawings. I don't even know how to find revised OLT drawing. Okay? And in variances 4 and 5, you put in brackets what the impact was, what's allowed and what's proposed. You didn't do that in variance 3, and I just don't think that's a very fair practice. But it doesn't impact my feelings about the merits of your application.
Yeah.
It's just a comment on
So,
fairness.
Mr. Chair, in the additional materials, you have the side-by-side comparison of the revised.
Yeah, that was
versus the
very
original.
helpful. Until we got that, it was quite confusing.
So that's staff's fault, that's not the applicant's fault.
Okay.
But,
Yeah.
so we always ask applicants when there's revisions to diagrams to do the side-by-side to make it easier for the members to see, because you have different setbacks, step-backs, podiums, different parts of towers. So we try to ask for this to be able to show you as a visual, because there's no way of writing it out that would make sense. And we will attach the revised diagram 5 as part of the decision.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you. Those were my thoughts exactly, Don, until I got the additional stuff.
Well, some people just look at the notice, and I think it's,
Well, the public will be looking at the notice. They're not
Yeah.
going to be delving into that detail.
professional agencies will go beyond.
Yeah,
But
but
the next
that's,
door neighbor,
so I totally second your thoughts that it's not fair notice to the general public to state it that way.
yeah.
And I think we were on the verge of deferring an application at a previous hearing for that very reason. So just something else to keep in mind, because if we get all variances stated like that, we very well may just defer it so that it gets clarified.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the comment. I understand the comment. The variances were worded with staff on it, and I understand this is a common way, and I've actually dealt with it in a similar way, but I do appreciate what the committee's getting at.
Understood, and we've spoken to staff in private meetings with regards to that as well. So, for sure.
Okay, thanks for hearing me out.
Okay.
No offense intended.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment as well.
Sure.
Or a question. First of all, I'll echo the comments about the wording of the minor variances, Mr. Agent.
Sorry, what's the?
Mr. Agent?
What's the question?
Sorry.
Yes, I wanted to say that I echo the comments about
Right.
the wording of the minor variances. We've seen this before. My question is this: do you have an approximation of the number of units that will be a bachelor versus 1 bedroom, 2 or 3?
So I do. It is on the plans, but I can tell you it's 10% of the 420 will be 3 bedrooms. Approximately 25% of them will be 2 bedrooms. So 2 bedrooms or more, which is what's often looked at for family size units, there'll be 35% of those units, and then the balance of the units will be 1 bedroom and bachelor units.
And of that breakdown, how many of those do you expect will be not fair market, adjusted?
Affordable.
Yeah.
Affordable units. My understanding typically is like there's an even. I think it has to be worked out in terms of the agreements, but I think typically that ratio is typically taking towards the same number ratio for the affordable units is used for the affordable rental units.
Thank you.
Okay, last question. Is there a reduction in parking for what you're proposing now?
There isn't a reduction in parking.
Spaces, no.
No.
Just location.
Just location. And part of the reason is that under the Planning Act now, because this is an MTSA, there are no minimum parking.
No,
requirements.
understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think we're good, unless there's any, no? Okay. So, thank you, sir. And any discussion, or is anyone ready for a motion? There are no speakers.
Is there anyone present in the room for 1736 and 1746 Weston Road? No.
Okay. Yeah, it just times out. Okay, sorry, so back to panel for discussion and or motion.
Chair, my only comment is, as far as discussion is concerned, we should be dealing with the application as far as the variances that are being requested. I know that the planning report is very thorough and speaks to a lot of things, and it speaks to the affordable component, but normally planning sends a report with recommendations. In this time, they sent a report for information. Additionally, the very first line in that report states categorically that city planning has no concerns. And I agree with that. Not necessarily that I always agree with planning, but certainly in this case, the report is sufficiently detailed that they have no concerns with what is being proposed here. Now, there are a large number of variances, and at first look, you sort of say, well, why are they back here with so many variances, with half a dozen variances? The fact of the matter is that this went to the OLT, and things came out of that, and planning made sure that everything was in order. So my comment to the panel is that we should be looking at it from the Ford test point of view and not issue with respect to the number of affordable housing units. Although I'm all for it, but I don't think that's what we're here for.
Okay, that's a fair comment. I just want to make a contrary comment, and that is if an applicant has gone through the OLT process or or other higher level approval like a rezoning, and then comes back here for minor adjustments, increase in stories, and the only rationale for that is to save money, I have an issue with that. If there's some public good to come out of that, I look at that differently, because it does speak to one of the tests, the test of, is this an appropriate and desirable use? So for that reason, that was why I chimed in about the affordable housing. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Well, and we're not contemplating a condition regarding the provision of affordable housing. I think we've decided, haven't we, that should we move for approval on this, the commentary and the motion could or could not include the applicant's commitment to providing up to at least 25% of the units to be affordable. But there's not going to be a condition.
Correct.
So it's really the mover's sentiments that count here, whether it's included or not. So if Mr. Gully's the mover, he won't say anything about it. And perhaps if I'm the mover, I will.
Well, one of you please move.
Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion. Chair, again, I've reviewed this file very carefully. I've also taken the time to review the justification planning reports from Goldberg Group. I also carefully reviewed the WSP report on the parking justification report of May the 8th, the Goldberg report of June the 2nd. I have also reviewed the Metrolinx information memorandum, and I've also reviewed the planning report. I believe that the variances that are being requested in this application are appropriate, they're desirable, and I believe that the changes that are being made do not, in my view, change anything with respect to the structure of the building in terms of massing, in terms of height. A few more floors, 4 or 5 more floors will not change the view from the sidewalk, from the street line, in my view. I believe the variances are appropriate, as I said. They're desirable. I'm going to move approval with no conditions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gully.
Okay, I'm prepared to second the motion. However, I'd like to make a just personal comment on it. My reason, strong, compelling reason for my support of this application is the fact that at least 25% of the units are committed to be, promised to be affordable. I think that was important in my consideration of this application. So I do second the motion without conditions, but I just wanted to make that comment for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval.
Okay, so for all the members, do you want an extra reason added that would state the proposal is appropriate due to the commitment by the applicant to provide 25% affordable rental housing as part of the development? So I have yes.
We can take a vote on that.
Yeah.
Chair, that was not part of my motion.
I understand, but the reasons are signed, the decision's signed by all 5 members, and they may have different reasons.
Of course, I understand. I thought that my seconder was saying that in public, for the public record, but I didn't know that he was making it as a condition, sorry.
It's not going to be a condition.
It's not a condition.
Not a condition.
As long as it's not a condition, I'm okay.
It's just, we would like, I'll move a motion that verbiage be included in our decision.
I just need a show of hands. Who wants that as a reason in the decision and in the minutes?
Okay.
So, I just want a show of hands.
So just to be clear, this is just a rationale and not a condition.
Correct.
It's in addition to the 4 tests, it would
Right.
be a reason for
And
the
I will vote
approval.
for it.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyone opposed to that?
So,
Chair, I'm still not clear. I want to be clear. Is it a condition?
No.
no,
Okay.
No.
it's a
So
reason
it's a
for the
rationale, but the
decision.
rationale is already in the public.
But the members have the ability to add reasons to their decisions, and members often ask for, members of the public often ask for that. You have that opportunity. You are not limited to the 4 tests when stating your reasons for a decision. It's not a condition.
It's not a condition. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's
so
the
we are-
Are
seconders,
you okay with it?
As long as it's not,
it's not a condition.
as long as it's not a condition, Chair, I'm just dealing with the variances before us.
Yep,
It's just
and I second it without
without a condition.
conditions.
Thank you.
So we're good? All right, let's move on. We can discuss this in the minute approval next time. Yeah. Do we need a break? Do we want to continue? Take a 5-minute break? 10? 10? 10, okay. Let's not negotiate. Thanks.
The meeting will commence at 11:15. 11:15.
Hi there, Christine. How are you?
Thomas? Bill, you're up. Okay, if we could start up again, please. So we're just on item 6, which is 11 Stockbridge Avenue. This is an application to construct a second-story addition above the existing dwelling, a 2-story south side addition, and a new covered rear yard deck. There are 4 variances being requested. Planning is requesting a condition in the event of approval. And our agent is online.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, one moment. I will unmute
No
them right
worries.
now.
Good morning, committee chair and committee members. My
Good
name is
morning.
Eduardo Begay.
Okay, just
I'm the applicant. Yeah.
before we start, I need some clarification because your variance number 1 is incorrect. And I'm trying to understand what's actually happening there.
As I'm saying, my name is Edward. I live in 14B Decide Park Drive. And we will have some explanation for the zoning because that's not the only one mathematical mistake from, or whatever we can call it, from the zoning examiner. So can I start one by one?
Well, I guess before you
But
start.
we're not here to answer your zoning questions. You received the zoning review before you submitted your application to committee. If you had questions, that was your opportunity when you received the zoning review to ask the zoning examiner. So are there errors on the notice the way it is now, is the question, and if there are, this has to be deferred.
So first of all, I'm not going to ask for deferral because we were supposed to have a committee of adjustment on June and not July. But because of, I don't know, I'm not going to go too much on that, but we were brought from June to July. And the owner of the house, the client, they already moved from the house because they thought it's going to go faster process. So that doesn't mean that we have to approve or disapprove this application, but I'm just saying. So the time is running for the homeowners and for the application. So can I just explain what happened and we can go from there?
Well, what we need is a clarification on what actual variance you want. And if we also have potentially a notice issue if it's more than what was posted.
So the first, it seems like the zoning examiner had a bad day.
Sorry,
Math abilities weren't there.
you just broke up.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I'm hearing every third word, I'm missing every third word.
Can you hear me now? Clear.
Somewhat.
Hello?
Okay, hello?
So can you hear me now? Yeah. I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. So the first variance, it's not true. It's not supposed to be there because
Okay, you're breaking up again.
it's a bigger number than 31.7. We tried. Okay.
I can't hear you.
Am I good now?
No.
Can you hear me?
No.
Can you please exit the meeting and try calling in because we cannot hear you properly?
Okay, look, can you get your numbers straight, figure out what the percentages are in relation to the square meters, and we'll come back to you after we do a few more items.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so what I'm suggesting is that you figure out your numbers for variance 1, and we'll come back to you at the end of the morning session.
Can I say something? I have to go to committee of adjustment in Mississauga in 1 o'clock. So I can't do that.
I can hear one of 4 words that you're saying.
Mr. Begay, can you exit the meeting and call in with your phone, and we can check on you after one of the following items? I have your phone number, so as long as you call in from the phone number that you supplied to us, I'll be able to find it in the list.
And I'm running out of the time right now. So can you hear me now?
Yeah, well, look, I don't want to hold up everybody else because we can't speak to you. That's not fair.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Mr. Chair, I've also been advised that the zoning review has an additional variance
the
that
first
was missed.
Okay, so we're going to wind up deferring this no matter what.
Yeah, because he's missing a wall height variance. So can we set this one down? The applicant will have to reach out to Nicole Milrose to figure out what needs to happen, and we'll come to this at the end of the morning session. Okay, so for the agent, please call Nicole to figure out what needs to happen, and then call back in.
And if you
after.
can't come back at 1 o'clock because you have another meeting, we're just going to wind up deferring your item. Sorry. Okay, so we're holding down item 6. Item 7, 37 FAIRLIN Drive. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 4 variances being requested. Forestry has advisory comments. There are no other comments or reports from city departments. And welcome.
Good morning. I'm
Good
Brian
morning.
Schilling, agent for the applicant.
Thank you. I don't think we need a presentation, if you're okay with that. If we have some questions, if you could stand by for those, if you're good with that. Thank you. Panel members?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Sorry?
Just a question on items 2 and 3. It notes the length of 19.61, but on the site plan it's showing 19.69. So I just wanted to confirm.
It was 1969.
Pardon me?
It was 1969 as per the site plan.
But on the notice,
it's 1961.
And that had been corrected.
And then item 3, the depth is 1975, but again, the depth on the drawings is 19.69.
And we had updated the drawings and sent them back to the city for that.
Okay. So there's a disconnect somewhere.
So you're prepared to accept the variances the way they're set? Or no?
No.
You're not.
They need a larger variance.
No, he said for item 2, it's 1969, not 1961. So that's a notice issue.
Did you provide City Committee of Adjustment staff with an updated zoning review?
Yeah, we provided a updated site plan.
No, zoning review.
Well, we responded to their comments.
To Toronto Building or Committee of Adjustment?
To who sent it to us. I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me.
So Toronto Building. But you submitted a zoning review to our office with your variances. If you weren't prepared to go ahead with those variances, you shouldn't have submitted your application prematurely. If you were asking for zoning to re-review your proposal. So what the committee has before them right now is 19.61. And I don't know what the other variance you just mentioned. So are you prepared to go with those figures or not? Because otherwise you have to be deferred.
Yes, we'll have to adjust.
Yeah, if you need what's on the site plan as opposed to what's on the notice, we're going to have to defer.
Can I take 1 second?
Yeah?
Yeah, just to.
So 3 is less than what's on the notice? 3 is less than what's on the notice? Okay. No, if you need it, you need it.
Sorry about that. For the 1969, we would like to request that for today.
So that's what I've said. Are you prepared to accept the figures that went out on the notice, which you submitted with Committee of Adjustment? You did not provide a zoning review that said 19.69. This is based on the information you provided to our office.
We'll take the 1961.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just a question, Chair. Will that affect the depth at all? You're not an architect, are you, or
Well, I work for the office.
for the office? Do you think it'll change the building depth? You've got a lot of leeway for variance 3. It may change that a little, but 19.69, if you're accepting that, that's fine. Maybe it might change your depth too, but for the better, because 19.75 is more than what you needed.
Correct. We want the 1975. Or I thought we were only dealing with the 1969, which is on number 2.
Okay, so you're okay. 19.69 is good, because
Okay.
right here, you're gonna get 19.75. So if
So
it does change the depth, you'll be okay. if
He's
you
got a
accept
margin there.
61.
Don't confuse the guy.
Okay.
Your only issue, I mean, we can decrease, but we can't increase without reissuing notice, right?
Right.
So if you're okay with 19.61,
Okay.
then we're okay with that. The only problem is if you actually need more than that, you're gonna have to come back.
No, we can make that work.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
No, so we're not gonna amend anything on the note, on what you're asking for. We're looking at what you've got on the notice. Okay.
And I apologize for the inconvenience on that.
Well, no, what, we just wanted to make sure that that didn't put you in a situation where you can't build what you just thought you got approved.
For 3 inches, I think we can.
You'll be okay.
figure it
All
out.
right. All right. There's no other speakers on this item? No?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Nobody.
So what we have before us is what we have.
Chairman, I'm prepared to move a motion. The 4 variances be authorized. They meet the 4 tests. Move approval, no condition.
Thank you, Mr. Goldie. Seconder? We got a tie here, but I'll take Bill. Okay, all in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item 8, 5 King's Cross Square. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 3 variances being requested. There are no comments from any city departments or neighbors. And the agent is online.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, ma'am. I don't think we need a presentation, but if you could stand by
Okay.
for questions, and if you're okay with that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any questions? No questions. Anyone else to speak to this item? I'm assuming not.
Not according to my notes, no.
Perfect. Okay, so let's take this into committee.
Mr. Chair, I will bring a motion to approve this application. I believe it's consistent with the 4 tests. I do not see any conditions or comments from internal
Thank you,
departments.
Mr. Popovic.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Okay, well, we're trying to make up a little bit of time here. Yeah. Okay, item 9, 19 Gilpin Avenue. This is an application to construct a new detached garage in the rear yard. There are 2 variances being requested. Eddie Perez is the agent. I guess I don't see him, so he's online.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I tried to sound check him earlier, but it wasn't successful, so hopefully everything's fine.
Hello, good afternoon. Good morning, Chairman and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. We're at 537 Rogers Road. How are you today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Perez. We're well. I don't think we need a presentation. If there's any questions, I would like them to be asked now, if you're okay with that.
I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Perfect. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Mr. Perez, I'm assuming you're replacing an existing shedder garage?
Yeah, there was a garage there about a year or 2 ago, but they tore it down, but it's replacing a previous garage, correct?
Okay, and did that building have a 0.46 meter rear yard setback?
Pardon me?
Did that original building that's now been torn down, I'm getting at the variance number 1, which is on the face of it, pretty significant, and I'm just wondering what the explanation for that is. You're required to have 7.5 meters and you're proposing 0.46. What's
Well,
the
the garage is
rationale
in the
for that?
same location. It's just the way the lot is situated. If you see behind the lot, there's a retirement home.
Yep.
And it's in the same location it was before, and we can't make the garage any longer because of the right-of-way. We can't encroach onto the right-of-way. So that's why we have a length variance, and the gentleman owns a small car. So if you see the garage on the one side, it's longer, and the other side, it's shorter. That portion is going to be used for storage, and the other one's going to be used for his car.
Don, you've got a cement wall behind them.
Yeah, there's a big cement wall behind.
I wouldn't want to leave a 7 meter.
Yeah, no, I agree.
You don't want to see that wall.
No, it makes sense.
Okay. Anyone ready for a motion?
Chair, I'm going to move that the 2 variances be authorized. Both variances are nominal. Move approval, no condition.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Seconder.
Second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? A unanimous approval.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Perez.
too.
Okay, item 10, 1 Loyalist Road. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage and an ancillary structure, i.e. a shed in the rear yard. There are 4 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting conditions 1 and 2 in the event of approval. Metrolinx has what I'm going to treat as advisory comments. And we have 2 letters of support, and there's a presentation that was submitted in our added material. Mr. Muscat.
Yes, would you like a full presentation?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I'm in your hands, sir, and good morning.
Good morning. Let me just double check. I'm assuming there are no other speakers on this item?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So to answer your question about the easement, we are not going to impose that. Metrolinx has the authority to do that without us. So we just are informing you that they want that. And it's up to you to deal with them.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Other than that, I have no other statements or questions unless anyone else does. No?
Chairman, I'm prepared to move a motion. Move approval, authorize the 4 variances, subject to urban forestry condition 1 and 2.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Seconder.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, for the next item, item number 11, along with the agent that you have on your list, who I believe is in person, there is also somebody else from the neighborhood
okay,
who is also here in person to speak.
perfect, thank you. Okay, so item 11 is 464 Royal York Road. This is an application to modify the development standards as set out in a OLT bylaw in order to accommodate additional height and an additional 86 rental dwelling units to the proposed apartment building. There are 10 variances being requested. Planning provided a report for information only, and that's all I got. Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's very close. My name is Adam Layton. I'm Associate Principal with Goldberg Group. We're the agent on behalf of the owner. I presume you would want a presentation on this one? Okay. If you could please bring up my slideshow. The property at 464 Royal York is in somewhat of a unique context, which I believe was described very well in the city staff report. I would note also, before I get into it, while the report from planning staff does not make a specific recommendation, it does conclude with the statement advising that planning staff have no objections, which I will take as support. In terms of the site, if we could go to the next slide, you can see the location abutting Royal York Road and the Gardner Expressway. As indicated in the planning staff report, there's a unique condition both with grade, but also the other side, the east side of Royal York Road, where there is a window street condition, which stretches the distance between this site and those residential lots. On the next slide shows the original approved development from the OLT, which is a 12-story, 112-unit purpose-built rental apartment building. The proposal at hand is shown in this following slide. It incorporates both additional GFA within the approved mass of the building, as well as 2 new stories atop. The interface with the ground plane is effectively unchanged, but for actually we've recessed further the first 2 levels of the ground at the south end of the building to enhance the prominence of that area. That is also described in the staff report. We undertook these changes through discussions with city planning staff. In terms of the number of variances, I would note that aside from the built form changes, there are several variances requested related to bicycle parking provisions. That is simply a factor of the bylaw changing after the citywide bylaw changes after the OLT decision was rendered. And even in the staff report as well, there was evolving policy with respect to mid-rise development as well as classification of avenues through the city, which I'm sure the committee is well aware of, which led to obviously the desire to increase the height of the building and as a result add over 80 new purpose-built rental apartment buildings in a highly transit supportive location. In terms of the site statistics, which are shown on the next page, you can see the changes to the GFA, the number of apartment dwellings. We're still maintaining that mix of well over 15% 2 bedrooms and 10% 3 bedrooms. We're satisfying the indoor and outdoor amenity space requirements of the bylaw. The height is increasing as per the diagram. I'll get to that on the next slide. Parking remains the same, and the bike parking rates have increased commensurate with the unit mix. In terms of the comparison of the diagrams, if we could go to the next slide, and I believe this was provided and uploaded through the AIC, and we also did include the diagram within our zone waiver that was circulated with the notice. You can see primarily the changes are to height, starting at the north side of the site where that number HT49 is. That is a result of including amenity space connected to the mechanical penthouse. That's indoor space, so it now is classified as a story, so that's the rationale for that height increase. We also needed to add setbacks to that structure, which is the 2 red circled numbers to the east of that. Then we have the actual roof structure for the balance of the building. That is that HT46. The step that was added at the south of the building above the 9th level, which was coordinated with staff, that's the HT 26, and then just changes to the southern setbacks, including, you'll note, the 10-meter setback to the dashed line at grade, which again is what I referenced earlier about enhancing the prominence of that southern entrance. The next slide just shows the building elevation comparing the approved and proposed. There are two colors. Sorry, next slide. There we go. Two colors. So the blue color indicates areas where we have just filled in the floor area. There were larger steps or half floor plates provided to satisfy the mid-rise guidelines that were in effect at the time. Those requirements have since been removed. And then the green circle just indicates the additional stories that have been added. So I think the key takeaway from this is that the ground plane, the relationship of this building to the surrounding area, is not being changed. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I have a few to start. So essentially you're adding 2 floors from what was approved at OLT.
Correct.
And with that addition, how many additional units are being introduced?
You are getting, I believe it's 86 new units, 85 new units.
How many of those are affordable?
There's no affordable per inclusionary zoning requirements. However, what this does result in is a greatly increased supply, as well as increased efficiency, which in my opinion as a professional planner would make this what we would say is intrinsically affordable or certainly more attainable.
Okay, but you're not providing any what would be considered affordable rental units then?
No, these would be market rental, but I would note that there is no policy requirement to provide affordable in this location either.
Okay, that's fine. You can note a whole bunch of things, but that's not what I'm asking. You're asking for a benefit of 2 additional floors, and your only sort of justification for that is you're going to provide more additional at-market units.
Well, I would respectfully disagree. I would characterize this as having a project versus not having a project.
So you're saying that you're financially not viable without the 2 floors?
I'm saying it makes the project more viable, which is certainly a consideration in these market conditions. And without the additional units, the cost of all the units that, if the building could be delivered, the cost to rent would be greater.
No, understood. Want to come back to handicap parking. You're reducing to 1. Did you have a parking justification study for that?
We did, both through the OLT process and subsequent to that. One thing I would note, obviously this would be a managed rental.
But OLT was requiring you to provide 3, were they not?
They were, but we did discuss the revisions with staff. What I would say in terms of building operations, as this is a managed rental building, providing 3 spaces would effectively reduce the overall provision of parking by 3 spaces. We cannot provide a space that's preserved for accessible to someone that is not, whereas...
And is that handicap spot going to be designated for tenants or for visitors?
It's my understanding it would likely be tenancy.
Okay, so there's no visitor accessible parking then?
Correct.
Okay, and how many?
Well, I should clarify. As part of the approved zoning, approved development, there are enhancements to the laneway, which maybe if we go back to one of the slides, maybe number 4, there are enhancements to the laneway to widen it and treat it as more of a street, including pseudo spaces that are pickup drop-off spaces within that laneway, as well as sidewalks, but those do not count to the zoning requirement.
Okay, but you don't even know if they'll be allowed to be parked there?
No, it is purposely being designed for pickup drop-off purposes.
For pickup drop-off, not for parking?
No, they would be pickup drop-off.
Okay, well, you're skirting the question to some degree.
I would note the visitor requirement is nominal in this case. The minimum parking requirement, in fact, is 0.
No, understood. We all understand that.
Yes.
Okay. What's the total number of units in this development?
If approved, it would be 197 apartment dwelling units.
Okay. And you feel that you only need 1 accessible parking spot for that number?
We feel we can effectively manage it with 1 reserved accessible and assign parking as needed through the balance of the supply because it is managed rental use.
But you're physically not going to provide the dimensions for that spot?
Correct.
Okay. Those are my questions. Anyone else?
Yeah, I got a few. Variant 7, can you explain the practicality of a bicycle space width of that much?
So that bicycle parking space actually refers to the bike rings that are being provided in the front landscaped area. The interpretation we got from the building department was that you could only park on one side of a bike ring while meeting the width requirement of the bylaw, when obviously I think we all know you can park on both sides of a bike ring with a bike. That is what is intended to reflect, and we want to do that to maximize the amount of landscaped open space along Oxford Street. Certainly, we can facilitate it through other means. We've already had discussions of that with city staff, but the preference would be to maximize the amount of landscape space.
Okay. And just another, I don't know if you were here earlier today, but I'll make my comment again about variances 2 to 5. I don't like the way they're worded. I think it's very unfair to the public because it forces them to review other documents. I think it would have been helpful if you'd had numerical values attached to each of those, rather than referring them to a document, presumably through a computer, which not everyone has, believe it or not.
Mr. Chair, the side-by-side is provided, and we do mail that out to the public.
I'm aware of that, but I think the notice itself should be clear and not require that.
If you
I know
look
you
at the
can dig
side-by-side,
down
though,
and find
it's
it.
very difficult to be able to, if anything changes in the floor plate and the setbacks, we have no way of describing that in a way that is understandable to anybody. Because a floor plate can change, the setbacks can change, the height can change on different pieces of the building. So that's why we ask applicants to provide the side-by-side.
So members of the public that don't have a computer are
We mail
substantially
the
disadvantaged.
side-by-side.
That gets mailed out as well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I like variances 2 to 5.
Okay, any other questions, or we do have another speaker? No? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please, come on up.
Good morning, members of committee.
Before you start, can we get your name and address, please?
Richard Pantalone, 321 Jeffcote Road. I represent 693380 Ontario Limited, which we are the abutting owners to the south, namely 452, 450, 448, and 446 Roy York.
Okay.
We're looking for a clarification on the applicant's proposal, because as we are aware, there is a bit of a conflict, and I don't know if staff can deal with this or the applicant. South setbacks to the building, which is the north end of our property. We have an inconsistency here, and the drawings are showing 5.6 meters, and the proposed variance in the application is 5.2. Could I please get clarification on that?
Is there anything else? Because we will get back to you on that, but I just want to give you the full 5 minutes. Do you have anything else?
I don't need anything further, thank you.
Just that, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll get the applicant to come back to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In answer to that question, we typically apply a bit of a, for lack of a better word, a buffer for construction tolerance to just make sure we don't have to come back to committee if we're off by, a few centimeters here or there. But the actual plan setback is 5.6.
Okay, so you're asking for a little bit more?
Correct.
But your proposed?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that work for you?
Thank you.
Richard, you're good with that? Okay, thanks. Well, you don't need to come back. If you're good, you're good.
We are good with this answer. Now, we could have got it any time by a phone call or request, but we're putting the city and the applicant on notice. We're watching this application. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thanks. Okay. Any other questions, or can we move to committee? Okay, let's take it into committee. Any discussion?
Motion? Sure. With that, I'd like to move a motion for approval, as I do believe the application meets the 4 tests and there are no conditions.
Okay.
Second?
Let me catch up here. Hold on. Bill Belton, seconded by Dominic Gully. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you. Item 12 has been deferred. Item 13 is 352 Lake Promenade. This is an application to legalize and maintain an existing garage that has been extended and converted into a habitable space, and to construct a 2-story rear addition and a deck in the rear yard. There are 2 variances being requested. Only thing we have on file is an order to comply. And why am I missing? Oh, okay. Okay, we have a speaker. I don't know if online, I'm assuming?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Stephen Kirschenblatt.
Agent is online?
Is agent
Okay.
online, yes. Your list has a area resident in opposition in person, but they weren't checked when they came in, so I don't know if they're here. Is there a Minu CCAN?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we're good. Okay, is Stephen there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good morning. This is a pretty straightforward application. I was brought in, I'm the architect and agent. I'm at 20 DeBoers Drive in Toronto. I was brought in by the owner after she inadvertently started to repair the garage on the side of her house, which triggered the order to comply. So we're trying to just rebuild the roof of the attached garage. So variance number 2, I believe, is really just to maintain the existing side yard setback of that garage. We're only really rebuilding the roof of it, not the walls that were there when my client bought the property. The client at the same time coming to the committee, we discussed the improvements to the house. So she's asking you for permission to add some floor area to create a 2-story addition to the rear. That 2-story addition is fully in compliance with bylaw setbacks and height. There is a very low FSI on this neighborhood of 0.35. So the existing dwelling is at the 0.35, and we're moving additional GFA brings the variance up to, or the FSI to 0.51. So in terms of the location of the addition, it's in compliance. We feel that the addition is in conformance with the general intent of the bylaw. The low FSI is unusual. Most of the city of Toronto is somewhere between 0.6 and 0.8, but this is a very low FSI. So I think that's pretty straightforward. I'm here for any questions that you may have.
I have a question with regards to variance 2. Is that an existing site setback?
That's the existing garage that triggered all of this, where she started to rebuild the roof structure without.
Well, the reason you got an order to comply, I mean, you can rebuild an existing structure, but the reason you were issued an order to comply is because the size of the garage was extended. So I just want to be clear on that.
My client bought the garage at the size that it is. I think the garage, in accordance with the surveys that we have and filed, does appear to be bigger. So we are showing that extension. That was already there, so we're trying to legalize that. But all was in conformance with the existing side yard setback.
Okay, so somebody didn't do their legal work on closing then, did they? Okay.
Correct.
Any other questions? No? Okay. So I'd like to ask the other speaker to come up, please.
Thank you.
So you're the next door neighbor?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
So dear members of the committee, my name is Minusi Kent, and I'm the next door neighbor to 352 Lake Promenade. I respectfully request
What is
the
your
committee.
address?
Sorry? My address is 354 Lake Promenade.
Thank you.
Committee should refuse this application. And my concerns are not based on opposition to reasonable home improvements. Rather, they arise from the cumulative impact of this proposal on safety, accessibility, emergency egress, privacy, and planning integrity. The application proposes the reconstruction of the existing attached garage into a recreational room and the construction of a new family room addition, increasing the gross floor area from 207.18 meters square to 269.83 meters square, while maintaining extremely narrow side yard setbacks of approximately 0.83 meters. And before I start, that garage, which is currently now we see, is not the original garage when the property owner bought this property. This is a rebuilt with extension to the front, extension to the back, extension to the side, so which has further narrowed down the distance between the garage and my property line, as well as height. So that is not the original print. And my primary concern is safety. This proposal converts an existing garage into habitable living space and expands the building footprint, especially in an area where separation distances are already very minimal. The purpose of zoning setbacks is not simply aesthetic. Setbacks provide critical safety buffers that assist with fire containment, emergency response, building access, maintenance, and evacuation. So when the side yard clearance is less than a meter, the proposal reduces the margin of safety available. This application has a particular serious consequence for my household. I rely on an electric chair. My accessible ramp and exit door are located immediately adjacent to the garage area affected by this application, and constitute my only practical means of independent entry and exit, and times I'm alone at home. If a fire were to occur in the proposed addition or converted garage area, smoke, heat, flames, structural failure, or emergency operations could quickly render that exit inaccessible. Even for the occupants of the house, that exit area is so narrow that a fire operator with the equipment cannot pass through to go to the back of the house. And I'm also concerned about the actual use of this property. While tenancy matters may fall outside the direct scope of this application, the committee should consider the practical reality. To the best of my knowledge and observation, the owner is largely an absentee landlord. The property is frequently rented on a short-term basis, often for periods of 1 to 4 months, and regularly accommodates multiple occupants, including basement renters. So when you increase the habitable spaces, you will have more renter in that property. And as you mentioned, July 16, 2024, there has been an order to comply after determining that addition and alteration to the attached garage has been undertaken without a building permit, and it has been extended approximately 1.5 meters on both and also on the side. So this is a very significant concern for safety. And they also have removed every single tree on the property, even with last one with the permit, but usual houses in that neighborhood has 2 to 5 trees, no trees left in there. So under it, in my respectful submission, the application fails the test of all 4 planning area, and a variance cannot be considered minor simply because the numerical changes appear small. The real world impact must also be considered in this application.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yes. So these impacts are neither minor nor desirable, and that ramp and the area adjacent is not just a convenience for me, it is a lifeline. So I would like you to consider that.
I'm going to cut you off there, but I do want to ask some questions.
Yes.
Are you saying that your ramp is to the east of your property?
My ramp is at the back, and yes, it is east. It's adjacent to the, what do you call,
To the existing garage?
yes. And because they keep narrowing the space, so now it's practically,
Okay, but you're not accessing over their property, you're accessing on your own property, right?
yes, but if there is a fire, there is no way that the ramp is wooden, the garage is wooden, and it has further increased closer.
Okay, well, all I can say is that if they're going to change the garage to habitable space, they will have to comply with the Ontario Building Code, which will require them to fireproof that wall. And
But they have
that's
already-
that's beyond us. That's not what we're.
No, but they have already increased the footprint wider, much wider. The garage is not the original garage that was there. Had they done work on that one, that would have been fine.
Are you
because-
saying that the original garage was further from the property line than the current one is?
Yes.
Okay,
It was a
that's-
smaller, further, and
That's not what I just heard from the applicant, because I just asked them that.
that's not true, though.
Okay, well, we'll come back to the applicant regarding that. Anyway.
Because they're saying that this garage existed as it is now, and they are only changing the roof. The roof has been long changed in 2024. There's a stone wall, and wooden structure has been added to expand in all directions, height, width, and length.
Okay, we're going to get clarification on that. Thank you. Any other questions? No?
Sure, just a question. I can understand your concern with respect to fire safety. When city building reviews the application, in order for them to obtain a building permit, there's a circulation process, and they have to meet all the regulations with respect to safety, access, and so on. I guess you don't feel comfortable then that that part of the process is not going to take place, because if there's an issue with respect to fighting a fire on a single-family residential home, even with a second second habitable space there, okay, it needs to meet the fire code, and the fire department has to also concur with what's being proposed. Does that provide you with any level of degree of comfort?
That's why I mentioned, which was, that it is not used the purpose of a single detached home. It's used as a rooming house. I know it's not your provision.
I know.
And the only reason I know, because last year I wasn't well, so I worked from home. So this is 8 or 9 people living. And when I asked the landlord, and they said they're all my relatives, which is very unlikely. People from 4 different countries living in there in single.
Well, you have other remedies for addressing that.
I know, I'm just
which have
saying
nothing
that
to
look
do-
at the real impact, please, when you consider this application.
We don't take, we zone for property and for use, not for people. So we can't take that under consideration.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Thank you. If I can have the applicant back.
Yes, I'm just going to unmute him right now.
All right. Am I, everybody hear me?
Yes.
I believe there's a survey on file that you could look at that I think it's dated from the 1980s that shows the side yard setback of the garage. it is no different than the side yard setback that we are asking to ask for the variance. So the garage walls were all existing. They were expanded, like as I said, by the previous owner, and my client didn't understand the implication of that when she bought the house. But we're asking to legalize that extension, and there's some cosmetic extensions at both ends of the garage, but the wall itself is not being moved. It's just being lengthened a little 5 feet to the rear. And there's an existing fence between our property and our neighbors that spoke. So we're not really sure how the distance between our house and her house really affects her use of her side yard. It's not a common side yard, it's fenced right across. And you are correct to point out that this will have to comply with the building code and fire regulations on a wall that is at this 0.83 meters from the lot line. Will have a higher fire rating than a wall setback 4 feet or 1.2 meters from the lot line. So it's really a matter of changing the use of the garage, which added to the GFA, because there is an existing parking space that complies in front of the garage on the street side of the garage that provides the necessary parking and compliance. That was not a variance, and the owner would like to use that space as habitable space. She's a working woman, and she has family from out of country visiting frequently, and she's providing a service to a lot of them, friends that are living in that large house. And she would not deem it as a rooming house, and she is not absent. Believe me, I've been there many times. So the addition to the rear is really, as I said, in compliance. The family room, the deck, there's no variances other than what comes out of that low GFA allowed on that large lot. And 0.51 times, I think, is a very minor variance.
Okay, my only comment is, I believe you're asking for 0.83, and on the survey, it's 0.8, so I wouldn't argue about, you probably may, just with new cladding or whatever, that may have made up the difference, I
Right.
suppose.
Right, exactly.
Okay. No, sorry.
Sorry.
But that doesn't really concern us. Who did it? What we have before us are the variances. And what we decide is whether those variances are acceptable or not. Who did the work, when they did the work. If you want to go and chase that down through the building permit process at the City of Toronto, have at it. But that's not what we're going to get into. We're looking at the current situation and what the situation is right now. And I'm hearing some inconsistencies from what you just told us to what we can see on the drawings and what the applicant said.
So the order to comply was issued to the current owner, so I believe that they were responsible for the work.
They probably were responsible for lengthening the garage, but I believe the other deputant said they also widened the garage.
No.
So there's a little bit of inconsistency on both parties right here, in my view. Because I don't know how you get an order to comply after buying something when you haven't done anything. That's the point I'm making. They probably did. But that's why they're here, and that's why they had to pay a double fee, because they didn't apply to the committee first.
Sorry,
Anyway,
you've spoken, you're not in front of the microphone, you can't speak anymore.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You are not permitted to speak again.
Okay, any other speakers? I'm assuming not. We already had the rebuttal in any case, so let's take it into committee.
Chairman, unless other members have any comments, There are two variances before us. I believe the two variances that are being requested are appropriate, desirable. I move approval, no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for the next item, the majority of the people that you have on your list are here. And in addition to those people, I have a couple of more.
That's okay. I will get to those before we get to anyone who's online. Thank you. So item 14, I think this is the main event for our morning. 4668 and 4670 Dundas Street West. This is an application to construct a new 6-story apartment building that would contain a total of 58 dwelling units. There are 7 variances being requested. Planning has provided a report for information only. We have a letter from the counselor, which is not supportive. And we have 60+ letters of objection. And who is our applicant agent? Good morning.
Good morning. That's better. My name is Ryan Doherty. I'm a planner with Bouse Fields, agent, and my address is 3 Church Street. I do have a slide presentation. If staff could please pull that up before my time. Thank you.
Chair, I wonder if I can ask a couple of questions. This may be unorthodox, but I'd like to ask a question before the presentation is made, if you would give me that opportunity.
Okay, we won't delve into the applicant's time then.
Please.
Okay, go ahead.
May I ask Mr. Doherty a couple of questions? You allow me to ask him some questions?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Before you proceed, I wanted to ask you, was there any formal community consultation on this item, on this project?
Yes, there was. Our office mailed out notices prior to the city's own notices for this application. We had our own virtual applicant-led meeting in June. We sent out 100 notices for that meeting where we answered questions from residents and heard concerns. And we also engaged in door knocking with the immediate 6 neighbors to the site as well.
On the virtual meeting, how many people attended? Can you tell us that?
Yeah, we had about 8 attendees. I think the number was actually more because there was groups of people who were listening in virtually. So I'd guess probably around 20.
Yeah. Given the level of interest and comments on this application, have you thought about the possibility of, before you give us all the evidence, possibility of asking for a deferral to do further consultations or to do further reviews?
We have considered it, and we don't think it necessary. We do think a lot of the concerns that we've heard, and I'm happy to speak to them further, are about the notion of a 6-story apartment more generally, as well as concerns about stormwater management, traffic concerns that are irrespective of the variances is how I would put it. So I don't think we're at a point where we'd like to defer on the merits. We'd like to proceed with the application today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, always worth a shot. Please proceed.
Sorry to make everybody's morning a bit longer. We can go to the second page. We are appearing before the committee after more than a year of review through a corresponding site plan application. We have been working very closely with city staff on this. It's very telling that community planning have written a report concluding that the application is consistent with the OP and follows the intent of the bylaw. It's also telling that there have been no concerns raised from engineering, transportation services, or forestry, all of whom have reviewed this application. We would encourage the committee to strongly consider the opinions of staff. If we could maybe go to the third page, although it looks like it's frozen. I'm in the hands of the committee.
Pause this time. I have questions I could ask now, which I was going to wait till the end of the.
Happy to answer any questions now, Mr. Chair.
So this section of Dundas Street West, I believe is on the Avenues map of the City of Toronto zoning map now. But I'm not sure if you're familiar with the original zoning designation, which it was not.
So there's two things here. Avenues are in the official plan. This site has been on an avenue for quite some time.
I'm not sure it has, because the original OP did not include this section of Dundas Street West. I can show you a copy of the original, but it didn't. It was added later. There's the EHON component as well, which
Correct.
is separate from that, but just with respect to the avenues itself. And that new overlay, which I believe you used in your presentation, I believe some of those sections of avenues were appealed and still may be under appeal. Do you know if this is part of that?
The broader avenues policies are in force in effect.
Everywhere?
With respect to this stretch, yes.
Okay.
This site is on an avenue in the OP as of this application coming in.
Yeah, I'm just saying in the original OP, it was not.
Yes, it may have been added over time.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. No problem.
In the original OP, though, part of the official plan included a road classification system, and that road classification system identified Dundas Street West as what?
As a major street.
As a major street, but not part of the avenue definition. Okay. We're being inundated with technical issues today.
Always frustrating. If I could make a suggestion, you could perhaps opening it in Chrome as well.
Chrome has been the biggest problem with us today.
Oh, okay.
It's not our friend.
It's not mine either. Yeah, we can start here. Yes, that'd be great. So as I mentioned, we have been working with staff on this since last February, and city staff have written what I would call a supportive report, and there are no other comments from other divisions. We can skip 2 slides ahead, as we've already talked to engagement. This site is on Dundas Street West. It is in proximity of Islington Station. We can go to the next page. As discussed, this site is on an avenue, and it's on a major street. It's designated neighborhoods. The in-force avenues policies say that this is a growth area with the planned function being mid-rise. Through the city's major street study, there is now a policy framework for 6-story, 60-unit apartments as of right on this site. Next page, please. This proposal is a 6-story rental apartment building with 58 units. 66% are 2- and 3-bedroom units. Next page, please. This is a site plan, and what it shows is that the building is set back 6 meters from Dundas, 8.6 meters from the north, 7.5 meters from the rear, and 5.5 meters from the south. To the rear, the building provides a separation distance of 30 meters from the adjacent houses on Nottingham. For comparison, that's about the width of Dundas Street West. The areas in green are proposed to be soft landscaping, and the proposal has soft landscape buffers, fencing, and tree planting along all abutting property lines. There are also no projecting balconies or rooftop amenities. We can skip 2 slides ahead. There are 7 variances proposed. With respect to the density variance, I want to be very clear that the major streets bylaw removed density requirements for 6-story apartments. However, the bylaw did not address all conflicting density requirements within the citywide bylaw. The city has stated that this issue will be addressed through future housekeeping amendments. However, the intent of the bylaw is clear in this regard. Regarding loading, as the building is under 60 units, it complies with the city's 2024 solid waste management guidelines for curbside waste collection. Next slide, please. With respect to the built form, while the building is longer than permitted, the proposal complies with most of the built form performance standards in the bylaw. So for example, it complies with the front and rear yard setbacks. It exceeds the side yard setbacks within 25 meters. It's under coverage, and it almost doubles the required landscaping and soft landscaping areas. So when you put all of those things together, in our view, there is adequate space to accommodate the increased length on site. Next page, please. This diagram helps to illustrate the permitted buildable area by the bylaw compared to what's proposed. So in pink is the permitted area within 25 meters. The pink hatch is what's permitted if a variance is granted for greater length. The area in orange is what's permitted, but this proposal does not use. The area in blue is not permitted by the bylaw and is one of the variances we're seeking. What this image helps to illustrate is the areas shown in pink and blue are situated further away from the side lot lines than what the bylaw would allow, which is shown in orange. We can go to the next slide, please. The proposal seeks a 0.7 meter increase in building height. This increase is sought so that the floors can achieve typical 8.5 meter or 8.5 foot to 9 foot floor to ceiling heights. There is no net impact in our view, given that there are no additional windows being proposed at that height. Next page, please. In terms of loading, there is no change to the existing condition as curbside waste pickup already occurs here on Dundas. The proposal includes an enclosed waste storage room preventing site and odor impacts. On collection days, property management will bring bins to the curb. They will go on a staging pad. Once picked up, they will be brought back. And there is a driveway to accommodate visitor parking and pickup drop-off. Next page. In terms of trees, we have been very intentional about retaining boundary trees as well as larger growing shade trees, and the intent is to supplement them with new tree planting. I'm just going to go to the last slide. Finally, from day one of this project, we knew that stormwater management was a key issue here. The proposal will actually improve stormwater management conditions on site and adjacent properties by having an on-site stormwater management system and tank, which will have storage and controlled flow into the city sewer. There's going to be new catch basins, and any overland flow has to drain to Dundas. That's required by the city. We wouldn't be approved otherwise. So I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have quite a few, I have questions. I'm sure other panel members do as well. And I think I'd like to get into them before we get into the other presentations. So I wanted to get a clarification. Can we pull up the slide which shows the parking area?
The parking area,
Yeah.
that would be the ground floor plan.
Yeah.
We can go earlier. There's a more clear version.
Well, if you come back to that pink one, I have a question. Well, that's good.
Okay.
As well. Okay, so that entrance from Dundas, does that go into the building at that point?
It's a cantilevered area, so it's open, and then the building sits
Okay, because
above it.
because in your elevations, it just shows like a doorway, like a.
That's the end of it's the end of the parking area.
Okay, so there's nothing there. It's just open.
There are columns to support the structure.
Understood,
Yeah.
understood. But yeah, because I was looking for a garage door and that just confused me. So I understand that now. Thank you. That was just a clarification. If we can come back to the multicolor one where you were showing permitted versus, okay. So the required side yard setbacks are 7 meters or thereabouts, are they not?
There's a number of different requirements. So the EHON bylaw for the first 25 meters, the EHON bylaw has two requirements, one for what they call primary windows and one for secondary windows. Primary windows, the setback's 5.5 meters. For secondary windows, setback's 2.4 meters. So that's within the first.
Okay, but you're saying that orange is as of right. What's the distance between the orange to the property line?
2.4 meters.
So how is that in compliance?
Because the required setback is only 2.4 meters for a secondary window, which is what we have in that location.
I see, okay.
So it's using, what this diagram is trying to distill is where the proposed windows are placed in the proposal what are the corresponding setbacks of the major streets bylaw? What does that actually translate to on the page? So where along the side elevations, aside from the inset portion, it's all secondary windows,
Okay,
which means
so-
they can be closer to the side lot lines.
And are you proposing secondary windows there now?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm happy to clarify what the bylaw says is primary, secondary, if that would be
No,
helpful. Okay.
I get it now. Okay, thanks. Any other questions before we move on to the speakers? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before we go to the next speakers, the neighbors have requested to speak in a specific order, and that order is reflected on your sheet.
Okay.
So the first person would be Noah Gordon, despite the fact that they are online.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Okay, so I will.
So I'm just going to prefix all of this by, I'm assuming the neighbors know, the residents are aware that we can't contest the land use. We're here to discuss the appropriateness of the variances. So just go ahead. Thank
Okay,
you.
I'm going to unmute Mr. Gordon right now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, loud and clear.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Noah Gordon, and I'm counsel for Mark and Rosemary Littman, the owners of 44 Nottingham Drive. The applicant seeks 7 variances for increased density, increased building length, increased building height, reduced setbacks, reduced landscaping, reduced accessible parking, and no loading spaces. This is what I like to call a zoning application in a minor variance clothing. In Councillor Holliday's letter to this committee about this application, he states, variance requests which seek to test the limits of council's new policy rather than provide practical relief needed to adapt to unique site conditions should be referred to City Council or dealt with through a rezoning application. I agree. This application walks, talks, and sounds like a zoning application, and that is because it should be. Nonetheless, the proposal is before you in the form of a minor variance. And before minor variances can be approved, of course, all 4 tests of the Planning Act must be satisfied. And the applicant submits that the requested variances meet the tests. Respectfully, I submit they do not. First, the variances are not minor. The applicant's planning letter says that the test for whether a variance is minor is about the assessment of impact. That is not the legal test. The committee is required to consider both the size and the importance of the variances, which includes an evaluation of their respective impacts to determine whether the variances separately and together are minor. That is what the courts say is the test. And when the actual test is applied here, the variances simply cannot be characterized as minor. The applicant seeks permission for a building containing more than 7 times the permitted GFA, together with a nearly 40% increase in building length and a setback reduction of more than 25%. Required loading is entirely eliminated. More importantly, the variances must be considered cumulatively. They are not 7 unrelated requests. Each serves the same purpose, permitting a larger building, greater development intensity, and a development form that would not otherwise be permitted. Taken together, they produce a fundamentally different development envelope from the one contemplated by the zoning bylaw. And I submit that having regard to their size, importance, and cumulative impact, these variances cannot be considered as minor. Second, the variances are not desirable from a planning and public interest perspective. The question before the committee is whether this proposal enabled by these 7 variances represents good planning on this site. And we submit that it does not. 76 objection letters were submitted in opposition to this application, including from my clients, raising concerns about privacy and overlooked traffic, parking, grading, drainage, tree protection, and stormwater management impacts. What is notable is not merely the existence of those concerns, but the absence of the technical studies, analysis, and evidence to evaluate them. Studies that would be required if this proceeded as a zoning application, which it should. Instead, the committee is effectively being asked to accept the applicant's word that those impacts will not occur here, where significant concerns have been raised and the supporting evidence is absent for a proposal of this nature. The committee cannot be satisfied that the applicant has demonstrated that these variances are desirable. Third, the application does not maintain the intent of the official plan, particularly its policies respecting transition, compatibility, privacy, and the protection of established neighborhoods. The surrounding area consists overwhelmingly of detached homes. The applicant proposes a building immediately at the maximum height of greater length and mass with no meaningful setbacks and no meaningful transition in build form. This is an abrupt change in scale, not the type of transition contemplated by the official plan. And the fact that the site is located on a major street does not displace the official plan's compatibility and transition requirements. Fourth, the application does not maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw. The bylaw, as amended, carefully balances intensification with compatibility through a series of interrelated requirements governing density, building length, height, setbacks, landscaping, parking, and loading. The applicant seeks relief from many of the core requirements simultaneously. This is not a proposal that generally complies with the bylaw, but requires a few adjustments. The proposal depends on multiple significant departures from very recent policy changes to work. This does not maintain the intent of the bylaw, it undermines it. Finally, I would like to address briefly the staff report produced for this application. And unlike many staff reports, including reports for applications on today's agenda, it does not provide a substantive analysis on how the 4 statutory tests have been satisfied. The word minor is not at all used in the report. There is what I would call only a passing reference to the OP and the zoning bylaw. And instead, it largely describes the proposal and notes that the review will continue through the site plan process. However, site plan approval cannot cure a failure to satisfy the 4 statutory tests that the committee must do today. And I have one or two more
If I
sentences.
can get you to wrap up, please.
As I said at the outset, members, this is a zoning application and minor variance clothing. I respectfully submit that the applicant has failed to establish that the 4 tests have been met.
Thank you.
And I would request that you refuse the application.
Okay, are we going to in-person now?
Yes, that's correct. So just
Unless
going-
there's any questions from panel members of the
That's right.
first deputy? No? Okay. So we have Ann Anderson. Good afternoon.
It is afternoon, isn't it?
It is.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Ann Anderson, and since I was here last month, I have moved. I now live at 259 the Kingsway. I'm speaking on behalf of the Humber Valley Village Residents Association, and I have some friends here to join us. Today, you're going to hear from a number of them. They have coordinated their presentations so there's minimal repetition, and I intend not to duplicate their comments. I thoroughly agree with the previous statements, and actually, they represent a good deal of what I was going to say, so I won't say that again either. HVVRA is concerned about the precedent this application could set. This section of Dundas Street West is not a commercial main street. It's bordered on both sides by established residential neighborhoods. Similar conditions exist on many major streets in Etobicoke and throughout Toronto. If this degree of relief that we've been speaking about is considered minor here, it becomes increasingly difficult to distinguish this from future applications which will seek similar and even greater departures from the zoning bylaw. Responsible intensification is important, and HVVRA supports appropriate redevelopment. But there's an important distinction between modest adjustments to zoning standards and proposals like this that fundamentally exceed them. For these reasons, and for the detailed concerns you're going to hear from other members of the association, the HVVRA respects that the committee refuse this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Seeger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Seeger. I live at 38 Nottingham Drive. We back directly onto the back of the proposed development. I agree and adopt the submission made by Mr. Gordon, so I'll try to avoid duplication of what he's already discussed. What I wanted to delve in more with is the issue of the GFA. which is 750% above what is currently allowed in Chapter 9, RD 28 for this property area. The applicant identifies as a technical issue, that they believe that there is an error in the bylaw and that some future council may address it. In their submission documents, they do identify that the city staff says Chapter 900 RD 28 is still the law. It still applies. With respect to the RD 28, the applicant's supported letter is factually incorrect when it implies that RD 28 only applies to performance standards for a detached house, when in fact under 28, only 3 of the 6 clauses apply to a detached house. Those that relate to height, depth, and side setbacks. However, the clause dealing with GFA applies to all building types that are allowed under Zone RD. The 6 residential types of buildings, which includes apartment buildings, plus the other 20 types of building types that are permitted with conditions. So under Clause C, it applies to every type of building that might be there. So that means that their rationale for the 750% increase in GFA is their belief that, as I said, council might change this in the future. But as it stands right now, the bylaw doesn't permit it. I won't go into evaluation of the tests. Mr. Gordon has already dealt with it. I do want to talk about one item that is apparent in their original submitted documents, in that I don't believe that they're making 58 units. I think they're going to go to 63 units. Because on the 2nd to 6th floor, the rear 2-bedroom apartment of 1,000 square feet is odd in that it's larger than the 3-bedroom apartment on the same floor of 845 square feet. The layout on the ground floor is shown as 2 500 square foot single bedroom apartments, and that on floors 2 to 6, this 2-bedroom apartment has 2 doors opening up to the public corridor and a demising wall that separates the space into 2 spaces. I believe that they might try to come back for another variance to increase from 58 to 63 units, which then creates another problem of exceeding the EHON rules for this type of space, and also would negate the city's approval of curbside pickup for garbage. In the end, I don't believe the combination of the GFA, the extension of the building length, the side setbacks, has resulted in overmassing of the space. There is no transition to other adjacent spaces, building on building height, and I request that the minor variances be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. And is the next speaker then Arsal Ahmed?
Yes, Arsal Ahmad is the next person, but I don't think that they were checked when they came in. So is there an Arsal Ahmad from 4673 Dundas Street West here?
No.
We can proceed to the next person then.
Okay.
They're not online.
So, apologies if I mispronounce it, but Annie Perilous?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Anaí Perlas, and I'm the next door neighbor to the proposed building at 4672 Dundas Street West. I would request that you please bring up my slides before my time starts. In the meantime, while you get the slides, I would like to confirm that I was never approached by the developers for consultation. I learned from my neighbors 1 month ago that this building is being proposed. I submitted a PDF, and they told me that they had attached it to my letter. I submitted it with the original submission. 4672 Dundas Street West. That's my address. And what was his name? Adam. He confirmed my email that he received my presentation. Adam? Adam.
I think it's listed as 7672 by mistake in your package. Opposition 20.
That's my husband's letter. That's not me. Oh, yes, that looks like mine. Thank you. So if you go down to the slides, please. Yeah, next one. So we're here to discuss 7 variances that are proposed for this building. I have concerns about all of them, but in the sake of time, I'm going to talk about variance number 2 and number 3. Next one, please. Variance number 2 requests a decrease in the south side setback from 7.5 meters to 5.5 meters. I am the next door neighbor to the south, and this is a picture of my wall facing the new proposed building. I have significant concerns about the negative impact that the reduced setback is going to have on the privacy of my family, as well as the privacy of the future renters of the units. And I would request that the committee upholds the city bylaw of 7.5 meters requirement. Next one, please. I think it's a very well accepted tenet that for a livable neighborhood and a livable city, what is really important is not the buildings themselves, but the spaces between the buildings. Next one, please. And fortunately, if all these 7 variances are approved, there's going to be limited space between these buildings. And I have a particular concerns about variance number 3, that is requesting an extension of the length or depth of the building from the lilac color to the pink, hot pink color from 25 meters to 34.9 meters. So we are not entertaining a few inches here or half a foot there. This is 9.9 extra meters that they want to build on this building, 32 feet. In my mind, that is a long distance, but we need to ask ourselves, what are we going to lose if we approve this variance? Next slide, please. So this is what we're going to lose. This is what currently exists in that area where the variance is proposed. We have 6 consecutive homes that are completely barrier-free. There are no fences, there are no walls, and we have a fantastic green space that could continue to be enjoyed, not only by our neighbors, but the future neighbors renting this building. If we uphold the city bylaw to the 25 meters, we can preserve this green space. We live in a fantastic country with long winters and short summers. So every little bit of sunshine and natural light is key to the mental health and well-being of all our Etobicoke citizens. Next one, please. So this variance 3 is very concerning in my mind. It's a 40% increase from the bylaw limits. It's going to create a massive wall. The existing green space will disappear, and there's definitely going to be reduced privacy and long shadows. So we have a very important decision. You have a very important decision to make today. Next one, please. You can skip the next one and go 2 more. Yeah, next one. Next one, please. So you have a very important decision. Which building is going to be built? Not that one, the previous. That's okay, previous. Yeah, that one. So which building is going to be allowed to be built? An oversized building with limited green spaces, reduced natural light and privacy, if the variances are approved, or a building that upholds the city by law restrictions, that is going to be smaller footprint with a much more human scale, with a large area of green spaces, lots of sunshine and natural light, and greater privacy for our neighbors. So this also is going to affect the lives not only of the existing neighbors, but the coming tenants that are going to rent these units. So I urge you to please make the right decision and approve the second building by voting the variances down. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go away. Question?
Chair, I did have a question.
Yes, my favorite part.
Chair, I did have a question. Thank you so much, first of all, for excellent presentation. And also your graphics were amazing. I'd like to ask Olivia if she would please place the site plan again. Yeah, that one there. I just wanted to ask you, you very thoroughly and correctly spoke to the variances that are being requested. If the building were to be proposed as shown on this graphic, the purple part, without the height variance, the variance we're requesting is 19.7 as opposed to 19. If the proposal were that purple footprint with 19 meters, would that change your opinion of this proposal?
What we're here to discuss is not the building itself. We know that a building is allowed up to 19 meters, up to 6 stories. My concern is variance number 3, which is going to make this building a lot longer, and it's going to reduce the amount of direct sunlight. It's going to reduce the amount of natural light. And again, this is key for the mental health and well-being of all our Etobicoke neighbors. We can preserve this today.
And I don't disagree with you. I agree with you. But my point is that one slide shows a purple footprint. That purple footprint does not require any of those variances. The height variance is only 0.7 meters.
Yes.
Would something like that be agreeable to you?
Again, I'm here to speak specifically about the variances.
Okay.
And because we have so many neighbors that are going to speak today, we don't want to overlap too much. My main concern is variance number 3.
Number 3.
If I had my choice, I would still have Elizabeth Campbell live there.
I understand. The variance that you're referring to, 25 meters to 34.9 meters.
Exactly. So the
Thank-
city
Okay.
bylaw allows the 25 meters. I think 34.9 is excessive, and it's going to have a huge impact on the livelihood of the neighborhood.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there's a few more people that joined in the meantime. So the gentleman, Arsal Ahmad, who was the previous speaker, is now online, so I can unmute them.
That's okay. He's online. Let's leave him there till all the in-person people speak.
Understood.
So, and Kwan?
Yes. I'm going to speak from the heart, if that's
Please.
okay. My name is Ann Kwan. I live at 40 Nottingham, which is directly behind the proposed building. My husband and I we have lived there for 46 years. I'd like to speak about the environmental impact and the human costs this proposal will cause. We live directly behind the proposed building, and our backyard will face the back of the 6-story building. We've lived in the same house at 40 Nottingham for 46 years, and of all the changes to this neighborhood, this is by far the most significant and most concerning. The request of 7 times additional density is not a minor variance. It is basically rezoning. And combined with the request for additional length and height, it will cause the total demolition and elimination of the tree canopy right along the property line, which I have a large maple tree, a 60-year-old maple tree. large chestnut trees, and they're all along the back fence. And it will certainly be damaged in the long run because they run along the property line. We experience constant flooding in our area as it is, and this will only increase and heighten the flood risk since a creek runs underneath all the surrounding properties. Extensive concrete and asphalt cannot absorb rainwater. We'll also lose all the natural sunlight of our backyard, so much of the foliage will die off. The damage to our trees and the foliage will not regenerate in our lifetime. But the most egregious impact is the absolute loss of privacy and everything that we do in our yard and inside the back of our house. The building's back windows and balconies are in a direct sight line to the entire back of our house, which is framed by huge picture windows. There is also a play area located right near the end of our property, at the end of our yard, where our young grandchildren play. They will be visible to any tenant at any time. So with the threat of being under constant surveillance, of course, the enjoyment factor is severely compromised. It would be like living in a fishbowl, and this has psychological impact on our mental health as well. My husband is 84 years old, and he has mobility and cognitive impairment issues, so he cannot venture far from the house. Our yard is his lifeline. This 58-unit, 6-story building is not an appropriate use of this strip of Dundas Street. This block between Nottingham and Chestnut Hills Parkway is 100% residential, consisting of single-family homes with no commercial establishments nearby. It is neither appropriate nor compatible for the neighborhood, for it lacks the appropriate transition from 2 stories to 6. It doesn't address issues such as increased congestion on both Dundas and Nottingham, 0 parking spaces for 58 units, lack of a loading dock to service the building, or the strain on local infrastructure such as the schools. These are major safety risks and concerns. I hope you will consider them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No, okay.
Oh.
So Cheryl Skowronek is next.
I'm not technological, so I didn't have slides.
It's all good.
Can you see me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Too bad this doesn't go up and down. Can I ask that my letter be brought up? There's a couple of photographs in the letter that I'd like to refer to. So it's 42 Nottingham Drive. No, that's my husband. Can you go to the bottom, because I sent in a revision with an additional photograph, and I'd like to make sure that the photograph is there. Keep going. To the bottom. More. One more. There should be one more photograph at the end. Okay, that's the wrong letter, so it's the revised one. There's another revised one. I asked Adam to correct that because he put that one in twice, but there's another one, and it is there. Go to the very bottom and see if that 4th picture is there. No? Yes. Perfect. Thank you so much. That's it. Chair and members of the committee, my name is Cheryl Skowronek. I live at 42 Nottingham Drive. My property is immediately beside and directly behind the proposed building. I would like to address 3 issues this morning: overlook, loss of sunlight, and overland storm flooding. Overlook and privacy. Picture a wall only 21 feet from your backyard lot line that rises up 6 stories. That is what we will be looking at from our backyards on Nottingham Drive. The official plan requires adequate privacy and separation between buildings, including consideration of where balconies and windows are placed. It also requires that building facades be broken up. This proposal does the opposite. It is one continuous, unstepped 6-story wall facing our homes. The rear wall, with balconies and primary windows, will look directly down into our backyards and homes. Because overlook comes from the upper floors, no fence or tree can screen that. We will lose our privacy, much of our tree canopy, and the tranquility we have enjoyed for more than 25 years. This proposal is not desirable and does not maintain the intent of the official plan. Sunlight and shadows. The proposed density of this building will block sunlight from our yard and destroy a perennial garden that I have cultivated for over 25 years. The shadow from a 6-story building will blanket our backyard and we will lose our morning sun. Please see the photo attached to my letter. This is a photo of the sunlight coming into my backyard in the morning, and it is exactly from the corner in the back where the 6-story building will be. A shadow study should be completed to evaluate the impact on neighboring properties and the surrounding environment before any variances are considered. Again, this proposal is not desirable and does not maintain the intent of the official plan. Flooding. Please see the photo of my backyard during a recent storm. If you can move back up to the other 3 photos that are above this one, those are 3 photos of recent flooding. So that's the same picture you saw with the sunlight, but you can see my backyard is completely covered in water. An underground stream runs behind the properties between Nottingham and Dundas Street, immediately behind this development. The proposed building would cover far more of the site than the existing 2 bungalows. The applicant is asking for a density approximately 7 times what is permitted. That means much of the permeable green space that now absorbs rainwater would disappear. Overland storm flooding is already a documented problem in the area. Every blade of grass we lose makes that problem worse. The finished grade of the new development would also be 700 millimeters higher than it is today, and the applicant is requesting an additional height variance above that. Homes surrounding the site will be lower than the new building, creating a situation where stormwater will naturally flow toward the neighboring backyards. I believe this will significantly worsen flooding for the surrounding homeowners. A proper study should be conducted to determine how these flooding impacts can be mitigated before any variances can be concluded. Conclusion. The requested variances are not minor, they are not desirable, and they maintain neither the intent of the official plan nor the intent of zoning bylaws. Together, they would allow a building that is completely out of scale with the surrounding neighborhood while worsening an already serious flooding problem. When an applicant needs 7 variances to make a project fit, it is no longer a minor variance, it is effectively a rezoning. A proposal of this magnitude should proceed through a zoning bylaw amendment with the appropriate studies, including parking, drainage, flooding, shadow, traffic, and servicing, and the broader public process that such an application requires. For all of these reasons, I respectfully ask you to refuse the requested variances, and I thank you for your time and considering my concerns.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Thank you. So, Roberto Alfonso?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Roberto Alfonso, and my wife and I live at 36 Nottingham Drive, which is almost behind the property. I'm objecting to the 4 variances applied. Number 1, increasing the maximum permitted GFA, reducing the required setbacks, increasing the maximum permitted length, and decreasing the width of the south landscaping. These variances reduce the permeable surface of the property, which results to the flooding of adjacent properties. I'm attaching developers' elevations on my letter. I'm basically using the developers' pitch elevations, and The developer proposes to raise the rear grade of the property such that drainage slope will be towards Dundas. Raising the rear grade of this property will be much higher than the adjacent east, west, and south properties. This will drain the storm water to the east-west properties, resulting in flooding to the properties. There is an existing catch basin in the back of my property, which is on the northeast corner of 4668 Dundas. The developer said that they will be installing more drainage to the property, but these drainage will probably connect to this existing catch basin. This existing catch basin right now is inadequate on a heavy rainstorm. Since 2013, there's been 3 heavy flooding. Most recently was 2024 in August. And I have pictures where it's showing that this catch basin is not adequate. And they're planning to connect more connections to it. Yeah. And this is the result of just the last rainstorm. So I want them to do more studies because of this rain, because that storm catch basin that they're going to connect to is not adequate, which they say they did. They have done studies to it. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Question, Chair.
Sorry, Roberto, come back for a sec. Go ahead.
Mr. Alfonso, I just wanted to ask you, first of all, thank you for the presentation. Yes. I wanted to ask you, you addressed issues regarding storm water management, right, particularly. Do you have any comments with respect to the overall project itself, or is your issue stormwater management?
Well, with all the variances they're asking for, they're reducing all the permeable space, and that's more stormwater runoff, and that's where we have the lowest point in the property, in the street. And that catch basin was originally installed by the original subdivision developer. Yeah. And they want to use that drain, and it's not even adequate as it is right now.
Okay, the reason I'm asking you the question, you sort of focused on that issue, and that issue would be something that development engineering would have to address.
Right.
And anything related to that particular issue of how you deal with drainage and managing drainage and storm runoff, they would have to meet any conditions with respect to that. So my question is, do you have any comments with respect to the proposal itself, or is it just stormwater management?
Mr. Gully, I think what the residents were trying to do is segregate their comments. And
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
So
everybody has their part.
so that they're not repeating
So
themselves.
you're speaking regarding stormwater management.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Michael Thompson.
Thank you very much. As mentioned before my time starts, if you could switch to Alexandra Vaughn's submitted material at 52 Maybell Avenue. She just has a couple pictures of the traffic situation I'd like to reference, please. Mabelle Avenue. Perfect, yeah, and then if you could just scroll, actually, you know what, I think it's a separate exhibit, so it may not be in this. I apologize if that's the case. Actually, keep going down, it might be. Yeah. Yeah, okay, if you want to just keep going down just a little bit further, please. Promise we're almost there, maybe one more. Sorry, one more. Okay, yeah, so, we can get started, and maybe while I'm speaking, you can go down one more. Apologies for that. But firstly, I think, first of all, good afternoon now, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mike Thompson. I live at 30 Nottingham Drive, so again, behind the proposed development. And I do have 2 young children that'll be relevant to this story I'm telling. Their ages are 5 and 8. And my comments concern essentially the combined effect of eliminating the required Type G loading space while providing only, as I understand it, a very minimal number of parking spaces for a 58-unit building. Again, I'm focusing on those in the interest of not being repetitive, but similar to the comments that were made before, I am broadly opposed to the development for a number of reasons. So together, these decisions around the loading space and the parking shift the operational demands of the building onto surrounding residential streets, most notably Nottingham, as well as a few others, creating what I believe to be very much traffic and safety impacts that are not addressed anywhere in this application. As I mentioned before, the most directly impacted street of these operational demands will no doubt be Nottingham Drive, given its proximity. And Nottingham Drive as it exists today is simply not designed to absorb those impacts. It's approximately 650 meters long, according to my Google Map skills. Once driveways are taken into account, there is therefore very limited curb space for things like parking. And with only those sort of potentially 5 or 6 on-site parking spaces contemplated, it's reasonably foreseeable that a significant portion of Nottingham Drive would become occupied by resident, visitor, and also service vehicles that are servicing the building. Unlike many residential streets, Nottingham has no sidewalks, so that means pedestrians, cyclists, and children already share the roadway with vehicles. Additional on-street parking would reduce sight lines and force pedestrians further into the traveled portion of the road, therefore. The street also has drainage ditches on both sides, meaning vehicles cannot fully pull off of the roadway to park. And I won't reference it to save you the trouble, but as referenced in the road width diagram prepared by a neighbor of mine, Paul Seeger, parked vehicles on both sides leave only about 9 feet of usable roadway in the middle. That's based on 23 feet wide of the road and 6 feet wide for each car. So 9 feet of usable roadway that leaves virtually no margin for emergency vehicles, garbage trucks, or other large vehicles. And in winter, when I've seen it happen, when snowbanks further reduce the available width, it is highly likely there will be insufficient room for those vehicles even to pass. These concerns are compounded by existing conditions on Dundas Street West, and I'd like to refer the committee, sorry if you can go one more, to Alexander Vaughn's letter of opposition dated July 9th of this year, which includes a photograph showing the existing congestion immediately in front of the proposed development site. Okay, it is in the exhibits. But I can tell you with experience that this is no minor sort of amount of congestion on a given day. This is typically something that's backed up all the way from Islington through past Nottingham. I see it essentially every day, and that congestion, as I mentioned, occurs daily on business days, both in the morning and the afternoon, and this is even before this development has been built. So cars frequently, as a result, divert onto Nottingham to avoid this jam, typically at a high rate of speed, given they are rushed and stressed in the mornings and evenings, on a street with a high number of children who walk to one of at least 3 nearby schools. With a required Type G loading space, servicing vehicles would have to stop on Dundas Street itself, blocking one of the 2 lanes and making it foreseeable that congestion would worsen and even more traffic would divert onto Nottingham Drive, creating a dangerous, untenable situation given the foreseeable circumstances related to parking and road width that I highlighted before. Ms. Vaughn's submission also documents 3 fatal collisions in the immediate vicinity of this site over the past few years. I do not believe it is appropriate to approve a variance that predictably increases those vehicle conflicts in an area where those conditions have already been shown to exist and with fatal consequences. None of these concerns are addressed in the application, and in my respectful submission, the proposal fails to deliver on the 4 tests under Section 45, subsection 1 of the Planning Act. It's not minor. As I mentioned, it transfers the operational requirements of the building onto surrounding residential streets. It's not desirable. It creates unresolved traffic and safety impacts with direct dangers to residents. It does not maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw, which requires loading facilities so developments can operate safely, which the evidence indicates they cannot. And finally, it does not maintain the intent of the original plan, the official plan, which supports growth while requiring impacts on surrounding neighborhoods to be appropriately addressed, which this application does not. Thank you very much.
Don't go away. Any questions?
Sure, I have a
Go ahead.
question.
Please.
So on your segment, your piece, you expect a traffic generation study, a proper traffic generation study conducted by a professional engineer, issues addressed to be related to parking, the amount of parking required, the need for loading bays, the need for waste management pickup issues, and most important of all, issues with respect to public safety, pedestrian safety, and collisions on the road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I drive by there every day, so I'm quite familiar with the
Yeah, I
traffic.
couldn't get the picture going, but it's not.
Now, I've noticed recently there's a memorial there. I'm assuming that was for a recent fatality.
Yes, correct.
Do you know, how long ago was that?
Three summers ago, I believe.
Oh,
That's what
okay.
my neighbors were telling me.
But there've been three.
Yeah,
in total.
there was one at where Chestnut. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that shows the memorial. What I would say is what you're looking at here is westbound towards Islington. You can't see the lights, but they're off there in the distance. We typically see a backup, in the picture I was seeking to show would show a backup of cars that are parked, waiting to eventually cross that light. That does back up to this very moment where you are, which is about 1 kilometer away from Islington. And in the space of that kilometer is where this proposed site is proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so our next speaker I have is Amara Patel.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Amara Patel. I live at 34 Nottingham Drive, behind the proposed development. I'm 13 years old, and I don't want this apartment to be built. As you probably already know, it's having 7 variances to the zoning bylaw. This building is going to be 7 times larger than it should be. These variances include less space in between the houses and the building. That means that they'll be cutting down trees, and that's just making climate change worse and worse every day. And by cutting down trees and the height of this building, people can see into my backyard. I just moved into this house almost exactly a year ago, and I was finally so excited to have a pool. One of the reasons we bought this house was because of the pool and the tree coverage, so no one could see me. But now, with the building being so high and them cutting down trees, people can see me swimming with my friends, and I don't exactly feel comfortable knowing that strange people are staring at me through their windows. I feel that my privacy has been breached, and I'm concerned for my safety. There are also balconies, which makes this whole thing even more unsettling. We bought this house so that it could be the house that all my friends want to come to and hang out at. But now with all the strangers staring at us, it isn't going to be fun. I don't know who's living there. My privacy and sense of security is being taken away. The developers say that they're going to plant new trees, but I can't wait 15 to 20 years for my privacy to come back as they suggested. Let's walk away from that topic for a little, but instead go to the parking dilemma. The parking dilemma is that this apartment has 58 units, but no parking space. What? Where are the residents going to park? Oh, I know, on my street. Our street is already busy enough with people cutting through it to avoid the traffic on Dundas, which I'll come back to later. But my brother and I like to play catch on the street and bike, but with so many cars, it's going to be dangerous. And it's very dangerous to have so many cars parked and so many kids playing and no sidewalks. I also overheard that the builders are targeting wealthy people with no cars. Think about that. How are they going to guarantee that their renters have no cars? The traffic on Dundas is horrific right now, but adding the new residents, service vehicles, deliveries, garbage removal, it's going to be way worse. Have you seen the intersection of Dundas, Chestnut Hills, and Montgomery during the school year? It's chaos. Even with the traffic now, I'm late for a lot of my activities that I need to be on time for, like baseball, which brings me back to practicing on the street. Not to mention the danger that construction sites already have, this is just adding to it. Also, the fact that there's no loading bay means that the potential obstruction of traffic won't be temporary. The construction site also poses another problem. The sidewalks on Dundas are very thin, but with all the construction, it will be blocking the sidewalk, which is very dangerous for dog walkers, neighbors, and everyone in the surrounding area. There have already been 2 deaths just a few feet away due to traffic. Another thing to know is that once this building goes up, my brother and I won't be able to open our shutters or blinds ever again. Both of our rooms face the south. We will have absolutely no privacy for 24 hours a day, 12 months a year. I really hope that this building isn't going to be built, and I hope you consider all of this and reconsider the building of this apartment. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Have a great day.
Thank you. Well done. Okay, the next speaker I have on my list is a Christine Seeger, but I believe someone already spoke from that address.
Mr. Chairman, Christine is actually representing a different address. She's representing 33 Nottingham Drive. So her husband spoke on behalf of 38 Nottingham Drive, but Christine was speaking on behalf of 33.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, as you know, I am here to represent my neighbors at 33 Nottingham Drive who cannot be here today. And in the interest of time, I will not repeat to the best of my ability of previous speakers. But I do want to highlight their perspective based on our conversations and their letter, which has been submitted to the committee to oppose this building. So, you know, from their perspective, this information will help to demonstrate that there is a proposal on the table where the variances are not minor nor desirable for the neighborhood. So what the applicant proposes through a series of minor variances is an extension in all directions of a building which is ill-suited for this neighborhood. It affects multiple properties and their intrinsic values in an adverse fashion. It attempts in every conceivable way to vary the clear boundaries set by the city with no consideration of the neighborhood. It is abundantly clear that the applicant takes no interest in trying to conform to the character of the neighborhood, nor to in any way address the very legitimate concerns of the adjoining properties and neighborhood in general. The applicant has stated its intent to build numerous residential units of dubious value. While it is not the responsibility of the Committee of Adjustment to assess the value of the proposed development, if one looks at what is actually being proposed as a building, one sees that the living accommodations proposed by the applicant are remarkably small, insufficient, and a poor basis for housing. Increasing the height and length of this building on a small footprint with already fairly minor setbacks to the property lines must be viewed collectively. Because of the mass created, the only fair conclusion is that the proposed variances have a significant deleterious effect on the neighborhood and adjacent property owners, and as such, the variances are major. The applicant pays no heed to the complete unavailability of parking on site to its intended tenants, the issues of garbage pickup, building services, distance to any amenities, and so on. The poor building design and planning will exacerbate the risk of traffic accidents given the location of the subject site is at the end of a blind curve for westbound Dundas traffic. The proposed variances clearly will have an adverse effect on the neighborhood and will not provide valuable rental housing. There are multiple mature trees on the subject site along the property lines of the adjacent properties. Tree preservation is at risk due to the likely disturbance of tree roots from grading, from the construction, and also the shade thrown by the 6-story building. This will likely destroy or kill all the existing mature trees in the adjacent properties. Privacy issues and sensitive security have been covered well and previously, so I will skip that. It is respectfully submitted that the minor variances individually and, more importantly, collectively adversely affect the surrounding properties and neighborhood in general. The applicant attempts to push the committee into land development areas that the applicant hopes the city might one day go to in the future. In essence, the applicant uses minor variances to rewrite the city plan. In conclusion, collectively, the minor variances seek to expand the building horizontally and vertically in direct defiance of the city plan. Given the clear opposition to this building by adjacent property owners and the neighborhood in general, and given that those involved entities have no rights of appeal, it is respectfully requested that the committee apply its mandate strictly with the knowledge that what is being sought truly and adversely affects many taxpaying residents in the neighborhood. The footprint for this proposed building is small. The value to the city is whether it helps with the housing issue without significant negative impact on the neighborhood. This application ultimately should be judged in what is being proposed, which are tiny, poorly conceived apartments with no amenities, no parking, and essentially poor planning. This proposal is at the clear expense of the neighborhood and particularly the adjacent homeowners. While it is not directly in the committee's purview to consider the absolutely detrimental impact to the property values of the adjoining properties, the impact on the neighborhoods is enormous and it is real. For this reason, it is respectfully asked that the committee take great care in determining
Can I ask you to
whether...
wrap up, please?
Yeah, just a one sentence. Great care in determining whether proposed variances are indeed minor. The variances are major, not appropriate or desirable for the neighborhood. They should not be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have a John Carbone and a Karen Carbone, both from the same address, so it's either one of the two or split the time.
My understanding is it's going to be Mr. John Carbone.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. And
afternoon.
I won't address too many of the other specific issues and variants because I think it's been covered quite adequately. You all have the documentation there as well. So my name is John Carbone. I've lived on Dundas Street West for the past 25 years with my family of 5. I didn't supply a picture, but I'm located at Dundas in Nottingham, right on Dundas. And number 42, Ian, in his letter, had a picture of the vehicular traffic. It's 2 lanes of traffic that are moving in an east to west. Essentially, right now, at a few different times during the day, probably 3 or 4 at least for hours, is backed up to where KCS school is. That's a long distance. We're fortunate enough to have a turnaround in our drive, but it's just when it comes down to traffic and safety and other issues, I just wanted to speak on behalf of those people and the people in our group. And while we recognize and we fully support the objective to increase purpose-built housing for this city, we want to firmly object to all these 7 minor variances because altogether it's not minor. When a developer requests 7 separate deviations from an intently thought out, thoroughly zoned bylaws simultaneously, it ceases to be minor. Instead, it represents a coordinated attempt to bypass local planning controls, and approving 7 structural bypasses sets a highly dangerous planning precedent for now and in the future. It sends a message that our community zoning bylaws are merely only suggestions, not bylaws, with these workarounds. These requests collectively fail the 4 statutory tests outlined in Section 45, and other people have adequately brought that forth to you, so I won't go over that in too much detail. But when it comes to infrastructure collapse and the Dundas gridlock, our first major concern is of the total lack of realistic infrastructure. This proposed building will house about 150 residents. It offers 0 parking. It's a massive, unrealistic strain on our local grid, especially with the bike lanes from Bloor Street. The traffic has intensified dramatically. The congestion on Dundas is horrific. Believe me when I say, because I have a front row seat. I live on Dundas.
I drive it, and I don't go Bloor, I go Dundas now because of the traffic on Bloor. I get it.
Thank you. We appreciate it. And please don't take away from my time with that. We have dozens of residence vehicles. They permanently flood Nottingham Drive, and it's only going to get worse. And because Nottingham doesn't have any sidewalks, you have kids out there playing, you have riding their bikes, people walking, getting exercise, taking their dogs out. All of a sudden, all the people from Dundas are taking a shortcut because they don't want to deal with the backup, because the backup is real, and the backup is for blocks. The other thing is the essential services. We have to put out maybe 1 or 2 bins. We're a family of 5. You're going to have 100 to 150 people? How many bins can they put out? And how long do trucks have to stay there? And that becomes a big issue. We have emergency services, fire engines, ambulances. They're going to face that bottleneck. And as we know, seconds count in a medical and fire emergencies. This creates a fatal bottleneck to those entry points of our neighborhood. When it comes to the destruction of safety and privacy, zoning performance standards are meant to ensure smooth transitions onto surrounding low-density residential neighborhoods by requesting exemptions from the standard rear and side setbacks. This 6-story building will be pushed right against the lot lines, against all lower density homes. Massive windows and balconies will look right down into that young lady's swimming pool with her young friends. I have a daughter who's 12, or she's 13 now. I would be terrified of having a massive building looking directly down at my kids playing. It takes away their innocence, sadly enough. We want kids to continue to play on Nottingham. It gets messy, it's scary, and this high-density shortcut. I would like to conclude. We do not object to the residential building on this lot. We object to the design, the size. The size is like putting a 10-foot...
Please do wrap up.
Yes. It's like putting someone who has a 10-foot into a size 8 shoe. Just because it's on sale, it's going to be a disaster. Just don't shoehorn this massive building into a lot that relies on people making money and not the people who have lived there. Thank you. Any questions?
I don't think so. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, the rest of the people
Are online.
except we have 2 additional people in person. Although I believe one person might not be speaking, just to confirm. Elizabeth Datolico, 3 Leamington Avenue. Not speaking? Okay, no problem. But there's also an Ian Ross, 42 Nottingham.
No, my wife is already, I'm Ian Ross, 42 Nottingham Drive. I'm
Your wife already spoke at 42.
Yeah, she spoke. However, I am representing a neighbor who has asked me to speak. Richard Bickford, he lives at 33 Nottingham.
Someone already spoke on behalf of 33.
Christine Seeger.
Oh, another neighbor's also
No,
asked me.
we're not going to play that game.
All right.
Thank you. Please sit down.
Excuse me, can you pull up his letter just to see that picture of the traffic congestion, please?
Oh, I know the traffic congestion.
But I like the panel, and I like everybody else to see how bad it is. It's under 42
Well,
Nottingham.
whose letter?
Ian's under 42 Nottingham.
It's opposition for 42 Nottingham Drive number 2.
Okay, in the meantime, I'd like to go to the online speakers. We can show that at some point.
So we can go to Arsal Ahmad.
Yes,
Who
who was supposed to be in person.
correct, so just
Okay.
give me one moment. Arsal Ahmad, I've unmuted you.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Good afternoon, loud and clear.
Perfect. So I'll try and be as quick as possible. Good afternoon, committee members. My apologies for not being there in person, and I appreciate you all for allowing me to speak virtually. My name is Arsal Ahmed. I live at 4673 Dundas Street West, which is immediately across the proposed building site. I think in the interest of both time and repetitiveness, rather than address any of the minor variances to the bylaws individually, what I would like to do is I would ask the committee to consider the bylaws not only as they were written, but in the spirit in which they were written. The variances to the bylaws must be looked at in its totality and collectively, and not individually. When considering all of these variances collectively, they are not minor, they are major. These 7 variances are a way not only to get past the bylaws, but almost in a way skirt the bylaws as they were written in the spirit in which they were written. Many members have talked about the traffic concerns. I would also like to convey the traffic concerns. I have a 5-year-old daughter. We were lucky enough to move into the neighborhood in February. One of the reasons we decided to move into the neighborhood was to access the many wonderful parks. We ride to the parks on our bike on a regular basis during the summer. The overflow of parking that will go onto the side street will make it unsafe to do so. As has been mentioned many times, there's already been fatalities due to the amount of traffic on Dundas, so I would like to raise that again. And that was all I really had to say, so I appreciate your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, we have a Mark Lipman.
So, Mr. Chairman, I had problems with unmuting Mark Lippman before. I had suggested that they get off the call and come back in, so I'll try again. Yeah, I can't. I've already given Mr. Lippman instructions on what to do, but I cannot unmute them.
Okay, let's move on to Maz.
And Maz Riverin is observing only, so he's no longer on the call.
Okay, so is there anyone else?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So I'm going to ask the applicant to come back up. You got a lot to go over.
Yes, I'll do my best. Okay, thank you everyone for your comments. We have been taking note of them. They're very much appreciated. I want to start just with a couple of points of quick clarification, then I'm going to start to touch on some of these bigger themes. Just to respond to Mr. Seeger's comments, we're not seeking a 63-unit building. This is a 58-unit building. All the performance standards for major streets are tied to 6-story, 60 units. So that is what is proposed here. It's a 58-unit building. I also want to respond to a comment from 4672 Dundas about not being notified or having someone come knock on the door. We did knock on their door. They weren't home. We left a letter to attend our community meeting. I want to touch on trees. We did have a slide in our presentation about the tree protection plan. We're not removing any boundary trees. All of the boundary trees on site are going to remain. Yes, the previous one. So the boundary trees are shown in the light green. Those are all being retained. Where the trees are being removed is essentially where the building is located and where the driveway is located. That is just necessitated by where the building is. So all of those large growing trees in the rear yard along the side lot lines are going to be maintained. In terms of some of the safety impacts in terms of along Dundas Street West, I will note that this proposal is actually widening the sidewalk. Right now it is a substandard sidewalk. It's about 1.5 meters. Around where trees are being retained, that sidewalk is being expanded to 2.1 meters, which is the city standard. We also have a jog in the driveway. There's 2 reasons for that. One is to ensure one of the existing trees can be retained. The other is a traffic calming effect. So you have to go slower coming in and out of the site. More notionally, the concerns about garbage pickup on Dundas, those are noted. However, it's a condition that already exists here. We're not implementing a new condition or creating a new condition that would otherwise be unsafe. It already happens on Dundas Street West. Solid waste management services and transportation services say it can work for buildings of 60 units. We're relying on their expertise. I'm going to speak more broadly now about major streets in general. We understand this is a big change. However, this site is an avenue. It is a growth area. The matter of whether a 6-story, 60-unit apartment building can be permitted has already been settled by council. So we need to look specifically at the variances. To that point, the Major Streets bylaw sets out a set of citywide standards. Those apply not just to Etobicoke, but citywide. However, as this committee probably knows, zoning is not a one-size-fits-all approach. Every site is different. Every context is different. In this case, we have a 40-meter by 49-meter lot. The proposal is cited whereby it complies with the front and rear yard setbacks. It exceeds most of the side yard setbacks, minus the southwest corner. It's 7% under coverage and doubles the required landscaping. So what that tells you is that this site is large enough to accommodate additional massing. We're not maxing out all the performance standards and asking for more. We're instead exceeding in some areas and then asking for variances in others. City staff agree with that approach, and that's evident in the community planning report. In terms of light and privacy, the Major Streets bylaw clearly anticipates scenarios where apartment buildings may be longer than 25 meters. That is why there is the accompanying variance for the additional side yard setback. Such permissions are appropriate in instances where sites are deeper and other performance standards can be met or exceeded. And that is the case here, as I mentioned, with the coverage and landscaping. In terms of mitigating privacy and overlook impacts, particularly on rear yards, as I mentioned, we are retaining and supplementing all of the boundary trees. There are soft landscaping buffers on all sides. There are no projecting balconies. Yes, there are balconies, but they are recessed, and there's no rooftop amenity space. In terms of the density variance, the staff report that brought forward the Major Streets performance standards was clear that there is to be no maximum density for this form of development. There is a regulatory gap right now because the bylaw did not address the Chapter 900 exceptions. Sometimes with these complex planning studies and instruments, the implementation is not always perfect. Ongoing and monitoring is done over time. That should not preclude applications from going forward when the intent of the bylaw has been made clear by staff. I will just speak very briefly to parking.
We'll let you wrap up. We lost our time clock, so.
Okay, I'll be very brief. In terms of parking, the zoning bylaw requires one visitor parking space on this site. So the issue of whether there is resident parking or not is not actually before the committee. The requirement is one visitor parking space. We are providing 6, understanding that there are additional visitor parking space functions, things like pickup, drop-off, deliveries, those sorts of things that would occur with a building like this. In terms of overnight parking impacts on Nottingham or other streets, that's not a variance issue. That is a city enforcement issue. There are fines and penalties for parking where it's not permitted. That is on the city to enforce those rules. And finally, stormwater. Again, I'll be very brief. We know it's an issue. We knew it was an issue when we filed the SBA application. We've been working with city staff on this, and we're actually going to improve those conditions. Yes, we are using the existing catch basin. We're supplementing it. The reason why it will work is there's now an on-site storm tank. There's somewhere for that water to go before it goes into the city sewer. That's the key here. So I hope that helped clarify. Happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Sure, I have. Excuse me. Sure, I have a couple of questions. So, Mr. Doherty, my question is, variance number 1, which speaks to gross floor area, and variance number 3, which speaks to building length. Those, to me, are the 2 substantive variances that you're requesting. Variance number 1, you started speaking to the fact that no maximum form of density is prescribed. So, go back to the point. GFA and building length, in my view, are substantive. Why variance 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7? Why could you not have addressed variance number 2, variance number 4, variance 5, variance 6, and variance 7? Those 5 variances are doable. Can you comment on that?
Yes, so just to repeat, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm happy to go through each of those. So variance number 2, to be clear, that is the side yard setback variance after the length of 25 meters. The reason why we're requesting this is to allow for a more simple floor plate, to have that square floor plate, and to have larger units would typically be at the corners where you can have windows on 2 sides. So if we were to carve that portion out, that is where a lot of the larger 2-bedroom units are going to be located, and that would make those units likely 1-bedroom units. In terms of the variance number 4.
So on that
yes.
variance then,
Yes.
variance 2, if I could go through them one by one.
Of course.
why couldn't the architect relocate those units? That side yard variance is very important. Obviously, people have spoken regarding that variance. What you're looking for is 2 meters. Why not address that and address it through a redesign of the building with respect to variance number 2?
Because we feel that the impact is minor of the additional 2 meters.
Fair enough. Next item.
I will also note that that area is again screened by landscape buffers as well. Okay, so variance number 4, that is the 0.7 meter increase in building height. The reason that's being requested is so that the units can achieve minimum 8.5 meter or feet floor to ceiling heights. So a typical floor is 3 meters floor to floor. That includes the slab, that's about 10 feet. So if you take a foot off for the slab, a foot off, a half a foot off for bulkheads, you're at about 8.5 feet.
Okay, so Mr. Doherty, that's my point again. You're asking for 0.7. Why couldn't you try to meet that 19? Whether you shave something off on a couple of floors, but again, to me, that is a variance that shouldn't even be there. Next one, variance 5.
Variance 5, with respect to the soft landscaping strip, if we could go to the ground floor, that would help illustrate it better. I think it's a couple slides, maybe before this one. And so where this variance speaks to is along the parking area at the south. And the reason why this variance is being triggered is there's a 0.2 meter curb that cannot be counted towards the soft landscaping strip. The actual strip itself, if you include the curb, is 1.5 meters, which is bylaw compliant. But because there's a curb there, there's parking spaces, it's non-compliant. If you shift everything 0.2 meters, now your parking spaces aren't compliant, your driveway is not compliant. And as well, we have minimum sizes for indoor amenity water rooms. So we thought that that was an appropriate variance to seek. You're still getting soft landscaping in that location.
So in your view, variance 5, you're providing that 1.5 meter separation. You're asking a variance to 1.3 to accommodate the landscaping, but that separation of 1.5 is there with the curb.
Correct.
Thank you. Variance number 6.
6. So variance number 6 is the accessible parking space variance.
Why not 2? Why?
You're going to get less visitor parking, which we think is a worse condition, because you're going to have to eat into the other parking spaces.
The requirement is 2, and if you provide a 2 instead of 1, that would be a variance that you'd be eliminating from your proposal. I understand maybe you're taking away from resident parking.
There is no resident parking.
Exactly. So why not provide that minimum 2?
Well, the requirement is actually 1.45. So the bylaw asks you to round up in all instances, but what I'm saying is we straddle the line of what the requirement is.
So you see my point. Same thing with variance number 7. If there was a way of accommodating that G loading space, many of the comments or some of the comments that came out today was interruption on traffic and the issue of traffic conflict on the street. By having a vehicle service this building, perhaps from the road as opposed to a loading bay.
I would say with respect to the loading space, and this is something that has been communicated all throughout the major streets work, is you're not going to get projects like these with a type G loading space. They're too large and they take up too much of the site. So that is why you will see applicants proceeding with curbside pickup, which Solid Waste Management Services says is okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Too many, but you've had your chance, okay? Any more questions for the applicant? I mean, I have an issue with that type G, with that loading space as well, because, and that's really going to come down to being site-specific. And in this particular area, because you are on a blind curve when you're heading westbound, that does concern me, that that is not being provided. But that's just my comment. And I think in other cases, it can be a variance, but anyway. If you want to comment on that, please do, but.
I can, and what I can say is your comments are noted. Again, I would say we're not creating a condition that doesn't already exist here.
No, but you're intensifying that condition.
That's understood, yes.
Okay, and because you are seeking that variance, we have to take that into account.
That is understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go into committee. If there's any more discussion, if there's any discussion first, or if anyone's.
I think we should.
I think it warrants a little bit of discussion, just given
Yeah, I
the
think
length
so.
of the item.
Do you want to start, Don?
I can, or you go ahead.
I've just got two comments. We've had the benefit of a great deal of information, submissions, and evidence. It's to our benefit to consider all of that. I remain concerned with whether or not this is an appropriate application. Not only have we heard repeatedly concerns about minor variances 1 and 3, but also collectively as well. I do have concerns that this is, these do not meet the 4 tests. That's where I'm now, having heard as many people as possible. And my second comment is I think that we have a future Prime Minister in our audience. We're very privileged.
Don, do you want to top that?
I don't know if I can top it, but I'll say something else. Yeah, I think what we have before us is basically what the city or the Ontario Land Tribunal envisaged for major streets like Dundas, irrespective of the fact that it's surrounded by single-family dwellings. This is what the city and the Ontario Land Tribunal basically want. My issue is this. We have a mandate to assess variances against the existing zoning bylaw. Now, the city says the current zoning provisions will be future, my emphasis, reviewed for zoning changes as part of the Major Streets Monitoring Program to facilitate major street implementation. So that's a significant step that hasn't happened yet. It probably will, and it probably will soon. And probably at the end of the day, there's going to be a 19-meter 58 apartment unit on this property. The likelihood is high. But right now, I'm looking at variances that I have to determine whether or not they meet the 4 tests. And if let's just look at the simple one that most people gravitate to, and that's minor. A gross floor area proposal of 7 times what the bylaw allows, it's not minor. Variance 3, a 34, almost 35 meter building length, where 25 meters is allowed. That's a 40% variance. Likely not minor. So I guess that's my view. I can see this thing happening at some point in time, but my feeling right now is it's premature until, as the city says, they undertake and implement the zoning changes that are required, because these zoning provisions don't allow it.
Yeah, I would echo that thought. I mean, you know, you can say that variance 1 is a technical variance, but it's not, because it's still on the books, and by definition, it's not minor. And if one of them is not minor, it fails the 4 tests. So you don't even have to go any further than that. My principal concern is also around the loading space and being very familiar with that stretch of Dundas and knowing what the traffic is like. I think that's, I mean, it was something that was envisioned by City Council. And if every application is going to ask for that to be removed, well, then maybe the underlying zoning bylaw needs to be changed. But at this point, it isn't changed, so we have to take it into account. And I think for this location, a loading space would be appropriate. And to exempt this applicant from providing one, I don't think would be appropriate. So that's my opinion. Anyone ready for a motion? Or Dom? Do you want
Chair, yeah, I have a couple of comments as well. There's no doubt in my mind that this is council's desire. Council's desire, new policy, is to have intensification on main streets, on major arterial roads. And this is the type of project the city would like to see. I think one of my colleagues spoke, who spoke just before me, indicated, is this the right time for this stretch of road, for this community? Is it premature here? There's no doubt in my mind that this is council's policy is desirous of providing this type of density on main streets, on major arterial roads. The one question that begs my further review is whether variances are required in order to achieve that. Some variances are required, but not to the extent that this project is asking. I think if I had seen this project with the GFA and the building length come before us, as opposed to the other 5 variances, it would have been more palatable and more reasonable. But in the form and the variances that are being requested today, I don't think that council's desire is being met.
Okay, having said all of that, is someone ready for a motion?
Yeah, I'll just add to what Mr. Gully said at the very end. He's not confident that this is exactly what this city wants. And I would agree, and I think it reflects the significance of the need to go through the zoning changes, as city staff have already talked about, contemplated, that are coming up. And there will no doubt be public input opportunities during a zoning change. And these issues can be brought up, including parking. We hear this issue all the time for intensive development like this, concern about where the car is going to park. Something that can be raised again in a public hearing at a later date. So I sort of, hopefully we haven't heard from Ms. Popovic. I don't know if you wish to speak or just hear my motion. Yeah, you did speak actually. I'm gonna suggest, or not, I'm gonna move that this application be refused on the grounds that the variances 1 and 3 minimally are not minor, and that's probably as far as I have to go. So that's my motion, to refuse because 2 of the variances at least are not minor. And it's premature given the fact that, as the city has said, there are going to be in future zoning changes. And I guess just a final cautionary note, I'll repeat it. Folks, don't be surprised if one of these days, and it may be sooner than you like, there's a strong likelihood that there's going to be a 19-meter tall, 58-unit apartment building on these 2 lots. Anyway, motion to refuse.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Okay, the application is unanimously refused.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to do a reminder, there's some people that came in that are more than likely here for the 1 p.m. session. We still have 5 more items before we even get there. Plus, there's going to be a lunch break, so you may want to make some alternative plans for the time being.
Yeah, it would probably be appropriate to break for
Yes,
lunch at this point.
nothing is going to be, the whole agenda, we'll go through the whole agenda.
2 o'clock.
Doesn't matter what time, yeah.
We could deal with 1 or 2, but not 5.
I don't know if it's worth it. So what are you trying to ask? Sorry? Okay.
You're being
Okay,
held
yeah,
to the
yeah,
end of the morning.
Okay. Okay, you know what? We can, No. Maybe we can do that one now. Okay?
Gotta get Bill. Where's Bill?
Oh, somebody get Bill out of jail.
Who killed Bill? So what's this gentleman's issue?
He was the one we couldn't hear online. Have you redone your numbers? Have you made your recalculations?
They are not my decision to make, but I spoke with.
Hold on. The room is loud. Can we ask everyone to keep it quiet? And you have to speak in the microphone. You have to tell us your name.
Okay, my name is Edward Begay, 14B60, Leaside Park Drive. I'm the applicant for 11 Stockbridge Avenue.
Item 6.
I just was speaking with Nicole, that was the staff from Committee of Adjustment, and the first required variance, we want to strike that out because that's not.
So you want to drop that?
We want to drop because it doesn't make any math sense.
No, we didn't think it made sense either, but
Yep.
you're going to be okay with your drop?
Yeah.
Without that?
Yep.
Okay.
And we are not asking for anything. Anyway, we had so the staff accepted that they made
Okay, just hold on a sec. Let me get everybody in place.
Okay.
Okay, so this is item 6 that we're dealing with, Bill. And the applicant has come in person rather than online. They are withdrawing variance 1 from their application. Okay, and based on that,
But you also said there's a missing variance for wall height. You're choosing to proceed without that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what the staff accidentally missed one of the variances, so we were asking for the main wall height 7 inches higher.
okay, but we can't.
I can deal. No, I know. I can deal with that. I'm gonna bring down the.
You're going to bring it down?
The roof. No, I'm gonna bring down. So I will deal with that. I know how to do it. So the main walls is gonna be 7 feet. So I'm not asking for any change on that. So just the ones that we have here in the front of you.
So you're asking for 3 variances?
Yeah, that's right.
Because that's all we can grant you without deferring. Okay?
So I need to ask. So, sir, you are not proposing to increase the coverage in variance 1 by 9 meters squared. You're going to stick with 156.54.
Yes, the one proposed 165.
Okay.
165.41.
Good.
Because the
No,
calculation.
156.54.
No, sir. So what the examiner did is that 33, when she multiplied, supposed to be 172. She multiplied wrong 156. That created the whole confusion. So what we are asking is 31.7%, that is not a variance, for 165.
Because you can go up to 33%.
No, we are 31.7.
Okay, so you don't need a variance?
No.
Okay, so clear, done. Okay.
We
so
tried to explain to the
the
examiner.
Okay, so for the people whoever's taking the notes today, so the applicant is requesting to reduce 4 variances to 3 variances.
That's right,
We
correct.
now have 3 variances before us. Any questions, comments?
Chair, I prefer to make a motion on this. Chair, I move.
Fast as ever.
I move that variance 2, 3, and 4 be authorized. Only those 3 variances be authorized, be approved, no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Okay, you have a unanimous approval.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the lunch.
Cheers.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Okay, so can we be back for 3?
So the members have to take a break. We're going to ask everyone to clear the room and we'll resume at 3 p.m.
Yeah.
Red card? Can we go red card?
Sure. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay, are we back? Someone has a microphone on there. On the left? Yeah. Just, thank you. Okay, welcome back to the continuation of the morning session. We are on item 15, which is 26 Westwind Crescent. This is an application to construct a second-story front addition and a new second-story front balcony. There are 3 variances being requested. We have 2 letters of objection on file, and our applicant is online.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am just going to unmute them right now.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair.
Good afternoon. We do have someone here to speak in opposition, and as I said, there's 2 objection letters, so we would like to get a full presentation from you.
Sure. So my name is Dev Kulkarni. I'm an architectural designer / agent representing the client for the second story addition for the project at 26 Westwind Court. This property is a 2-story split level detached dwelling. The proposed work is intended to provide additional living space to accommodate the homeowner's extended family. The addition is proposed over the front half of the second floor, and it'll include 2 additional bedrooms, a primary ensuite, 1 washroom, a closet space, and laundry room. To accommodate the proposed second floor addition, the existing roof above the entrance porch and garage will be demolished and replaced as part of the new construction. The entrance porch will also be enhanced with a covered balcony above, and the balcony will face the street and has been basically designed to avoid privacy or overlooking concerns for the neighboring properties. Importantly, the existing building footprint, Honorable Chair, will remain unchanged, and the proposed work will not extend further into any of the existing property setbacks. So overall, the proposed addition has been designed basically to integrate with the existing dwelling and remain compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. So we respectfully request the committee's approval on this minor variance application. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a question for you. Do you know what the current front yard setback is?
It is 7.98 meters.
Okay, so what you're requesting is, sorry, it's
7.98, yeah.
So it's a very minimal change that's being requested. I'm assuming the front wall is not changing, it's just the overhang above?
There is no overhang above, Honorable Chair. It's basically, there is actually a drawing set, and if we can pull that up, I have a sectional drawing. If somebody can pull up the section, we'd be able to see that clearly. So if we go down, there is a section.
That's it for the drawings.
Actually, there was a building section, but anyways, what I'm trying to say is the main story is not changing. The footprint exactly remains the same. So the garage you see in the front elevation, that remains as is. And maybe we can look at the picture. So the main story remains exactly the same. The addition is proposed over the garage and the concrete, the entrance porch. So the second story addition is basically having the balcony over the concrete porch, and then the bedroom is in alignment with the garage wall. So nothing is protruding into any of the setbacks. The existing perimeter remains exactly the same.
In any case, the change is very minimal from what I can see, because if you're saying, because you're requesting, the numbers aren't the same, because you're requesting, let me just find you're requesting 7.92, and you said the existing is 7.8 something, right?
7.98. There is also a survey on the file, Honorable Chair. If we can see that, that's
no, it's okay. I mean,
exactly.
the differential is minimal, so that's fine. I just wanted to get an idea. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, so we have another speaker.
Mr. Chairman, so the person that was supposed to be virtual, they never joined the call, but we got a different person here, a Franco Moretti.
Okay. In person. Perfect. I like in person because the technology ain't working for us today.
Hello.
So we get your name and address, please?
So my name is Franco Moretti, and I'm representing my mother, which is at 39 Westwind Court.
Okay.
She's going to be turning 88 next week, and The one thing I really want to talk about is if we can reschedule this this hearing, this application. First of all, the letters didn't go out properly. As you can see, Westwind Court is shaped like a horseshoe, but this is a black and white picture here, but it's like a horseshoe, so only a few houses got the letter, and the other street didn't. It's a court, so it's like 8 houses on, 4 is 8, and there's about 20 houses, no, about 30 houses, but it's like a court, a small court where 26 is there, then he has 3 or more houses, and then it goes around the bend, and a lot of these people are older, and they did not get any kind of letters. I spoke to a few of them, not all of them, and also one thing was that sign that went up, the notice of the sign. We got these letters, my mother got this letter on the 22nd of June. The sign did not go up till July the 6th of notice. And I didn't think that was fair. I spoke to the neighbor of 26.
Yeah, actually, sorry, I had that in my notes, but I forgot to ask the applicant what the story was with the signage, because it does need to be up for a certain number of days.
The Monday, the July the 6th, it went up.
No, that's fine, because the Planning Act only requires 10 days notice. We send out the notice well in advance of the Planning Act to give people an opportunity, but we can't control what
When the sign
applicant
went
does
up?
with the sign, as long as it's a minimum of 10 days, which the 6th would be.
The 6th, it was a Monday. I know it was a Monday. And like I said, there's a lot of older people in that area, and I spoke to a few of them. The people more down on the other side didn't get anything. He's on the horseshoe part of the one side, and I'm not sure how the letters went out, distributed.
Well, it's based on a certain distance from the site.
Well, the guy right across the street from him, I spoke to him, did not get it. The one after did not get it. My mother got it, the neighbor got it, the people over got it.
Let's establish first, was it up for 10 days?
It was smaller than a for sale sign, to be honest. It was up. It was up on July the 6th. It was a Monday.
So 1, 2, 3.
And I don't think that's fair. That's small of a sign.
Yeah, okay. And it needs to be up for 10 days from Monday. Okay.
But this weather that we've had, there's a lot of older people in this area.
Okay.
I would really like to reschedule this so we can get more organized with this.
Do you have specific concerns about this application?
I do, but I like to be more specific with my neighbors. Like they can speak too. But yeah, I do have some things, but I don't think I should be discussing it until, we should get.
Well, I'm not sure if we're going to reschedule. That's why I'm asking you, because if the notice was proper.
Okay, so if I go with the variance number 1, it's 30% bigger than what it should be, right?
Okay, first of all, are we okay with the notice then from staff? Yes? Okay. So I'm going to reset your time. You can start over again and tell us what your concerns are with the application.
Well, okay, so number 1, the way it's going up another floor, he called it a side split. It's a back split. My mother owns a back split also. That street is only made of bungalows and back splits and a couple of side splits. His is not a side split, it's a back split.
It doesn't matter.
So it's going up a floor. It's not like a bungalow. It's going up a total floor, and it's coming out. It's coming out. So that's a 33% variance just on that, and it's not aligned with the other homes at all. So this could be potentially even an apartment for renting or something. I'm just assuming this. I'm not. This is
If he
not.
wants to rent, he can rent.
He can rent, exactly. But I just want to say that this is going up too high and sticks out. From my mother's
There's
view,
no variance for height. So he's.
up a floor, from a 2-story, from 1.5 story to a 2.5 story.
Yeah,
That's where it's
you can
going.
do that. You can do that too. We can't change that.
Correct. Okay. So then the other variance is,
So the issue is his distance from the front lot line, the percentage of coverage, and the fact that one of his balconies is going to be larger than permitted. Those are the only three things we're here to discuss.
and he's cutting his driveway also, right? He's pushing forward his driveway
There's no.
on that?
There's no change for the
For some
driveway.
reason.
There's a front yard setback issue, which I just established with him, which is almost the same as what it is now. There's a platform that's going to be larger than what's normally permitted, although he's putting privacy screening on both sides. And there's the GFA issue, the gross floor area, which is beyond what's normally permitted. Those are the only three issues. Do you take issue with any of those?
Well, I would like to talk about issues with, it's a community, it's a small town, small court. It's not Westwind Avenue or court, it's Westwind Court. There's a lot of kids on that street. And to have a building that high for that
Again,
court is
there's
not,
no
you
issue
know.
with the height. He is allowed to put the height that he's putting. We can't deny that. It's not a variance.
Well, tell me what the variance should be. That's why I'm asking for, because no one really knows about this whole thing.
The gross floor area is going to be slightly larger than what is permitted as of right. And the front balcony is going to be larger than what is permitted as of right. Those are really the only issues.
And they're not by the book, really. They're asking
They're
for a
not.
variance.
That's why they're here. So if you have a concern with any one of those things, tell us what that concern is. We'll consider it when we make our decision. But if you are concerned with things that are beyond
It's
what
just not aligned with that whole street.
okay.
It's not aligned with that whole street. And this is, it's I grew up in that area. I know the street very well. And kids play on that. And I understand that this doesn't count because I learned a lot today, being here all day, right? I learned a lot. I can't even talk about parking.
No.
You know, the 3-hour parking law. I can't even talk about that because I learned that here. So that's why I'm asking for a reschedule, that I can be more prepared with my mother's neighbors with this. They're not they're old, and they're worried, they're scared to come to fight about it or to talk about it, right?
Well, that's why you're here.
Exactly.
Okay, but you haven't told me what your concerns are about the issues that he's asking exemptions for.
Well, one concern is when I'm facing from my house 39, looking directly at 26, that house is a big eyesore.
You know, so is a lot of other houses in Toronto. That doesn't mean you can't build it.
If I can just look at my notes for a second here again, but I just find that this is not what it should be, and being aligned. If you
Okay, there was 2 letters of objection that were written in. Were one of those yours?
no
Yes.
one was someone else, and I met him yesterday.
Okay, so you're number 24 or number 39?
I'm 39.
You're 39, okay. Because one of them asked us to tie the approval to their site plan and elevations. Was that you?
No.
No. Okay.
I spoke to him yesterday for the first time. I have his letter here too, so I don't have it with me. It's just over there.
Because that's something we can do, but I can't accept, it's an eyesore or I just don't like it.
No, exactly. Like I said, I've learned so much today with that. Well, there's so many things I could say, but the three variances is the concern, right?
Just one
This is what
question.
you're concerned.
Go ahead.
Do you know when your house was built, your mom's house was built? What year?
71.
So 1971. So we're in 2026. I guess the point we're making is 2 stories is not a big deal right across Toronto, right? You can go 3, 4, 5 stories too today. So it may be more bulkier than what you see today, but it's not something egregious. It's something that's allowable. They're asking for additional square footage again because the floor space index at the time was very small at 0.45. So that first variance, they're not asking a lot more, 327 square meters. And as far as the front yard setback is concerned, it's existing. The front porch is enclosed, so nobody's gonna be affected in any way by looking into each other's backyard.
It's in the front.
So it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, it's just that you have to get used to the fact.
Well,
that
no,
instead of
it's
seeing a
also,
one-story, it's a 2-story.
It's not like a different street. People move in that area. I've been there since 71, when I was 6 years old. Grew up there in my 20s, played hockey there when I was young on the street. And as times change, now there's a new people on the block, a lot of young kids. And now it's a thing where people move there for a reason. People will pay the premium to move there on a home. And now our homes, some building like that is an eyesore, and people won't be, it's not a community anymore.
Well, an eyesore, statement of eyesore is an opinion. So what's an eyesore to you may be a thing of beauty to somebody else. So that's not a thing we can judge.
You were here this morning, you heard the conversation regarding 6-story, right? You know, perhaps you know Dundas Street. They're all huge lots with single-family homes. Now somebody wants to put a 6-story. It's not out of line. It's not out of line.
It's not out of line, but there's a lot of people in that area now, and are moving in the basement down there. There's a lot of rentals in there.
That's all right.
Yeah, and
that's
that was
okay, too.
permitted 15 years ago, so.
Yeah.
We understand what you're saying. Change is coming.
Change has always come, that's right. I just find that it's people move there for a reason, quiet area, and their kids can play basketball on the road, and I know that's not permitted.
And I don't
but,
think
you know,
anyone's stopping the kids from doing that.
No, but.
Okay, I think we're getting off track. Do the members have any more
Okay.
questions?
Okay, thank you. Could I get the applicant back, please?
Yes, I'm just going to unmute them again here. All
I'm
right,
here already.
Debbie, yeah, you're good to go.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you to do a rebuttal because there was no evidence provided for you to rebut. I'm going to ask, one of the other objectors was requesting that we tie your approval to site plans and elevations. Do you have an issue with that?
No.
Okay, just wanted to know. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Although one question, Honorable Chair, if I may ask.
Yeah, please.
Regarding the zoning bylaw, notice the fourth, the setback regarding 10.07 meters and 7.92 meters. So as I mentioned that the existing setback remains exactly the same. The plan examiner has said 10.07 meters because this is an existing house. That 10.07 meters actually is as per the new zoning bylaw that we have to, because this is a winding road, and then we have to average the front setback. So that's why that 10.07 comes into the picture. But I would like to reiterate that the setback is not changing. There's nothing going to be extensively brought out into the setback. So the existing footprint remains exactly the same.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And, you know, I appreciate the fact that you're building solid walls on either side of the porch or
Right.
the platform, so that mitigates, you know, overlook situation.
Exactly.
You know, I would just want to hold you to that. And the way to do that would be to tie it to the elevation. So if you're okay with that, then I think we're okay.
Absolutely, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else with questions? No?
Chairman, I believe that this application is a fair application. They're asking for additional floor space, which in my view is reasonable, very reasonable. The front yard setback is an existing situation. The front porch is well screened. I think the 3 variances are appropriate. Move approval.
3 variances.
3 variances are appropriate. Move approval with no conditions.
You don't want to?
Oh, sorry. I will add the condition regarding the side plan and elevations. If that provides the gentleman some level of security, subject to that, move approval.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Seconder?
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Thank you, Don. Mr. Taylor, all in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, item 16, 33 Statler Avenue. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 4 variances being requested. We have a letter of objection and nothing else. Okay, applicant is online.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair. Johnny Regina, I have unmuted you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Johnny Regina. I'm the agent of this application. I reside at 38 Piano Crescent, Vaughan, Ontario.
Okay, we do have, as I say, 1 letter of objection. We also have a speaker, so it may be in your interest to provide us with a presentation.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee, and respected staff. The application you see in front of you is for 4 variances, which in our opinion is minor, and they meet the 4 tests. I refer to the letter or the rationale letter that I submitted in response to the letter of concern by 56. I'm hoping that you have read that. I'd like to speak a little bit more to that. If you could perhaps post that letter. I think there's images there that would describe and help me present the presentation of the variances. I can ask for staff to put that up.
It's in the additional materials. Item, yeah.
So the letter speaks to the variances that are in front of you. One with regards to the area of the building. Although we are over in terms of a percentage of the required 135 plus 25, we're asking for 31.5. But in regards to the first item, when you look at the total allowable floor space index of 0.5, we are in line with that. We're to point, what's required is 355.13. We are 355.52, so very minor in terms of size. With regards to item number 2, with the aggregate setback, again, the aggregate setback that's permissible or required is 4.66 meter. We are 4.61, and a lot of that could be the dimensions of the land. What I do want to highlight in that site plan is that we are further away from the property line that is currently there of the current house right now. So we're actually maintaining a 1.8 rather than I think it was 1.2 that's there now. So we're actually going further away, and we're going more towards the intersection, let's call it, in terms of understanding how we're shifting that building over. And saying with that, we still, again, we're 0.05 of a meter over than what's required. And that's just due to the size of the lot. And with regards to item number 3, the required parking space width is 5.8. The proposed parking space width will have 4.27. I want to tie 3 and 4 items, item number 3 and 4 together. The width of our parking garage is actually 5.48, which is 18 feet interior. With regards to the parking width, we are maintaining a double garage space with that. And then with regards to item number 4, that the driveway width that we're requesting is 4.88. A typical garage door is 16 feet, which is just over, which is actually 4.88. So if I reduce the driveway width, that means that the garage door would overhang the driveway width on each side by approximately a foot, which means that every time we were to back out of the driveway, we'd be on grass with one of the 2 tires in the other. And all we're going to be doing is tracking dirt throughout the properties and the neighborhood at that point. So when you look at the numbers and the values to items number 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're very minor nature. They meet the 4 tests, and we feel that this application is a good application, and we request your approval.
Thank you. Any
Thank
questions? No? Okay. So we have another speaker online.
That's right, Mr. Chair. I am going to be unmuting them right now. Olena, you are unmuted.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, good day. You're at 58 Harlingen?
Yeah, that's right. Just across the street.
Okay, go ahead.
My one primary concern is there's an existing fire hydrant where, I know it's not necessarily related, but there's an existing fire hydrant where the driveway will be, according to this plan, and it doesn't say where that's going to move or if it will be there. So that's my main concern.
Anything else?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously, the applicant will need to deal with that, and we'll just get his input on that right now, unless you have anything else you want to ask.
No.
Okay, thank you. So if we can...
Would you like me to address that?
Yes, please.
So we are not intending on moving the fire hydrant. If it were to move, that would be done through the permit application through engineering, and we'd most likely have to move it along our property, along the boulevard there. So primarily the front portion of that property is boulevard. We're subject to whoever the engineering or fire department wants us to move that. But looking at the location of it right now, our driveway does not impact that at all.
So you're going to miss that?
Yeah.
Do you know how far away you're going to be? Because there's a minimum distance you need to be from it too.
That I cannot give you the answer. I apologize. I don't have that answer.
Okay. That's all we got.
That's all we need.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Anyone ready for a motion?
I'll make a motion unless anybody wants to say or ask anything. We're good to go? Yeah, I'm satisfied that the 4 variances meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. I think this is a very reasonable project, and I move approval without conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you to...
Thank you very much, committee members. Have a great day.
You too. Okay, item 17. No. Where am I going?
So, Mr. Chairman, along with the people that you have on your list, I also have a bunch of other people that showed up in person, but I don't know who is still here and who isn't. But so along with the people that are in person on your list and virtual, we also have more people.
Okay, before we get into all of that, I mean, let me do an intro, and this is the one that we all want to talk about, a notice issue, because I think there was questions about the signage here as well. So this is 39 Norfield Crescent. It's an application to construct a second-story addition above the existing dwelling and to maintain the existing one-story east side addition. The altered dwelling will contain a total of 4 units. There are 2 variances being requested. We have 15 letters of objection, and I have questions around the signage. There was questions raised as to whether the signage was up for the full 10 days. So I'd like the applicant to address that first.
I'm Andrew Trotter, agent designer, 81 St. Clair's Avenue, Toronto. I was notified the morning I put the sign up. I sent a sign letter in that it was posted. I was notified one morning that the lady in the house believed the sign had been kicked over. The contractor went that morning and reestablished the sign. The sign was put back up. He sent me a picture of it. So the sign, he believes that the sign, the lady in the house is 82 years old. She thought that the sign was kicked over. I've done these for 20 years. I've never had a problem with signage. I've always had it up. The contractor went the very next morning, put the sign right back up. And as
Was
far
there a
as
second sign on the veranda, or was there just the?
no, the sign was planted in the grass on a stake, and it was put back on the grass on a stake, well within view of the sidewalk.
Okay.
I mean, there's 17 letters of objection. It's not unbelievable to think that perhaps it had been vandalized. I mean,
Yeah, no, that's fair.
yeah. All right. Okay.
It's just, the issue,
Across from there.
Yeah.
She moved it.
okay, just hold
Didn't
on.
Mm-hmm.
move it. She's 82. I ferme la bouche.
Someone raised the issue, I just need to ask the question.
I would ask that everyone maintain decorum and not use vulgar language.
But speak the truth.
But it is a public hearing, and you'll have your opportunity to speak. But we have to be respectful to everyone. Thank you.
Okay, so your testimony is that it was posted, it came down, it was reposted, it was up for a minimum of 10 days.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
The owner that owns the house, her son actually owns the house. He's best friends with the contractor that hired me to do this job. They're in close contact. I was notified right away. The contractor went right away. I have the picture on my phone if you'd like to see it. And he put the sign up right away, and it was, as far as I know, it remained there. So I don't think that there was any period of time that anyone could have lost not seeing the sign up.
That's fine, and we, like you say, we have a number of multiple deputants, so obviously people were aware of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead now and give us your presentation?
Okay, if you can put up A0 of my drawings, the concept drawing, please. Okay. You could start with the site plan if you want. If you had the site plan there, there should be an A0. The site plan, so basically, I do not need item 2. Variance number 2, I do not need. We can scratch that out. I did send in a letter on the Monday to staff. They notified me on the Thursday that they missed it and said I would have to write a waiver, which I will not write a waiver to the C of A ever. So I'm fine with right now if we can eliminate number 2.
Okay.
That would be
because
great.
that was just a pinch point anyway, but so you're taking the whole veranda down or whatever, you're not going to put it.
I'm not taking anything down. I'm not changing any landscaping. I'm not changing any trees. I'm taking down a side plastic sunroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
So
got it,
you're
yeah.
withdrawing variance number 2 for side yard setback?
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. Do not need it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so the only variance we're left with is because we're building on the front main wall of the house, we're moving the second floor. The first floor exists. We're moving the front main wall of the house onto the existing wall. And if you look at the top corner of the house, that variance only lasts for about 4 feet going south. As you follow the curve of the property, you can see that very quickly that 8.33 meters, I believe it is, comes into play after about 4 feet down from the corner of the house. And then everything else is as of right. The 4 units are as of right. All the other setbacks are as of right. We've eliminated the side. We're not changing any landscaping. All the existing shrubbery, the driveway, everything is existing. Is the A0, that should be in the drawings. Is that not in the drawings? Yeah, it's okay. It's not, yeah, ooh. You don't have A0.
Just stop the clock.
Yeah, the concept is not in the drawings. There should be a render, a concept render. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, if you can put it, it should, I sent it in.
Olivia,
It's
the
before,
first
it's
page
before
of
all the
plans.
drawings. Just scroll up.
There it is. There it is. Okay.
Okay, start the clock.
Okay, that is how the house will look as a 4-unit house. There will be no additional doors to the front of the house. There'll be nothing that makes this not appear as a single family dwelling. So the only thing here that I am requesting is the first 4 feet in of the second floor is the only thing triggering my variance, and that's all I'm asking for. Everything else is as of right.
And is that an existing setback?
That's existing because that's the first floor. That's coming over the.
That's what
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify it for everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're not asking for anything what you don't already have?
I'm not asking for anything. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, we have a number of speakers. Before we get to the speakers, I want to do a preamble, and that's that a fourplex or a triplex is not up for discussion. That's something that's permitted as of right in all residential areas now. And the applicant just removed one of his variances, so we're down to the front yard setback only. And that's the only thing we're here to decide on. So whoever, I have Pat as the first speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Profiti. I live at 49 Norfield Crescent, and I'm here to object this application. Hello? Okay. There's 13 objections, and several of them are going to speak to the technical side of this so-called minor variance. And, but I want to speak to the character of the neighborhood. As a longtime resident of 35 years, we're very concerned about the density and occupancy. The applicant...
Okay, I'm going to stop you there.
Okay.
Because like I said before, we're not here to discuss whether we can have 3 or 4 units. That's something that your city council has decided a year ago. And if that's your issue, that's who you should speak to.
Okay.
Because we can't change that.
Right. As I mentioned, the other letters of objection will speak to the technical side. I want to speak to, or on behalf, hopefully, of the neighborhood. And there are a number of residents here. In fact, there were more this morning expecting to have their say or listen to the application, but the meeting's gone way too long. And I just want to speak on behalf of the residents and the community.
But I'm just telling you what you know, to give you a reference of what you might want to speak on.
Understood.
Because if it has nothing to do with what we can do, you're kind of wasting your time.
Yeah, well, 33 and 23 spoke eloquently in their objections about the technical issues involved with this particular application.
Okay.
And I'll let them speak to it rather than repeat it. If you like, I could read their letters, but
No, I would like,
I don't think
to say whatever you need to say.
that's an efficient use of our time. You know, we're talking about single-family homes. We've seen the issues in that neighborhood with rooming houses. And even though the applicant spoke to the fact that nothing has changed, on the outside it may look pristine, but on the inside we're talking about 4 units, possibly 8 or more cars, or who knows how many people living within that particular property. And that's going to impact the neighborhood, and I want to speak to that. And the fact that there are parking issues, the character of the neighborhood is one of our greatest strengths, and you're taking that away from us. And I want to be on record that we're not in support of this.
Well, I want to be on record that we're not doing that. It's your city council. And so you're speaking to the wrong people, because all we can do is either approve or deny variances.
Well,
And there's one variance.
As I mentioned, 23 and 33, I'm sure they're going to have their say here. We'll speak to the technical issues around that. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we got Beverly Cowley. If you prefer, I've got Wolfgang Hartmann as well. Whoever's not shy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Wolf Hartman, and my wife Kathy and myself are residents of 43 Norfield Crescent, 2 houses west of the proposed addition at 39 Norfield Crescent. We would ask the panel to seriously consider saying no to the proposal. We moved on to Norfield Crescent over 35 years ago as it appealed to us as a quiet single-family residential street with minimal traffic, well-kept neighborhood where neighbors took pride in the upkeep of their homes as well as nearby amenities. Although our objection is not based on the objection to a rental unit per se, but the size and scope of the proposal will have a definite impact on the neighborhood, especially those neighbors who are directly adjacent and behind the proposed unit. A number of issues come to mind if the unit is allowed to go on. For instance, its construction removes any sense of privacy, as 39 Norfield is at a higher ground level than those homes east of it. A second-story addition removes any privacy in backyards directly behind the unit, as there are a considerable amount of windows suggested on the backside of the addition, which are kitchen and living room spaces that are occupied more often than bedroom units, leading to less privacy for any yards within their view. As the proposal calls for 4 units, which will likely lead to 4 or likely more cars, the plans do not show how these vehicles will be provided for. As the home across the street already is a rental unit, the street is already jammed with cars from this unit, and the vehicles at the proposed unit would further impact congestion, make garbage collection, street cleaning, and any other city services difficult. There is also no mention as how water or sewage for 4 units would be dealt with for what is originally a single-family unit. The height of the proposed structure at 39 Norfield will also affect the amount of light and airflow to the adjacent units. As the variances are stated to be minor, you can see the effect of them are not. A further concern would be who would be responsible for the upkeep of the property. As has been noted in a number of objection submissions, a number of the rental properties have not been kept up with little recourse to deal with the issues. As these single-family units have now become 2 or 3 family units, the amount of garbage, appearance of the yards as both front and back yards are shared by tenants. The front yards have become what most people would expect in a normal backyard, such as barbecues, children's amenities, refuse containers left out for days, car tires in the backyard, and with little recourse for the residents to have these issues addressed. In addition of 4 residential units to a single property has the potential to significantly increase the number of occupants living on a lot that was originally intended for a single-family home. This level of intensification is out of scale with the surrounding neighborhood and will change the character of the community. The variances proposed are not minor, as they introduce a second-story addition that encroaches on the neighboring east side home, as well as those directly behind it, as well as changing the visual relationship with neighboring properties. The proposal is not desirable for the appropriate development and use of the land, as the proposal provides direct overlook into neighboring yards, drastically reducing their privacy. It also does not maintain the purpose of zoning bylaw 569-2013 by not providing appropriate separation between buildings to access light and air and compatibility with surrounding residential development or respect the existing physical character of the area. I urge the committee, if they have not read the letters of objection, particularly from 33 and 23 Norfield Crescent, which outline precedents for denial of this proposal. We strongly therefore urge the committee to consider denying the proposal for the build at 39 Norfield Crescent. Thank you.
Okay, sir, before you go, you understand that they're not looking for they don't need a variance to build a second floor.
Yes, I know.
They can do that without coming here.
Yes.
Because that was the main crux of your...
No, the main crux is the fact that it now being on higher land will definitely impact people right beside them.
The land is the land. We can't change the land, but anyway.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what you're doing is creating something that is removing all privacy for those people around.
Anyone can build.
Not only doing that, cutting the airflow between their properties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so if you flip the page, those people are all virtual.
All virtual.
But there might be someone here. Is there a Sue Stepanis from 37 Norfield? Okay. So instead of Stella and Sydney Riley, it's Stu Stepanis from 37 Norfield.
Okay.
Hi, sorry. I'm Sue Stepanis, and I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Stella Rawlis, 86 years old. I know that, Mr. Committee Member, you said to the gentleman...
What address you're representing?
37 Norfield. My apologies. You said that if it wasn't about the variance, it was a waste of time to speak. I'm sorry, I take offense to that. I think we are allowed at our 5 minutes, and we should be able to say what we have to say, whether it's of interest to you or not. So I just wanted to put that out there for all of the neighbors that showed up and have been here all day to listen to all of this. So I hope that you remember that for future reference.
Fair enough. I'll apologize, and I will rephrase that by saying that if you're not addressing the variances, you're not going to sway our thinking.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, but I'm not going to speak about the variance. I'm going to speak about my mother who purchased that home 51 years ago with my father, who passed away. My mother is at 37 Norfield. She will be directly impacted by all of this. That side door to the rental units is going to impact her bedroom window. That second story, which they are entitled to build, is going to encroach on her property. The parking, excess parking, will be in front of her home. The numerous waste bins will be visible from her window. Her kitchen and her bedroom will now be overshadowed by the monstrosity of the building that he is putting up. That's all I have to say. Whether you take it into consideration, you've already indicated that you will not, and that's fine. But my mother has not slept since she found out from her neighbor that this is what was going to happen. They had a good relationship, and unfortunately, you can guess where that relationship is now. You know, it's the old saying, if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it's a duck. This is a mini complex apartment building. And you, sir, can say that times have changed, but we also have to say there are a lot of senior citizens. Is this what they have to look forward to in their twilight years? Is this what members of the committee will only vote on what is on variance and what is on paper?
We can only vote on what we're allowed.
I understand, but.
It's not our choice. I want you to understand that too.
And I do understand, but I felt that it was my duty to come here and speak on behalf of my mother, because 51 years of a life that she will now have no privacy. Her vegetable garden will be visible by everybody. We don't know who's moving in there. We don't know what's coming and going. And this is now what my 86-year-old mother is going to experience for the rest of her life. Thank you for listening. I'm going to add one more thing. When you asked the gentleman about the sign was put on the veranda. Is this where it was initially put up from the start? It was not on the lawn, as the picture indicated online. My niece, my mother, my brother, the sign was on the veranda, on the railing, partially hidden. It was on the lawn on July the 8th. So thank you for listening, and use that as you may.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, what about Beverly Cowley? Are you ready to speak?
Hi there, Beverly Cowley, 64 Norfield. I've heard a lot today as well. I've learned a lot, but I would like to mention a couple of my concerns. One of them is the introduction of a four-dwelling unit on a single-family residential property. It just doesn't seem to, well, number one, it doesn't fit. Number two, it's just, I got a frog in my throat. Excuse me. So I'd like to say that I don't know what they're going to do about parking. I mean, there's no place to park on that street, and it's just going to create chaos, just like the Humber Valley group. There's no place to park. The traffic will be increased incredibly. The proposed developments changes the scale and character of the existing neighborhood that I moved into 14 years ago. Excuse me. I think several rental properties in the neighborhood that have opened their homes to rentals, you can see what happens. The rentals are not taken care of. I can't imagine a 4-unit going there and having to put up with what's going to happen probably with that street. I don't think I'll be. I can't stress enough how these are a lot of elderlies on that street, and I don't believe that any of us like it. A lot of people left. I did not see the sign that was put out. Homeowners on Norfield Crescent have invested considerable time and resources in maintaining their properties. We are concerned that developments which are not compatible with the stable character of the street may negatively affect neighborhooding properties and that overall quality of the community. I respectfully ask the committee to carefully consider, the changes that will make on the street. I would like to deny that application and minimum requirement notification that better reflects the existing character of Norfield. Thanks so much for listening.
Thank you.
Chair, I have a question.
Sorry, Beverly, can you come back for a sec?
Thank you so much for speaking, and also thank you so much for having to wait so long today too.
Yeah, that was
as you know,
break.
we're in a very difficult position dealing with some very complex applications here.
Yeah.
I know your area very well. I'm familiar with Etobicoke, and I've been familiar with Etobicoke for some 45 years because I've worked here for 35.
Mm-hmm.
I was just wondering, did the community approach the councillor for the area? Do you know who the councillor is for the area?
Vincent, yeah, a realtor, yeah.
I was just wondering, Have you approached the councillor to ask for a meeting to determine what council has done with respect to these properties that they're now allowed? Because it's council policy now.
Yeah, no,
We're in a very difficult position here because we're tasked with allowing or refusing variances.
yeah,
We only have one variance here. The variance is the setback of the building.
right.
And the setback is pretty well what's there today. Everything else is legal. So I think that, you know, we as a city haven't maybe put the message out to every homeowner that things have changed over the last 2-3 years. We lived in very protected neighborhoods. We bought our homes thinking that we're in single-family home, what we referred to in old Etobicoke days as residential one. We knew that we had a home there and that properties on either side would always be R1, one residential, right? But things have changed a lot. And maybe the media hasn't come forward to explain some of these changes that council has made.
Right.
Mostly really well designed changes to try to increase the housing stock, but maybe we haven't done a good job to tell the public what these are and how it's going to impact single-family homes that we always thought we're buying there, we're protected, nothing's going to come. Because now you can have a 3-4-story house right next to you.
Yeah.
I just want you to understand that our chair is trying to focus so that you can direct your comments so we can make a more knowledgeable decision on what we can decide on. And the only thing we can decide on here is whether we allow a setback that's already permissible.
Yeah, yeah.
So I guess I have to ask you a question. Have you heard about all these new changes?
I have. I've read some of those things, and I guess there goes the neighborhood. It's pretty
Thank you.
much the way I see it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Do we have people online as well?
So, Mr. Chairman, the remainder of the people on the list are online. Out of the whack of
Before
you-
we go there, is there anyone else in the
Yeah.
room that wants to speak to this?
Can I speak?
You can if you're civil about it.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, my name is Tony Ventura. I live at 48 Norfield Crescent, directly across from the house in question. I'm a family of 4, me, my wife, my daughter, and my disabled son. When we moved in there 32 years ago, it was beautiful. Just a court, my son could walk. Now, I have 2 cars. My neighbor right direct beside me, 6 cars. The one across from him, 4. And now you're going to put in 4 units, another 4? Andrew, is there something missing from here? Underground parking or something? That's 22 cars, sir. I know I can't talk about cars, but one domino affects the other, doesn't it?
You can talk
Where
about
are
whatever
they
you
going to
want.
put 22 cars?
Well, maybe not everybody's going to own as many as you do.
Pardon me?
Never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, I missed the joke, sorry. Okay.
Maybe not everybody's going to own as many as you do.
Right, 2 cars is a lot?
I don't know.
Okay, 6. She doesn't have any, but it'll probably be 4, right? That's 16, and 2 me is 18. And on the weekend, what are we going to do? What are you going to do on the weekend? Sell tickets? That's all my question is. And this year alone, 3 times Wheel-Trans had to be canceled because they couldn't get into my driveway to load my son. And he's got to now cross between cars, right, people, to get home, right? With cars going back and forth. And the cars now park on the boulevard, on the grass. Someone just told me they just knocked down a tree. Yeah, I know it's just about the units, but I got to live there. Thank you. Got any questions? I'll answer all your questions.
No, I don't have any questions for you.
Right, I know.
Okay, who's online?
Yes, Ms.
Can you be quiet, please?
I have one more thing I would like to say. You said, like, no, everything's changing, right? I bet you stuff south of Eglinton's not changing or Yorkville's not changing.
Yeah, actually, it already has changed. Goodbye.
Mr. Chairman, I have 3 people online, so we'll go down the list as you have it already in front of you. So I think it will be Jessica Feeney Glassford.
Hi. I just had a question. So I know you have to decide based on just the minor setback, but I thought it was also in reference to if the change is desirable, the zoning intent, and like if it's, fits the long-term planning vision of the OP. So I won't read through my whole submission. I don't want to waste anybody else's time, but just my main thing was, so I'm at 23 Northfield. I have 3 young daughters, and my biggest concern is that the application is just adding that second story. I know it doesn't really matter much, but I just want to put to the committee that when combined with the front yard setback, the result is it's a larger building with a greater mass than what currently exists. I believe that should be taken into consideration. I do not believe the proposal is desirable for the appropriate development of the land. My backyard is my family's primary outdoor amenity space. It's where we spend most of our time outdoors. And our privacy is going to be violated now. I have reviewed the submitted drawings, and I do not see the meaningful measures to reduce the impacts, such as revised window placement or other privacy mitigation. And the proposed second floor windows, the rear facing windows that will be in facing my backyard, I kind of want to put this to the applicant, to maybe think about different window placement or maybe higher up so that we're not in direct view, because the windows will be in the living spaces, not the bedroom. So the rooms that the people will be using every day. That's my main thing that I would like to say today. Thank you.
Any questions? No. Okay, next speaker.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just 1 second. The next speaker, Sandra Nicholson. Sandra Nicholson was online, but she no longer is. But I have a Shannon Wilshire.
Hi, I'm still here. I had obviously a lot prepared in opposition to this application, but it seems that none of what
So we
I
need
have
your
to say
name
will
and
be.
address, please.
Oh, I'm Shannon Wilshire, 8 Gem Place. It feels as though none of it will be considered or relevant, and I also want to respect everyone's time. So I guess I just have a few questions, if I'm allowed to. I'm asking if, yes, I understand that a fourplex is allowed under the zoning bylaw, and I understand that we should be going to the counselor for this, but it feels as though it may be too late. I think you can sense that there's a sensitivity in this room among our community because we're all feeling a little bit helpless with what is going on in our pocket of town. It's once was a beautiful, quiet, very safe, very secluded, very special part of Rexdale that has now been transformed over the last few years through rental properties that are taking over. And we've had issues with damages to property, trees being run over, up to 9 cars at one address and on the surrounding streets at any given time. Issues with infrastructure and garbage disposal, infrastructure being blocked, just people driving at unsafe speeds. And we know that with the approval of more of these projects, that is only going to escalate and get much worse. There are concerns that there is one person who owns a lot of these rentals with very little regard to the overall community. And there's no maintenance of these properties, but that is the least of the many, many concerns. I'm concerned about safety for the many children in our community and what this density causes for parking challenges. I understand I'm not really supposed to talk about that, but it is the reality. And I think if any one of you lived in our pocket and were affected directly by this, you would feel strongly and similarly. And I think that everybody's concerns raised here today are very valid. So I'm asking that you consider opposing the application and refusing it. This development is not appropriate for the single family home dwelling. I understand renovating a home, I really do. But the amount of people that you can fit in this house is borderline unsafe as it is. And I have a lot of other things to say, but again, I just want to respect everybody's time. So if you're okay with it, I just do have a couple of questions and comments. I understand the room was in uproar about the sign, and what other neighbors are saying is absolutely true. The sign was affixed to the veranda, hidden behind a bush for many days, and only recently did it get affixed to a sign on the lawn. So that was a blatant miscommunication on the applicant, or miss, but I understand the importance of having that on display for a set period of time. And I also don't feel the letters were distributed fairly for future reference. Many people on Gem Place, which is 50 meters, not even 50 meters away from the application proposed, were even notified about this. So for future, that is not fair. I understand fourplexes are allowed, but it doesn't feel appropriate for this part of the community. It imposes safety, privacy, and infrastructure concerns that I really want you to consider. I'm hearing from Mr. Chair that we can't fight this through here. And I think all of us are a little bit heated that we've waited all day to kind of hear that there are no variances anymore. Somebody's changed the plan. The plan that we have spent weeks reviewing is no longer the plan. So there's no variance to fight. I'm looking at a drawing with a sunroom still attached to the house, unless I'm misunderstanding what that is. He said he's removing the sunroom. Is that true? What exactly is going on there? How can we be sure if a decision is made today? How can we be sure that what he is saying, just hearsaying, is actually true about that side yard setback? I have a major concern about that. And I understand that is going to be a high traffic area for the rental property and a direct violation on the other neighboring properties' privacy. Yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that. I had a lot more to say, but I will leave it at that and hope that you can reconsider making a decision on this today.
Okay, I'll answer your question with regards to the side yard setback. He's withdrawn that variance. So that means if we approve this, he will not be able to maintain that sunroom where it is, nor will he be able to build anywhere near that kind of setback. You'll have to go by the bylaw rules with regards to the setback.
Can I also ask if this home is up for sale, or if it will stay under ownership of the existing owner in the neighborhood?
That's not relevant to us at this point. We're just here to approve the form.
Understood. Perhaps the applicant can address what is the plan with that side yard setback.
Sure. Okay. Do we have any questions? No. Any more speakers, or? If there are no more speakers, I'll ask the applicant.
Speakers that haven't yet spoken.
I'm not a speaker, but I live at 49 Northfield, and I just have a question. My question is, if...
Come up to the mic and ask.
It's a very simple question. If we were to...
It'd be simple, but we need to hear it.
Name and address, please.
My name is Catherine Profiti, Profiti. I live at 49 Northfield for the last 35 years. My only question is, since we can't address the many things that we'd like to address today, if we were to approach Councillor CRESCENT via letter, email, phone call, is there a possibility that the decision that you will make today could be overturned?
Not likely.
Not likely?
I think the idea was to speak to the councillor with regards to the overall bylaw, because it's the overall bylaw that's permitting the fourplex.
Okay.
I mean, the city can always appeal our decision, but I can't see them doing that for the one variance, to be honest.
The one variance being the extension
The front
of
yard
the...
setback,
Yeah.
because that's the only thing that's being asked for right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are any other speakers or questions, or, okay. Go ahead.
My
name's Carl Pasco. I live at 42 Norfield Crescent since 1966. Who is the owner and who's made the application?
It's on the, it's on
I'm sorry,
it's
I
on the
don't have it in
notice.
front of me.
Okay, so, let me pull it up. It's on the-
Carmen and Lynn Miranda is the owner.
And her son made the application, or?
Carmen and Len hired Mr. Trotter to be their agent.
Because I think I went to his wake 10 years ago. I believe I did. So who's owning it now?
Carmen and Len Miranda.
Carmen and Lynn Miranda are listed as the owners.
Okay, all right, fine. And the usage is going to be a multi-resident?
Fourplex.
Fourplex, yeah. Okay, well, I've been dealing with that for 2 years, okay, on my side. And I can see the 39 from my house, okay? It's been a true mess, okay? 12 cars at number 2 Gem Place has been frequently. They run over my trees to get out. They have other issues. Okay, I'm hurting your ears, I guess. And patio stones, checkerboard stones on the front lawn, so they can back over people's driveway to get their cars out. Yeah, I know. So what?
You know, call property standards, call parking enforcement, call the.
It's not my
cops.
job.
What can I say?
It's somebody else's job.
It's not my job either.
They're parked on this place. They're parked over here. They're parked sideways in front of my driveway. I can't get out my car's out. Anyways, it's neither here nor there. Thank you.
Thanks. You were already up, right? Well, no, you can't. You've already spoken, right?
I just wanted to ask about number 33 in their letter of objection. It was quoted, precedence was quoted on that. Is that going to be considered by the committee?
We read all the letters that are sent to us.
And one last question, and I promise that's it. What's going to happen to that carport when it's gone? Is it going to turn into a parking lot?
You know, again, if it does, call property standards, because that's not the legal use of that area. Come on back.
First of all, guys, this isn't easy for me. I don't like coming and making everyone upset. I'm sorry, all right? I live downtown. Okay, I'm sorry. I live with change too. I have right across the street from me. A 4-unit went up across the street from me. It makes me upset too. I'm just doing my job, and I'm sorry that it upsets you. I am. It's hard. The thing that okay, I apologize. The thing that about the first of all about the side sunroom, it is behind the house. It's behind the garage. There's no possibility of a car getting to it. It's just going to be removed. As far as the owner goes, it's the son, who is a doctor. He's a classy guy. He's not going to want his place turned into anything that is not nice. So that's all. I don't really have anything else I can speak to.
I'm sorry, this is.
This is not a back and
right
forth.
now, this is an opportunity.
Yeah, his mother lives there, and he's very close to his mother. He will own the property. Anyways, I don't really have anything else to say unless you have any questions.
Not really.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks. Any questions from panel members? No.
Sorry, you said the sunroom is going to be removed, but it's in the drawings.
It was in the original drawings before the applicant withdrew the second variance. Now that he's withdrawn the variance, he will have to remove it. So the drawings are not what we are approving, it's the variances that we are approving, and we're not approving the variance for that sunroom. Does that help?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I muted the participant. I failed to do so when we switched to the other
I
speakers.
realize that, but I didn't mind answering the question. I mean, the applicant can answer it too if you.
What's the question? Sorry.
She was wondering why the sunroom is in the drawings.
Oh, well, we had the sunroom in, and then before, the drawings were in, I sent a red line letter in asking to remove the variance, which meant we would be removing the sunroom because the sunroom would have to be removed if the variance is removed. The sunroom's just a plastic container that we're just gonna take down. That's all. The mother that lives there had some sentimental value to it, but the son wants it gone, and that came later in this application. That's all.
Excuse me. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We've heard a lot. Any discussion?
Can I say something?
No. Thank you. Are we ready for a motion? Does anyone want to discuss this? So what we're dealing with now is one variance, which has to do with the front yard setback. I originally had notes here that if you wanted to approve the two variances, you would tie it to site plan to ensure that it's just a pinch point. But since that variance has been removed, there is no point in dealing with that. So we're dealing essentially with the front yard setback. And I just wanted to note that it is on a curve, which means that there's one house is set back further than this one. The other one is set back closer to the road than this one. So because of the location in the curve, your setback winds up being a wonky situation. And that is the only variance that's before us now. I do have, one question if I can bring the applicant back. Your basement plans.
Yeah.
I think they need some relabeling. You've got references there to, let's just pull it up. Like, where's the bedroom?
I don't see the plan. We would have to have a bedroom there.
You don't have one indicated. You have a rec room indicated and a kitchenette.
Let's see the plan. Well, sometimes the as-built drawings, we work from the as-built drawings and then they become the zoning drawings. Sometimes a label from the as-built drawing may not have been switched into the zoning drawing. That would be the only mistake. But that's part of keeping the basement apartment would obviously have to have a bedroom at 9.8 square meters. I can't see that really what the label is, but we would have that.
You have existing rec room, you have existing kitchenettes, you have nothing here labeled as a bedroom. Also note that you show an unexcavated area under what you are claiming is a plastic sunroom. So why do you need foundations for that?
There is no foundation there.
Well, it's showing on the drawing.
That is a mistake in the drawing, and that is probably, yeah, okay, look. It's unexcavated means that it's at grade. That's a mistake in the drawing. And I'm not showing any foundation. What happens is in Revit, the program I use, that it's taken at 4 feet, and somehow because the glass for that's not a foundation wall. That's the glass taken at a 4 foot level from where from the level of the thing. But if you look carefully, the wall of the garage with the diagonal stripes depicts a foundation wall. The wall of the sunroom, if you look at
let's come back to the basement plan as opposed to the ground floor plan.
Well, the thing is about the basement plan, there is to be a bedroom. That is to be an apartment down there.
But I'm talking about what looks like a foundation wall for the sunroom on the basement plan.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, and that there. Well, he's drawn, but it's still unexcavated. If there's a foundation there, it just means that there's a foundation under the sunroom. It doesn't mean there's a basement. Unexcavated means
No,
that
I
it's just,
understand.
yeah.
Okay.
So that will be removed. The variance, the loss of the variance, like you said, it's good for the neighbors. We can never build again that size.
That's fine. I'm just, at this point, I just want you to clarify your drawings.
Okay.
So that we have a clear set of drawings on our decision.
Yeah, well, the sunroom may have a foundation, a small foundation that's shown. That's possible on that, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to be demolished. Like, I'm not really sure what it. People have additions on houses that take away.
It's the slab for the garage and the slab for the sunroom.
Well, the garage is going to stay on the left. That's a proper foundation. That's going to stay. And then the sunroom on the right is going to be removed.
Just a question.
Go ahead.
Just a question. And
Yeah.
I don't mean to be fastidious, but variance number 2,
Uh-huh.
I want you to state that variance number 2, you're eliminating at your request, and
Yes.
that variance is the variance for the 0.77 meter, which is the sunroom.
Yeah.
You are requesting that be removed, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And we're only dealing with the front yard setback, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I just didn't want to be approving drawings that show something that's going to be removed. That was the point I was making. Okay. Thank you. So back to committee members. So we have one variance before us now.
So Chair, just a commentary for my colleagues, and also for the public to hear, obviously. These are very difficult applications that we're dealing with, because we're dealing with applications in very beautiful, established neighborhoods.
Yep.
Neighborhoods that have not seen additions, even a second-story addition in their immediate context. So it is difficult for them to understand. And indeed, they're directly affected, particularly if they live on either side or behind. As I had said earlier, I'm very familiar with this area, and indeed it's hard to take the idea that this one property now will have a second story, let alone that it may contain 4 units. That's what they're asking for. But we're not here to comment on the 4 units, because the 4 units is a given. What we are here to judge on, to adjudicate on, is just that one front yard parking. Sorry, the one
Setback.
front yard setback. And that one front yard setback, is it compatible? Is it reasonable? Is it appropriate? And we're asked to judge on the 4 questions, and it is. At the end of the day, it's that one setback, which is already there anyway, it's existing. So does it meet the 4 tests? It does meet the 4 tests, but that's what we're judging on. We're not judging whether or not there's good housekeeping. You should be aware as Etobians that you could call Toronto parking enforcement to enforce parking regularly. Call Toronto Police Services if you need to as well, if you don't get response from parking enforcement. Talk to your councillor. I know Vince CRESCENT. He is passionate about your neighborhood too. If there's garbage, if they're storing stuff, not just this property, but others, make yourselves available of the building department, the city building. Call bylaw enforcement, have them come in. They have the right to go and inspect properties. So for my panel members, I don't see really an issue with the one variance that they're requesting. And that's what we have to pass judgment on, that one variance of setback, which is already there.
I thought there was a motion coming after that.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, we've discussed this obviously at length. There's obviously a lot of passion and anger about the new fourplex policy. But as my colleague, Mr. Gully, pointed out, it is citywide. There's nothing we can do about it. We didn't draft the policy. We didn't vote on the policy, but it's in place, and we're obliged to make decisions that don't offend it. Our role is quite simple. We got one variance. Is it minor? Does it satisfy the other three tests? I'm satisfied that it does, and I move approval with no conditions. As amended.
As amended.
As amended. One variance, variance one only.
Okay, is there a seconder for Mr. Taylor's motion?
Chair, I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gully. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's carried.
Shame on you.
Item 18.
Mr. Chairman, there is a correction to be made from your list here.
Yeah, there's no agent on here.
Yeah, so Barry Brooks and Franco Romano are working together, and Franco Romano will be the one speaking, but they are representing the neighbor at
neighbor,
36.
that's what I
Yeah,
thought.
so Allison Boyes, who's the architect, will be the one speaking and representing the application.
Yeah, is Allison virtual? as well?
She is virtual, and I have just unmuted her now.
Hi.
Good
Good
afternoon.
good afternoon to the members of the committee. My name is Allison Boyce, and I am the applicant located at 71 7th Street in Toronto. I'm representing the homeowners of 38 Grand Avenue. Before my time starts, I have a diagram and local and context images that might just be helpful to quickly flip through to put things into context. All right. There we go.
Sorry, I should have actually done an intro to the item we kind of delved into.
Oh, sorry.
It's 38 Grand Avenue. It's an application to construct a two-story rear addition and a deck in the rear yard. There are 7 variances being requested. We have letters of objection from next door neighbor. We have a support petition containing 7 signatures. I'll get you restarted. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. The homeowners at 38 Grand have lived in the neighborhood for 2 decades. They love the community they have built here and the proximity and view they have to Grand Avenue Park. Like many of their neighbors, my clients have outgrown their current house. The proposed project includes a full renovation, a rear addition, a rear deck, providing an additional bedroom, 2 dedicated work from home spaces, and an expanded main floor area for entertaining. We have 1 variance related to the building, 3 regarding the rear deck, and 3 regarding the landscape. For context, we have already received the zoning certificate for a previous design that as of right included a 0.0 meter south setback and a 7.5 meter rear setback. To construct the addition properly, we tried to work closely with the neighbor at 36 Grand, keeping them informed about the design, construction, and steps along the way, and having a sit-down meeting where we tried to work together for the best outcome for both homeowners. In order to best construct the addition in our previous design, we requested temporary access to a small portion of 36 Grand Avenue's yard for approximately 3 weeks during the year of construction, with the commitment to fully restore any affected deck, fence, or building elements. The homeowners of 36 Grand Avenue declined and asked instead that we introduce a south setback, which necessitated a redesign resulting in minor variances. The neighborhood here, if we can skip to the next slide, is organized into rectangular blocks where many of the lots near corners have atypical configurations. These corner conditions create several properties that are at or near corners where the minimum rear setback is below 7.5 meters. Next slide, please. The original design could have proceeded as of right using a blind pour and pre-construction walls, but our team determined that a more careful construction approach was necessary to ensure proper waterproofing and cladding and minimize drainage and water management risks. As a result, the project was redesigned to include a 0.9 meter south setback and a rear addition extending 5.94 meters, so 2.47 meters beyond the allowable rear yard setback. We believe that the revised proposal is modest, contextually appropriate, and thoughtfully designed to respect the neighborhood character while minimizing impacts on adjacent properties. Next slide, please. The owners of 38 Grand have been communicative with their neighbors from the start, keeping them informed about the construction plans and addressing any concerns they may have. We have received 9 letters of support for this project, including one from 32 Grand Avenue, which came in after this diagram was submitted. Next slide, please. The proposed addition complies with the maximum building length and depth, but the minor variance is required due to the shallow lot. We are asking for the rear yard setback to be reduced from 7.5 meters to 5.03 meters so that we can accommodate the program that my client requires for their home. Next slide, please. We propose to keep the floor and ceiling levels consistent with the existing building and propose a sloped roof that is lower than the existing building height. As for the deck or platform at the rear, the city's definition of basement changed after the semi-detached house was built. The homeowners wish to maintain this established main floor opening to the rear deck relationship and we are asking to replace the existing 10-meter square deck with one of similar size to accommodate their outdoor furniture. The proposed size is 8.78 meters squared, which is smaller and further away from the neighboring deck than the existing condition. Functionally, this behaves like a typical first floor deck. There is minimal overlook or privacy impacts, and the deck remains consistent with what is commonly found on similar homes in the area. Next slide, please. In regards to concerns about rear yard or sky views, the proposed addition is shorter than the project at 34 Grand Avenue. And at 38 Grand Avenue, we are compliant with the zoning bylaws for building depth, building length, and height. We do not feel that the views or privacy from the neighboring properties are significantly impacted. Could do the next slide, please. So that's, and then the next one as well. Okay, so the landscaping variances arise from 2 conditions. The front yard landscaping was done with 36 Grand so that it mirrors the attached semi-detached dwelling and maintains a consistent streetscape. We propose no changes to this landscaping. The north side hardscape path is existing, well used, and in good condition. It provides safe access to the rear and is appropriate for a corner lot where substantial soft landscaping already exists between the home and street. We propose no change to the existing walkway and are simply looking to extend that beyond, to extend it to align with the rear yard. I'll just say the rear yard. The rear yard landscaping is compliant with zoning requirements, and in summary, we think our proposal is modest, thoughtful, contextually appropriate. We are intending to respect the intent of the official plan and zoning bylaw, as well as neighboring concerns. Thank you for your time.
I just have one question with regards to rear yard setback. Do you have examples in the neighborhood that are comparable?
If you go up in the slides to one of the first ones, there are properties that exist that are asterisked with red around the corners. Keep going up, please. One more. Here we go. So we've got along Melrose, there's 146, 24, and 25. And then along Algoma, number 11, have setbacks of under 7.5 meters.
No, but do you have examples of setbacks of 5 meters or less?
I can go in and measure what they are. These aren't listed on here, but the setbacks, as you can see where they face the street, they are less than 5 meters. Like 11 faces onto Algoma, which is on the adjacent street.
Okay.
And it's got a very minimal setback. I can go into the map and measure that exactly if you're interested.
Just want to get a general idea. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a handful, and they're in similar locations, corner properties.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. So is it Barry or Franco who's speaking?
It's going to be Mr. Franco Romano. I'm going to unmute him now.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Franco Romano, 321 Lakeshore, pinch hitting for Barry Brooks, who's in a better place, no doubt.
Go ahead.
If staff can bring up my presentation slides, please.
Sorry, Franco, who are you representing?
36 Grand Avenue, Emad Andrews.
Thank you.
So thanks for bringing the slides up. So on the lower right-hand side, you'll see the subject site. Grand Avenue runs north-south, and it's on the right-hand side of the slide. Subject site is a corner lot. 36 Grand Avenue is right next door to the south, and that is my client's, or at least Barry's client's lands. These lands were developed by way of consent in the early 2000s. And those consent applications included deficient lot frontage and a deficient lot area. And consistent with that, smaller dwellings in a semi-detached form were approved and authorized. And they complied with the rear yard setback, front yard setback. You'll see on slide number 1 that variances for landscaping are very few and far between within this neighborhood. And I've gone from Grand Avenue over to Royal York Road on the left, from the Gardner Expressway down to Portland Street. Where landscape variances have been authorized, they have been augmented by surplus landscaping in other positions. If we go to slide number 2, we'll see 3 depictions of the subject site. And while there is no rear yard soft landscaping variance, that is, the reason for that is because the only area that's included in the rear yard is from the position of the proposed rear wall. So the effect of that is that once a rear yard setback is granted, the rear yard area is reduced in size, and a smaller rear yard soft landscaping area needs to be provided. Absent the rear setback variance, the rear soft landscaping would increase because of the 7.5 meter rear yard setback. So the result is that the proposal is actually seeking an indirect reduction in soft landscaping from anywhere from 18.7 to 26.7 square meters in the rear yard. And this is being compensated by the applicant by providing for a French drain in the rear yard because they cannot accommodate drainage onto their property. They have to drain elsewhere. And there's an engineering report that my client submitted that shows that is a deficiency that cannot be rectified by having the reduced rear yard setback condition. Go to slide number 3, we'll see so this is flipped now, north is towards the bottom of the page, that's 38 Grand. My client is to the south of that, so in the middle section here, 36 Grand. It's a semi-detached building. The proposed building addition is shown in orange, and the rear deck is shown in yellow. By any stretch of the imagination, this depicts a building addition that dominates the subject lands. It not only dominates the subject lands, but it fully encloses my client's lands because to the south of my client, 34 Grand Avenue, we'll see that there's a dwelling that mirrors, in terms of building length, what is being proposed at 38 Grand. But it mirrors it on a lot that has a 46 meter lot depth. It is over double the lot depth of 38 Grand Avenue. The result is that the proposal dominates the rear yard and is imposing on my client's rear yard and residential amenity. If we go to slide number 4, we'll see that this neighborhood consists of a number of semi-detached dwellings. They're shown in purple, and none of these have a rear yard setback that's being proposed. Where there are projections of one building longer than the other, we'll see that on the next slide, slide number 5. In blue, we'll see where one half of the semi-detached building exceeds the length of the attached dwelling. All of them have a rear yard setback that is well in excess of the 7.5 meters that's required for this subject site. All of them have up to double or 3 times or more rear yard setback. That's what's being proposed in this condition. On slide number 6, we'll see an air photo showing how the proposal dominates the subject site and imposes upon my client's lands. So I submit that the variance request as currently constituted is not minor and should not be authorized the way it is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Franco. Question, just, if there's such an extensive lot coverage here, is there not a deficiency on lot area coverage as well? Because I don't see a variance for that.
Thank you for that question. So in the RM zone, the lot coverage is not regulated.
Oh, okay.
This is not, and I hear, so building setbacks are important. I heard the architect talk about building length. Yes, it complies with building length, but this lot is not made, the building length provisions under the zoning bylaw of 17 meters are based on, if you dig through the bylaw, you'll see that it is based on a standard lot depth of 30 meters. And that's not what we have here. So you can never reach the 17-meter building length or a 19-meter building depth here because of the shallowness of the lot depth.
So yeah. There's no provision in this zone for percentage lot coverage?
No.
Wow, okay. And if there were, obviously this would be exceeding that.
Well, you'd have to look at what
no, it's okay. It's a rhetorical question. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? No? Okay. No other speakers, so we're back to the...
That's correct, Allison Boyce.
Okay.
My client is actually here, Chris Botello. He's registered to speak. He's virtual.
Only one speaker can represent the application, so since you spoke,
okay.
You
okay. Okay, he was just going to reiterate some of the points about us. We're trying to work with a group of professionals. We've got a team of a reputable builder who does fantastic work, geotech, structural engineer, architect. We are wanting to do this right, and we've been wanting to work with the neighbor from the onset. And so that was the gist of what he was going to say that I didn't elaborate on enough, but I took my 5 minutes. Do you have any questions for me regarding the proposal?
I'll ask the same question. What percentage of lot coverage is a proposal, or do you know?
That calculation is not here because that's not a zoning variance for this particular area.
Okay.
So we tried to do something that could provide my clients with the program that they require to stay in their home. They have eager support from the neighbors around them, and we have on numerous occasions tried to work with the next door neighbor and made several attempts.
Do you want to provide any rebuttal to Mr. Romano's statements?
I would say a couple things. That the diagram on this second page, like I don't necessarily agree with all the information and the way it's put out for the rear yard soft landscaping. That variance itself, I mean, that isn't a variance, first of all. Secondly, it eliminates some of the soft landscaping that's being shown. It would be slide 2. So we have soft landscaping as a buffer on the south between the two properties. We are looking to set back at 0.9 meters, which is not a variance. We can go all the way to the lot line should we want to do that. And we did have a project where we were looking to do that from the onset. I was referring to their documentation here. This was my rebuttal. We are following, yes, in this one. So proposed, the green should actually extend all the way down to the existing building along the south. We're looking to extend just to keep the pathway on the north that can be shoveled and maintain consistency. So ideally, we would like to extend what's there so it's in good condition. We don't want to be wasteful. Ideally, we'd like to extend that so that it can be maintained and used year round, like my clients do use their backyard and their deck. It's we're only at committee because the neighbors request for us to pull the wall along the south inward by 0.9 meters or 3 feet. They requested that we do that, and we told them that we will, but that would require us going back in length because the program just didn't work. We were tight as it was to try and fit everything in the as of right rear yard setback that we initially put forward to the city. But in order to reconfigure the layout to bring the building in by 0.9 meters, it did change the relationships and things. So this is the result basically of the neighbor's request. We would have been in construction with the original plan already had we had cooperation.
So you're saying that if you were allowed access onto your neighbor's property and you extended along the existing party wall, you wouldn't need any variances?
Correct. We were going to forego a deck and forego the landscaping at the side to build as of right. But since we came to committee, we are asking to do the project as my clients would ideally like it done. If we need to go to committee, we wanted to make those asks so that they could continue to have that rear deck that the family really values and uses. And they do access their project from the side. And in terms of the front, there's no changes there, but we asked for that to be legalized. Then we followed suit with what the neighbor has done beside us, and the landscaping was done in conjunction with them. I know they're flagging that as an issue, but it's identical to what they have, and we want to maintain the look and the symmetry on the street.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, the rear addition, you feel you would not have any variances if you went back along?
We had it as of, correct, we did have it as of right,
Okay.
but we're working with a geotech and a builder, and we really want to make sure that the waterproofing and the cladding and the drainage is all done in the best possible way, which meant
Which means you need
not
access to
doing
that
a
face
blind
of the wall.
pour.
Okay.
Yeah, not doing a blind pour, not pre-constructing the
Yeah,
wall and putting
yeah,
it up.
Okay, okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so let's take it into committee.
So it's up to you if you want me to speak.
Anybody have any comments? Anybody ready for a motion?
Mr. Chairman, sorry, that was the owner of 36 Grand
Okay.
refuting some of the things that Allison was to say.
Okay.
It's up to you, but it is very simple. They didn't.
Sorry, you can't speak. You had a
You
representative.
had your agent
for you.
speak on your behalf.
But
So.
it's regarding what she said about communicating with me.
No,
They
you
didn't have-
can't speak anymore. You've had your opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So we're in committee now. If anyone's ready for a motion or if there's any discussion to take place,
Motion?
if you like.
Yeah. All right, so, well, based on the evidence provided, I'll move a motion for approval, as I do believe the application meets the 4 tests and there are no conditions.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, so that passes on a vote of 3 to 2. Okay, I guess I should have put my argument forward. I should have put my argument forward first. Sorry. Okay, so item 19, which is the last item from the morning agenda. 45 Woodbine Downs Boulevard, Unit Number 3. This is an application to permit a barber shop and a beauty salon. There's one variance being requested. And Jonathan Binkowski is our agent, and I guess he's online because I don't see him.
That's
here.
correct, Mr. Chair.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Jonathan, good evening. Never thought I'd be saying good evening to a morning item, but anyway.
No, this is one of the first, Mr. Chair.
I don't think we need a detailed presentation. I'm not even sure if we need any presentation. If you're open to questions, we'd be happy with that.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Anyone ready for a motion?
Chair, prepared to make a motion. I've reviewed the application and the proposed use. I believe that this application is a good application, meets the test, move approval. No conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Natalia. All in favor? That's a unanimous approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our morning session. Yeah, we sometimes schedule evening sessions, but I guess we're going to have an unscheduled evening session.